Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 11:51 p.m. and today's date is the 25th of February 2025. How are you doing this beautiful night? How are you? How was your day? How was your week going? Are you having a productive week so far? Are you being optimistic? Are you being positive? Are you working towards your goals? Are you being focused? Are you being disciplined? Are you getting your energy up? Okay. The energy has to stay right. Okay. The energy has to be right if you're trying to achieve huge goals. Okay. The energy has to be right. So get everybody that is not on board with your vision out of your life. Okay. It is 2025, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to have a good time. Okay. Bad things happen to good people. It's fine. Okay. It's called life. All right. It is called life. Things happen, but we got to keep going. We got to keep pushing. We got to keep believing that tomorrow would be a better day. Okay. So, with that being said, we will be checking out this right here. The House Judiciary Committee, they held a hearing and it is titled Ending the Weaponization of the Justice Department. Okay. And that's why we have Cash Patel, Pam Bundy. All right. And hopefully, what we experienced the last 4 years, the weaponization of the Justice Department, going um, to the former president home, indicting the former president. It is really sad to see, but it happened, and we're here now. And the indicted, actually, the convicted felon, is now the president of the United States. So, hoorah! Okay, hoorah! All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and join the membership. It is $4.99. You guys are the best. Let's get it.
This subcommittee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on ending the weaponization of the Justice Department. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Alabama who is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will remain standing for a moment of silence.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, Mr. Hunt of Texas will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses, if a member yields time to him for that purpose. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. Welcome, everyone, to the first hearing of the Subcommittee on Oversight. Today, we are here to shine a light on something that should be deeply concerning to every single American: how our justice system was allowed to become weaponized against political opponents. Early in his presidency, Joe Biden told the nation, "It's not my Justice Department, it's the Justice Department." Former Attorney General Merrick Garland promised the same thing. That was their promise, but we now know it was a lie. For the past 4 years, it was not the People's Justice Department. It was a political weapon used to go after anybody the Biden-Harris administration felt needed to be attacked. Let me lay it out clearly, case after case, so there's no confusion on what happened. Let's start in the great state of New York. Alvin Bragg ran for Manhattan DA, focused on only one thing: targeting Donald Trump instead of cleaning up the many problems facing New York City. After years of searching, he revived a dismissed case with the help of former DOJ officials and used a shaky legal theory to turn misdemeanors into felonies. And it wasn't just Bragg. New York's Attorney General Letitia James also made it her mission to go after President Trump. She campaigned on it. Prosecutors, attorney generals, they shouldn't campaign on politics. They should campaign on justice. She campaigned on it, and she promised voters she'd, quote, exact quote, get Trump. Before even seeing a shred of evidence. And sure enough, once in office, she followed through, twisting civil statutes into weapons for political gain, targeting not just Trump, but his entire family business. In Fulton County, Georgia, Fani Willis also campaigned on prosecuting President Trump. She coordinated with the partisan January 6th committee and the Biden White House from Georgia and hired her romantic partner as the lead prosecutor. Couldn't make this stuff up. I guess office romances can sometimes take you places. For Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, it was tropical destinations. It was luxury hotels, all on the taxpayer's dime. And while they were busy enjoying the perks, the cases they were building against Trump were falling apart under the weight of conflicts and impropriety because it was pure political lawfare. I want to just note, no one should run for DA, AG, or any legal office. Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, nobody should do this with the sole goal of going after one political figure. It's not what those jobs are about. That's not justice. That's vengeance. Our legal system isn't supposed to be about personal grudges or political payback. It's about fairness. It's about impartiality. It's about the rule of law. That's supposed to be the standard in America. Unfortunately, under President Biden, that standard wasn't just abandoned at the state level, it was shattered. It was shattered at the federal level as well. Jack Smith was unconstitutionally appointed as special counsel. His lead counsel pressured a defense attorney with a judgeship offer to flip a client. So if the client flipped, he'd get a judgeship. Smith admitted to altering evidence in the Mar-a-Lago case, evidence tampering at the highest and most important level, pure political lawfare. The FBI conducted an unprecedented raid on Mar-a-Lago, the home of a former president. They ignored standard protocol. They didn't wait for President Trump's lawyers to respond. They didn't use a local field office, and they bypassed all typical legal channels. Pure political lawfare. The FBI also targeted religious institutions. You couldn't make this up again. And parents. They labeled traditionalist Catholics as domestic terrorists, traditional Roman Catholics as domestic terrorists, and considered spying on their churches, on their priests, on their parishioners. Think about that. I really want everybody to think about it. Forget the politics for a minute. The FBI was planning to spy on grandmothers clutching their rosary beads in prayer, treating them as if they were a national security threat. If they can do this to Catholic churches, and this is the important part, what's stopping them from doing it in any place of worship, to Protestant churches, to Jewish synagogues, to Muslim mosques, or to Hindu temples? It was Catholic churches one day. It could be any of those another day. It could be you. If you think that sounds far-fetched, I want you to just take a look, if you get a chance, to what they did in my home state. In New Jersey, the FBI raided the largest Hindu temple in the Western Hemisphere, home to some of the most peaceful and spiritual people on the face of the earth, Hindus. Biden's FBI stormed the temple. He invaded private quarters, religious areas, and held guns. They held guns to the faces of swamis, holy men, some of whom were wearing nothing but their evening wear, their nightwear, their pajamas. These are individuals devoted to peace, nonviolence, and prayer, yet they were treated like dangerous criminals in an aggressive show of force. It's wrong. It's un-American. And it didn't stop at places of worship. The DOJ also turned its sight onto parents, moms and dads, grandparents who dared to speak up for their children at local school board meetings. Instead of seeing concerned citizens, the Biden administration saw potential domestic threats. They used counterterrorism resources to monitor and intimidate parents simply for voicing their concerns about what was happening to their own children in their own classrooms. The DOJ even weaponized the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrance Act, the FACE Act, to target pro-life advocates. This doesn't even matter if you're pro-life or pro-choice. Again, it could happen to anybody. Take Mark Houck, a peaceful pro-life activist and father of 7 kids. In a blatant show of force, the FBI sent a SWAT team to his home, raiding it, and a pre-dawn raid with guns drawn, terrifying his wife and his children. Whether it's people praying in churches or parents speaking out at school board meetings, the message from the DOJ, from Biden's DOJ, is clear. If you practice your First Amendment rights in ways they don't like, you will become a target. Could happen to any one of us. This is pure political lawfare. The Justice Department slow-walked the investigation into Hunter Biden, allowing statutes of limitations to expire, tipping off defense lawyers about search warrants, and ultimately offering a sweetheart plea deal that nobody else would ever get. Meanwhile, the DOJ was slow-walking investigations that might make the president look bad. The full force of the DOJ was aimed at President Trump and any, even worse yet, people that didn't sign up for this, any of his allies. Just look at the timeline. After announcing his candidacy, President Trump was indicted 4 times, twice by partisan DAs and twice by an unconstitutionally appointed special counsel. I'm sure my Democratic colleagues will say that it was not coordinated, but it was. And I'll say it was pure political warfare. What I've laid out is just the framework of what this Judiciary Committee uncovered last Congress. It was the work of this Judiciary Committee and our chairman, Jim Jordan, that did that. My colleagues, we will dig deeper into each case. I pledge to you that this committee, this subcommittee, is going to dig deep and dig hard and find out the real truth. And the reason is not because we want to rehash everything in that ugly, ugly past. The reason is we never, ever want it to happen again. It shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat or a liberal or conservative. It could happen to you. I want you to really think about it. It could happen to your church. It could happen to your mosque. It could happen to your synagogue. It could happen to your temple. It could happen to your school. It could happen to your cause, whether on the right or the left. It could happen to your beliefs. It's un-American. It's wrong. This should never happen again. Our justice system should be blind to politics, blind to personal beliefs, and focused solely on fairness and the law. Under Attorney General Pam Bondi's leadership, this administration, this Congress, and this subcommittee are working to restore integrity to the DOJ for everyone, all of us. We will ensure that never again will our justice system be used as a political weapon. I thank our witnesses, all of you, for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is my first time serving as a ranking member of a subcommittee during a hearing, and I am grateful to be here today. I look forward to working with you and the rest of this committee on behalf of the American people. Before I was elected to Congress or to the Texas House of Representatives, I was a public defender and civil rights attorney by trade. I know about the Department of Justice and what they're supposed to be doing. I am also very concerned by a rogue DOJ, or one that is not beholden to the American people. I am very concerned about the DOJ being weaponized by the White House. I am concerned about the FBI being used for purposes outside of our domestic security and maintaining peace at home. So weaponization of the Department of Justice. This phrase, the weaponization of government, is something that has been overly used and repeated by my Republican colleagues. They use it as a war cry, a battle call, to justify dismantling federal agencies and the purging of thousands of hardworking, dedicated federal servants who swore an oath to protect the Constitution and the rule of law. If the purpose of this hearing today is to examine and expose the weaponization of government, specifically the weaponization of Department of Justice, then it is essential that we understand what exactly weaponization means. Fortunately, history is kind to us. Last Congress, the House Judiciary Committee held numerous hearings on this notion of weaponization. And in those hearings, Republicans described weaponization as, quote, corruption, quote, government abuse and political treachery, having the government act, quote, against people who were innocent and did nothing wrong, quote, targeting people of one political persuasion. And as one of my colleagues aptly described, quote, if you speak up about the abuses you are seeing, excuse me, or are sharing information that may not fall in line with the political narrative, you will be suspended without pay, have your security clearance revoked, or your life will be turned upside down. It's pretty clear that the MO is, if you don't comply, they will retaliate. If you don't agree with their political agenda, you get suspended. They do it in such a way to deter others from speaking up and speaking out. These are not my words. These are not the words of Ranking Member Raskin or Leader Jeffries. These are the words of congressional Republicans. This is what they believe embodies weaponization. I am the first to admit that I don't often agree with many things that my Republican colleagues say, but wholeheartedly concur with their descriptions here. What concerns me, however, is the inability of my colleagues on the other side to connect the dots that are in front of them, while the rest of America is watching as this DOJ weaponization takes hold right before our eyes. And to be clear, what we are witnessing happening before us satisfies the descriptions used by my Republican colleagues. Corruption. Any lawyer with a good head on their shoulders will tell you that the recent attempt by Trump's DOJ to drop the corruption case against Mayor Adams is ironically riddled with corruption itself. This decision to try and drop this case was never about some flawed argument or approach by the DOJ. In fact, even acting Deputy Attorney General Emile Beauvais, in his February 10th letter to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, the office handling the case stated that the Department of Justice's attempt to drop this was done, quote, without assessing the strength of the evidence or legal theories on which the case is based inherited. Instead, it is trying to drop the case because Trump's DOJ is, quote, particularly concerned about the impact of the prosecution on Mayor Adams' ability to support critical ongoing federal efforts to protect the American people from the disastrous effects of unlawful mass immigration and resettlement. Put differently, the Department of Justice wants Mayor Adams to give fealty to Trump and also use him to execute Trump's immigration policy in New York City. The blatant corruption of this quid pro quo alone should warrant this subcommittee to investigate the current weaponization of this Department of Justice. But this is far from the only example of weaponization occurring before us. Next, government abuse and political treachery. Make no mistake, acting Deputy Attorney General Emile Beauvais ordering Brian Driscoll, the then acting director of the FBI, to turn over a list of not just current but also former FBI staff who were assigned, quote, at any time to investigations and or prosecutions related to the events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6, end quote. It is a clear illustration of government abuse targeting employees they wrongfully claim are political adversaries. In fact, rather than utilize the FBI's time and resources to protect America from cyber attacks, terrorism, and other violent crimes. Trump's DOJ is choosing to spend resources to build loyalty to Trump. If that is not government abuse, I just don't know what is. Third, the view that the government is acting, quote, against people who were innocent and did nothing wrong. For those of you who may not be familiar, when career prosecutors and staff at DOJ are assigned to cases, they take these tasks on not because of power or politics, but because it is quite simply part of the job. It's rare that prosecutors get every case they want. Instead, prosecutors and staff are assigned cases because of their capacity, experience, and expertise. But where we see commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law, the Trump DOJ sees reason for retribution. This has already taken shape in various forms, but notably, on January 27th, Trump's then acting Attorney General James McHenry fired DOJ officials, on those of who which worked on federal criminal investigations into Trump. Let me repeat this. They fired DOJ officials who did nothing wrong. These officials simply did their jobs. Now finally, quote, targeting people of one political persuasion. While I just briefly touch on this point, I want to be very clear with the American people. Within the last 35 days, Trump's DOJ has already sent inquiry letters to Democratic members of Congress for speaking out and criticizing Elon Musk. Our task on this subcommittee today is to conduct real congressional oversight of the Department of Justice, because this notion of weaponization is not simply a threat, it is a reality. The public is worried. Career attorneys are worried. Congress is worried. The world is worried. Every day that passes, the Department of Justice is losing institutional knowledge and exceptional attorneys because of a blind arrogance and vengeance. We owe it to this country to come together to call out weaponization happening today, to call out corruption, government abuse, attacks on innocent people, and the targeting of people with different political views. We owe it to everyone to speak the truth, even if the truth is hard to hear. We owe it to us all to preserve our country's rule of law. And the final point that I'll make is that there were a number of attorneys that were brought up in the chairman's opening remarks. Attorney General Letitia James of New York, as well as DA Fani Willis. I do want to point out that each of these women are women that were duly elected in their states, and Fani Willis was just reelected. That is not federal lawfare. That is not weaponization of the federal government. Both of those women work on the state level. And the final point that I'll make is that while they work on state levels, there were only a certain amount of cases that were able to be tried prior to the election. Any cases that did take place, whether they were civil cases or federal cases, I do want to point out, regardless of who brought those cases ultimately, at least the ones that did go, they ultimately went to juries. They went to juries that were full of American citizens, juries that were not asked, are you going to sit here and support Donald Trump and his agenda, or do you have some left-wing agenda? They were given an opportunity to hear the evidence, and they were able to rule based on the evidence that was presented to them. I am someone who misses the courtroom every single day, as I practiced for 17 years before entering into Congress. And if we continue to pretend as if the voices of everyday American citizens don't matter when they have an opportunity to listen to both sides of a case and make a decision, then we really are in for a rude awakening in this country. One thing that we should do as members of Congress is we should preserve our institutions and make sure we build them up to the point that people have trust. And when you walk into a courtroom, you have no idea who's walking in and who just decided that they would actually show up for jury duty. And I am here to tell you that I still believe in that imperfect but beautiful system that we have in this country, known as the jury system. And with that, I will yield.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Quickly point out that the President did ask his attorneys for a neutral venue and was denied during some of those cases, and Judge Marchand himself was very politically connected, particularly through his daughter. However, I did want to make an announcement. This is a one-time only appearance pretty much here. Kind of scheduling issues for now on for those who come regularly will be in the other room that usually the Judiciary Committee is in. I now recognize the great chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Jim Jordan, for his opening statement.
I don't know about the great part, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. They can never tell us who planted the pipe bombs on January 6th. They can never tell us who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and they can never tell us who put cocaine at the White House. But they sure had time for a lot of other things. October 2nd, 2021, they set up a snitch line to report moms and dads who have the nerve to show up at a school board meeting and advocate for their son or daughter. On September 23rd, 2022, 10 unmarked cars pull up to Mark Houck's home, arrest him in front of his wife and 7 children. And what did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? Praying in front of an abortion clinic. And when some crazy guy comes up and starts yelling obscenities in his kid's face, he makes sure he deals with that guy. He went to court. The jury found him not guilty. On November 18th, 2022, the chairman talked about this. Actually before that, summer of 2022, raid on President Trump's home. President Trump's attorney said, you can come. They were working with him. No, we got to do a raid. We had actually Mr. Stephen D'Antuono, head of the Washington field office, tell us how wrong that was, how they broke all kinds of protocol. 2 months later, Mr. Garland appoints Jack Smith as special prosecutor. And as the chairman pointed out in his opening statement, the lead prosecutor, Jay Bratt, used the promise of a judgeship to try to pressure one of the defendant's lawyers. You're not allowed to do that. We're going to talk to Mr. Bratt at some point in this committee. We'll have him in for a deposition. January 23rd, 2023, FBI Richmond field office issues a memorandum where it says, if you're a pro-life Catholic, you might be a domestic violent extremist. Can't tell us who put cocaine at the White House, but you can call Catholics extremists. Spring of 2023, 2 brave whistleblowers come forward and tell us about the sweetheart deal that David Weiss was trying to do for Hunter Biden. Of course, those guys' reward for coming forward as good, brave whistleblowers was to have their security clearances taken from them and be retaliated against. 6:01 a.m., March 19th, 2024, Brian Malinowski, Little Rock, Arkansas, highest paid official in the Little Rock government, runs the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport. 6:01, all these folks show up in the morning. First thing they do is put tape on the doorbell cam, and they're coming after Mr. Malinowski, a warrant to search his home because they believed he had sold 6 guns that he wasn't supposed to sell. 6:01, tape on the doorbell cam. 53 seconds later, Brian Malinowski shot in the head, later dies. They could have handled that. So, the SWAT team and everything else, just talk to his lawyers. You could have, all kinds of ways you could have handled that to avoid the terrible outcome. We had Brian Malinowski's spouse here last Congress. His lawyer testified. Tragic story because of this Justice Department, the previous Justice Department, the way they handled things. And don't forget, December 12, 2024, when the Inspector General told us about the 26 confidential human sources who were there on January 6, 2021. 17 went in restricted space, which they were not authorized to do. 4 went in the Capitol, which they were not authorized to do. None of them were charged. 2 of the 4 who went in the Capitol were asked to be there by the FBI. We got all kinds of questions about that incident, about those confidential human sources, all kinds of questions we want answered. Now, thank goodness, and the chairman referenced this as well, thank goodness Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino are now going to be running the Justice Department, where we won't have this kind of ridiculous focus on agencies being turned on the very people they're supposed to serve. We sent 7 subpoenas today. 7 subpoenas that we sent asking for information about all these issues. We want everything you got so the American people have answers. Maybe it's not as bad as I think, but one thing I've learned in my time in Congress with these investigations, every single time, the only thing we get wrong is it's always worse than we thought. It is always worse than we thought. So maybe I'll be proven wrong this time, but we're going to get that information. I think the date's March 7th. They're supposed to have this information back to us. So I want to thank the chairman and the good work I know he's going to do this Congress, the great work he's done on our committee for having this hearing, taking a look back at what we saw from this ridiculous previous Justice Department and the good work I think we're going to see from the folks who are now running that critical department and agency. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly. Last Congress, the good chairman of the committee and the committee sent over 150 letters of inquiry and subpoenas to the DOJ and the FBI. That's more than 2 inquiries a week for every week that we were in session. All that breathless investigation didn't yield much evidence of weaponization any more than it led to the impeachment of Joe Biden, which was the express objective of it all. But I have good news for all of the weaponized sleuths and gumshoes out there on the committee. The Department of Justice and the FBI are now filled with actual staggering corruption and weaponized lawlessness, and we should get on it immediately. It's only been 36 days since the beginning of the administration, but we already have a thick report we're releasing today on the violations of law and the Constitution that have taken place, the early misdeeds of the Trump administration DOJ. It's true the federal courts have issued more than 20 temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunctions to try to stop this governmental crime wave, but we cannot maintain a demure legislative silence, Mr. Chairman, about the shocking weaponized corruption overtaking the U.S. Department of Justice. 10 days ago, 7 career prosecutors resigned in protest rather than carry out a corrupt and lawless order from the acting Deputy Attorney General and former Donald Trump private defense attorney Emil Beauvais. He ordered prosecutors in the Southern District to dismiss for totally political reasons a major public corruption case against New York Mayor Eric Adams, who had been charged by a unanimous grand jury in a 57-page indictment with 5 felony counts of criminal bribery and soliciting illegal contributions. Trump ordered DOJ to withdraw the grand jury indictment after Adams traveled to Mar-a-Lago and agreed to back Trump's political agenda in return. The interim U.S. Attorney, Danielle Sassoon, resigned rather than make her storied office a party to this profoundly corrupt bargain. She refused to extend prosecutorial favoritism towards a politician who had been indicted for serious bribery and corruption charges, nor would she participate in Mr. Beauvais' project to cover up the details of this dirty deal. Ms. Sassoon is a Republican with impeccable credentials in the conservative movement, for anyone who might doubt it, a member of the Federalist Society and a former law clerk to Supreme Court Justice Scalia, a jurist whom I know the chairman has repeatedly praised. Now, in ordinary times, we wouldn't have to raise this, but here we do, because we live in an atmosphere of political paranoia. This is a very conservative U.S. attorney who said she could not abide the corruption of the new Trump administration's Department of Justice. Her resignation triggered a cascade of further resignations as 6 other veteran prosecutors refused in their turn to take part in this corrupt bargain. The officials included the acting head of the criminal division, several leaders of DOJ's public integrity section, and the lead prosecutor on the case from the Southern District, Hagan Scotton, a decorated veteran, and another Republican with impeccable right-wing credentials who could not stomach the thought of joining this plot and said in a letter for the ages that I will submit to the record that it would take a fool or a coward to join this plot against justice. The next day, an apparently exasperated Mr. Beauvais demanded that the career prosecutors in the public integrity section volunteer one lawyer to sign this disgraceful dismissal order, or there would be a mass firing of all of them. One lawyer set to retire agreed to sign the dismissal to protect his colleagues from this outrageous threat of collective mass punishment, something that would be more appropriate to Stalin's Russia than the United States of America. This eye-popping sellout of public integrity and public safety in New York wasn't even a secret. In a Fox News interview, Tom Homan, the border czar, sat next to Mayor Adams and explicitly referred to the corrupt bargain, saying, quote, "If he doesn't come through, I'll be back in New York and we won't be sitting on a couch. I'll be in his office, up his butt, saying, where the hell is the agreement we came to?" Last Friday, the judge in the case at least provisionally refused to honor this dirty deal, instead appointing an independent monitor, Republican Paul Clement, to evaluate what should be done with the now orphaned 5-count criminal corruption indictment. Mr. Chairman, these facts are shocking. Blatant corruption, cover-up, mass resignations, threats, coercion. Can you imagine what the Republican members of this committee would be saying if that happened under President Biden? If Joe Biden had done that for the corrupt Democratic mayor of New York City? My God. This toxic sweetheart deal demands a committee inquiry. Where is it? It's infinitely worse than any of the flotsam and jetsam the committee examined with the brainy intensity of Lieutenant Columbo in the last Congress. But the majority has asked no questions, written no letters, demanded no briefings, issued no subpoenas on this scandal. Why not? Why's the cat got your tongue? Well, this Adams debacle provides just a whiff of the raw sewage already overpouring the Department of Justice. They sacked dozens of prosecutors with superior credentials and evaluations simply for doing their jobs when they were assigned to work on the January 6th case. These people must get their jobs back under the civil service rules, which allow dismissal and discipline only for poor performance or misconduct, but the majority has not uttered a peep wondering about how such an appalling violation of the law and professional ethics has come to pass. Why not? Last Congress, you investigated the DOJ for allegedly hiring and firing employees based on political ideology. Nothing came of it. Now DOJ has openly fired dozens of career prosecutors, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, for the sole reason that they were assigned to work on the January 6th insurrection cases. In other words, for doing their jobs in a case that Donald Trump now considers uncomfortable for him. How is that remotely acceptable? Even Trump said on January 7th, in the wake of the vicious, premeditated attack on our police and our Congress and our Constitution, that it was a heinous attack. He said the demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engage in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, he said, you will pay. Well, the only people paying now after his pardons are the prosecutors and FBI agents they're going after for doing their jobs. Because Donald Trump thinks it's too much truth. In an act of Orwellian revisionism that would make Joseph Stalin blush, Trump's team wants to punish hardworking prosecutors and FBI agents for doing the job they were told to do. If this is not weaponization of the Department of Justice, then what is, Mr. Chairman? It is far worse than the imaginary things floating around last Congress that led nowhere. When will we have a hearing on what is taking place for real in the Department of Justice right now? They've hollowed out the career leadership ranks at DOJ, ravaging the offices that prosecute public corruption and terrorism. Now we meet Ed Martin, the new U.S. Attorney in D.C., who's already proven himself to be to legal ethics what Bobby Kennedy is to public health. He's an election denier who participated in the insurrectionary mass protest of January 6th, which he joyfully likened to Mardi Gras on the social media. And until recently, very recently in fact, into his term of office, he's been a defense lawyer of record in the courts for numerous January 6th criminal defendants. After taking over the U.S. Attorney's Office, he fired dozens of prosecutors, again, for doing their jobs, for prosecuting January 6 rioters. But DOJ ethics rules plainly require that he recuse himself because of this glaring conflict of interest created by his ongoing representation of private plaintiffs being prosecuted by the government. Naturally, the Trump DOJ forced out the senior ethics official, Brad Weinsheimer, who would have ruled on the matter, and replaced him with two inexperienced political appointees who apparently think it's okay, not just for the fox to guard the henhouse, but for the fox to simultaneously represent other foxes in court who have already ravaged the henhouse. Mr. Martin has literally made filings on both sides of January 6th cases as defense counsel for participants in the riot, and now as a prosecutor dismissing the charges against the same defendants he was representing. When will there be a hearing on this? This is taking place right now. The list goes on. We don't have time to go through everything that's already happened, but I would encourage the chairman to please check out our report. This hearing was entitled Entering the Golden Age, Ending the Weaponization at the Department of Justice, a title that comes just in time to help us celebrate the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live. Well, perhaps the title's referring to a golden age for corrupt billionaires or lawless oligarchs and violent white nationalists, but it's no golden age for the Department of Justice, which is now mired in corruption and lawlessness, halting corruption prosecutions, disbanding the anti-corruption task forces, and purging veteran prosecutors and agents who are dedicated to public safety and have superior performance evaluations, but have run afoul of the new political correctness imposed on the department. Chairman Jordan has championed our power under Article 1 to ensure that the Department of Justice upholds the rule of law for all, without fear or favor. Good for him. I don't need to quote his eloquent speeches for you on the subject. We know them well. So I ask this committee to be true to our own beautiful words. Let's not use our oversight power selectively. Let's investigate these startling developments so dangerous to justice in America. And let's start with the dirty deal with Mayor Adams, which has now put a giant worm in the Big Apple. Mr. Chairman, I would invite you to join us in sending this letter today to Attorney General Bondi demanding specific answers on her shocking abuse of prosecutorial power, the shocking abuse of prosecutorial power that has taken place at DOJ in the whole Mayor Adams matter, and I would think that the committee should move very quickly to have a hearing on this next week. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Real quickly, Pam Bondi will be here for the Committee of the Whole, I'm sure, and members also will meet some of her staff and ranking people. They will be at this committee as well. I would maintain the attorneys were removed not because they were doing a great job, because they weren't doing their job and they were involved in lawfare, and that's the point. With that, Mr. Raskin, I believe you wanted to enter something in the record?
Yes, please. Two things. One is the letter to Attorney General Bondi, and the other is our new report, President Trump's New Gilded Age, how Trump's Department of Justice is promoting political and corporate corruption to benefit his most loyal supporters.
Without objection. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. First, Mr. Chris Swecker. Mr. Swecker is a former FBI agent who retired as the Assistant Director of the Criminal Investigations Unit. He served with the Bureau for 24 years. It's a while. He currently practices law in the great state of North Carolina. Mr. Jonathan Fahey. Mr. Fahey is a partner with Holtzman Vogel, where his practice focuses on investigations and white-collar criminal defense. He previously served in various roles in the Department of Homeland Security and as a prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia. Mr. Peter Breen. Mr. Breen is the Executive Vice President and Head of Litigation at the Thomas More Society, a public interest law firm focused on constitutional rights. Mr. Breen successfully defended Mark Houck, a pro-life advocate, against FACE Act charges brought by the Biden-Harris administration. Mr. Brendan Ballou. Mr. Ballou is a former federal prosecutor. He served with the Justice Department for 5 years. We welcome all our witnesses today and thank them for appearing here. We will begin by swearing you in. Please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Okay, you may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Swecker, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Ranking Member and members of the subcommittee. It is an honor to appear at this hearing today. As mentioned, I have over 42 years of active experience in the criminal justice system as a prosecutor, as an agent, and as an attorney. And that informs my testimony today. I served under 7 FBI directors, 7 attorney generals. While attorney generals are cabinet appointments and politics goes with the position, this should not be the case with the FBI director, who has a 10-year term that was designed to insulate the position from politics. Indeed, during my 24 years in the FBI, I can attest that politics did not drive the initiation or conduct of any investigation, and cases were not pursued for political purposes. Sadly, that has not been the case at the DOJ and FBI since at least 2016. And I'm not here to convey my political views. I know how federal investigations flow, however, and I know the laws, policies, and procedures that govern FBI and DOJ operations. I am familiar with the works of this committee, as well as the DOJ Inspector General Horowitz, Special Counsel Durham, and all the relevant investigations from Crossfire Hurricane to the Mar-a-Lago raid. Many official actions taken by DOJ and FBI in the last 8 years were simply wrong. And I share the goals of this subcommittee that these agencies should never again be used as political weapons. The facts speak for themselves. The U.S. DOJ and its agencies have effectively been used as political weapons. This has taken the form of selective and hyper-aggressive prosecutions of political opponents, while slow-walking and even sabotaging investigations of favored political figures. There has been coordination with and even funding of state prosecutions of Donald Trump. There has been use of some of the most intrusive techniques available against political opponents of Joe Biden, and injection of personal animus and political views into investigations and prosecutions. Much of this weaponization was driven by an entrenched group of ideologues within the DOJ and FBI in perfect alignment with the Biden administration that can't be chalked up to coincidence. A well-known example is Crossfire Hurricane, a notoriously unpredicated investigation of the 2016 Trump presidential campaign tainted by 4 FISA surveillance orders based on deliberately false information contained in opposition research. This was accompanied by an unprecedented infiltration of the campaign by multiple informants. Crossfire Hurricane further involved the potential entrapment of a cabinet-level appointee based on the pretext of an introductory intelligence briefing, and rather than target the Russian influencers and protect the unwitting campaign operatives, the FBI targeted the Trump presidential campaign through those operatives. Note that when similar information was developed about the Hillary Clinton campaign, she was immediately afforded a defensive briefing. Undeterred by the misconduct identified in the DOJ IG Horowitz and Special Counsel Durham reports regarding Crossfire Hurricane, many of the same DOJ and FBI managers opened and pursued a classified documents case on the former president and presidential candidate, culminating in the dawn raid of his personal residence. This was ostensibly to execute a search warrant and was conducted despite ongoing negotiations regarding the declassification and possible return of the documents. After the raid, it was disclosed that Biden had squirreled away classified documents himself. In another example, the inexplicably tepid DOJ-controlled FBI investigation of the Biden family influence peddling schemes, despite the existence of over 170 bank suspicious activity reports, multiple witnesses, 20 offshore corporations, 19 million in potentially illicit proceeds, and from hostile and corrupt foreign governments, oligarchs, and shadowy international characters seeking official favors, and a laptop full of evidence, the investigation languished. It doesn't take a Mensa candidate to surmise that serious criminal activity was afoot that extended well beyond a garden variety tax and firearms case. The case was plagued by interference by DOJ, attempts to slow walk the investigation past the statute of limitations, and a deceptive effort to discredit the laptop. It took an alert federal judge to expose the clever attempt to implement a global plea bargain hidden in a plea agreement to a single firearms charge. The contrast with the multiple scorched earth investigation targeting Donald Trump should be clear to pretty much anyone that's being objective. Since I'm running out of time, I ask that you introduce my full statement into the record. Thank you. And I want to also add, I'm not here in any official capacity for the FBI. As mentioned, I retired from the FBI, so I'm here as a concerned citizen with some experience.
Thank you, Mr. Swecker, and without objection, we will enter the full statement of all of you into the permanent record. Mr. Fahey, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the subcommittee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jonathan Fahey, and I'm a partner at
Mr. Fahey, I believe your mic is not on.
Oh, okay. Is it on? Okay.
Now, some folks might not like that, but we want to hear you.
Okay. You didn't miss anything at the beginning. I'm a partner of a law firm of Holtzman Vogel, but most of my career practicing law, I served as a prosecutor both at the state and federal level. And during this time, I had the opportunity to work with numerous hardworking men and women of law enforcement and fellow prosecutors. And because of my experience, I have immense respect for members of the law enforcement community who every day make sacrifices on behalf of all of us, and a lot of times things that go unnoticed and probably should be recognized more often. By and large, I've found that both state and federal law enforcement agents to adhere to the highest ethical standards, to have an unwavering commitment to justice and to public safety. My work with fellow prosecutors was similar, and I want to basically echo what Mr. Swecker said. I work with some of the finest attorneys at the Eastern District of Virginia. We work side by side on cases, big and small. I worked as an assistant U.S. attorney under President Bush 43, President Obama, and President Trump. And during these times, even though some priorities would change, I never saw any politicization, and often I didn't really know what the politics were of my colleagues, other than occasionally in private conversations. I was extremely proud of the work I did as a prosecutor, and I'm grateful for the opportunity I had to stand up in court to advocate on behalf of victims and stand and say my name on behalf of the United States. In addition to that, I gained amazing professional experiences, many friends in law enforcement, fellow prosecutors, defense attorneys, courtroom personnel, and it's an experience I wouldn't trade for anything. One of the most important things I learned, which I think is relevant here, is the tremendous responsibility that comes from being a prosecutor with every decision you make and how many people can be affected by those decisions. Sadly, the last administration, I believe, changed the prosecutor's role, and instead of focusing on public safety issues, they focus on political agendas and to advance the political agenda. This manifested itself in many of the cases the chairman spoke about earlier, and it led to a severe distrust in the criminal justice system and the FBI. Meanwhile, Americans became less safe because the focus was on political agenda rather than public safety issues. One of the most egregious examples that's been referenced a lot, but I think it's important here, is the investigation into the school boards, or the parents speaking out at the school boards. The timing of this is critical. One, it's towards the beginning of the Biden administration, so it sort of set the tone. But the other part is this occurred in October of 2021, when the election in Virginia as well as in New Jersey, the most critical issue, most important issue, was school issues involving COVID policy as well as curriculum. With some information about threats that came in, I think there's dispute about how it came in, but a lot of information that may have come in from teachers' unions and things like that. The Attorney General of the United States created a task force for these parents that consisted of the criminal division of DOJ, the Civil Rights Division, the National Security Division, the Executive Office of U.S. Attorneys, the FBI, the Community Relations Service, which I didn't know existed, the Office of Justice Programs. He also ordered the U.S. attorneys, each U.S. attorney, to convene meetings with local officials to supposedly learn more about these threats, and this was within 30 days of his memo, which was early October. Coincidentally, the election with the biggest issue on the table was November of that year. After all of this attention, there was not a single federal prosecution that was brought as a result. However, the harm to the system and to the individuals was profound. The specter of law enforcement investigating what you say at a school board meeting not only intimidated parents that have spoken up, that may have wanted to speak up, but also marginalized them so other people that might agree with their stance, when they see them labeled as terrorists, it would have a political impact. So that is one of the things I think is most egregious about the weaponization. I know my time is near, but in all of these cases, the Department of Justice had to make decisions, whether it's January 6th, whether it's the protests outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, whether or not, where to put your resources. Do you put them into public safety, or do you prosecute the 1,500th person that came in the Capitol on January 6th, while carjackers were not being prosecuted, while murderers were not being investigated fully? And that's really the issue here. The American people suffered during the last 4 years because crime was higher, and it was higher in many respects because the attention was not focused on what affected the community. Going forward, I hope this new Department of Justice will focus on issues from the bottom up, to not politicize anything, to focus on what affects people day to day on the street, whether it's fentanyl trafficking, gangs, human trafficking, other crimes of violence. I believe if they do that, the American people will be well served, they will be safer, and this will restore credibility for the Justice Department and the justice system as a whole. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fahey. Mr. Breen, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. As noted ahead I'm honored to lead the Society's national litigation team. Our dedicated professionals work in states and federal courts across the country to defend the constitutional rights and really the rights of every American. Relevant to today's hearing, as noted, I'm proud to have led the defense of Mark Houck for the Society, and our team has represented dozens of other pro-life Americans against the unprecedented assault on them by the Biden Department of Justice. Numerous criminal prosecutions were brought, civil cases across the country. Now, the Biden DOJ engaged in a systematic campaign to abuse the power of the federal government against pro-life advocates, while that same DOJ ignored hundreds of acts of vandalism and violence against pro-life churches, pregnancy help centers, and other advocates. On behalf of our clients and the pro-life movement as a whole, we're thankful to President Trump for his recent pardons and to the members of this House who supported that effort. Those pardons sent a powerful message to the country, and especially to the millions of Americans in the pro-life movement, that the federal government should not be weaponized against Americans because of their sincere beliefs in the sanctity of human life. We're grateful as well for the actions of the Trump DOJ, its chief of staff, who issued the memorandum directing the dismissal of the prosecutions and civil lawsuits against our clients. And that memo highlighted the fact that the Biden DOJ selectively prosecuted and enforced the law against our folks while ignoring the many acts on the other side. You may have heard some of the stories of these advocates. There's Paul Vaughn, the evangelical Christian father of 11, whose children were outside waiting to go to school when heavily armed federal agents rolled up, held his kids at bay as other agents then arrested their father. Paul didn't even block access to a clinic. He was there to give moral and spiritual support who did, but still the DOJ charged him with a FACE Act violation and a felony conspiracy against rights. While he escaped prison time, others did not. Because of that conspiracy against rights felony, we've had numerous clients who received multiple-year prison sentences, especially in Washington, D.C. Then you heard about Mark Houck. And of course, 20 federal agents at dawn directed their guns at him and his family, took him away in handcuffs. The thing is, we offered to present Mark to the prosecution, and had he been anybody but Mark Houck, we would have been allowed to do so. Instead, they spent those law enforcement resources, created an incredibly dangerous situation on his front lawn outside of Philadelphia. Now, we did beat the Biden DOJ in the Mark Houck case, winning that unanimous not guilty verdict from the Philly jury. And after that win, the DOJ from under Biden did not prosecute another sidewalk counselor. You see, because at the same time, you may not have heard, the Biden DOJ was investigating numerous other sidewalk scuffles at abortion facilities coast to coast. We had numerous clients contacted by the FBI in connection with those incidents, and had we not won for Mark, and won so definitively and publicly, we are sure that there would have been a wave of Houck-style prosecutions, federalizing minor sidewalk squabbles across the country. Yeah, but now that the president has acted, the DOJ's cleaned out, and our clients' criminal records are wiped clean, well, is the matter concluded? Absolutely not.
Because of the actions of the Biden DOJ, which mirror to some extent the actions of the Obama DOJ, sword of Damocles still hangs over pro-life advocates. There are long statutes of limitations on these federal laws. So folks remain in fear that some future administration will twist the law and come after them. Some of those Biden prosecutions were for actions under that were taken under the first Trump administration. And the DOJ's recent dismissals were ordered on the basis of selective prosecution and did not necessarily recognize that the underlying laws don't apply to the conduct. And so, of course, while we urge the Congress to repeal the FACE Act, which is selectively and illegally enforced, we do have several other concrete steps that we would recommend. First off, as noted, this committee is very much needed because you need, respectfully, to continue to investigate and expose the misuse of the FBI and DOJ over the past 4 years against pro-life Americans. Sunlight's the best disinfectant, and this subcommittee has a lot of light to bring. Second, we would ask that you urge the Trump administration to bring to justice those who committed the violence and vandalism. If the FACE Act's to remain on the books, it should be enforced equally. And third, there are some very concrete things that the DOJ can do to properly define the scope of the FACE Act and the Conspiracy Against Rights statutes. They can take formal written positions on those laws that will help to prevent this going forward. First off, recognize that Congress intended the FACE Act not to apply to sidewalk squabbles. That was agreed to by Senator Ted Kennedy. It's on the record from over 30 years ago. They agreed to that as part of passing this act, but it's been wiped away and ignored ever since. That needs to be recognized. Second, we need to make clear the FACE Act's physical obstruction doesn't apply to peaceable counseling activity that does not intentionally obstruct a patient or an abortion provider. The Biden DOJ advanced a contrary theory, which mirrored the Obama DOJ before it, and the New York Attorney General is continuing that action right now. That needs to stop. And again, we had said third was that recognize that FACE can't be applied to others who are not actually blocking the clinic without running afoul of the First Amendment. And fourth, get rid of this conspiracy against rights statute application because its 10-year felony provisions cannot be applied to pro-life advocates at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Breen. Mr. Ballou, you may begin.
Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Brennan Ballou. I serve in the Justice Department's National Security and Antitrust Divisions, and for 2 years was detailed to prosecute crimes stemming from the attack on the Capitol. It's important to remember that approximately 140 police officers were assaulted by rioters on January 6, 2021. One officer told me that he feared for his life more that day than during his entire deployment to Afghanistan in 2001. Another told me that he texted his family that afternoon because he expected to die. The work we did was about getting justice for those officers. But justice is only possible when federal prosecutors have credibility. And I want to explain how the Justice Department built that credibility over many decades and how it's being destroyed in a matter of weeks. After Watergate and the Nixon administration, Congress and the executive built protections to make it less likely that the department's powers would be abused. The offices of professional responsibility and inspector general were created. The department limited communications with the White House, and FBI officials began regularly testifying before congressional committees like this one. Investigations into activists were largely ended, and the department refocused its energy on public corruption. In the past month, the administration has largely destroyed these reforms and refocused the department away from prosecuting the corrupt and towards favoring friends and investigating enemies. To give just a few examples, most obviously, the president pardoned nearly 1,600 rioters who stormed the Capitol and its grounds in the president's name, including rioters whom I helped prosecute, who punched officers, who dragged them into the crowd, and who speared them with flagpoles. The acting D.C. U.S. attorneys threatened investigations into various perceived enemies of the administration, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and former Special Counsel Jack Smith. The department has largely stopped enforcing the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits bribery, prosecuting cases under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which prohibits secret work on behalf of a foreign power, or pursuing the work of the Klepto-Capture Task Force, which enforced sanctions against Russian oligarchs. The administration also threatened to fire the attorneys of the Public Integrity Section, who prosecute corrupt politicians. Now, there's now an effort to draw a false equivalency between these actions over the last month and those of recent administrations, either to argue that what is happening now is nothing new, or that if it is, it's deserved retribution. This attempt at equivalence, however, is a mistake for two reasons. First, a weaponized Justice Department endangers anyone involved in politics, no matter their political persuasion. Since the president pardoned the Capitol rioters, FBI agents have been subject to personal and specific threats of violence. But these threats have no party limits. Just this weekend at a conservative political conference, speakers considered insufficiently loyal to the president were threatened and told that pipe bombs had been planted in the building. Second, a weaponized Justice Department corrupts all of society and makes life harder and more expensive for people far from politics. For instance, the Wall Street Journal reports that executives at Twitter recently demanded that a company advertise on its platform and intimated that the government might stop or slow a proposed merger if it did not. This is an attempt to use the tools of the Justice Department to enrich one politically connected business, and it's how an oligarchy is created. The actions of the past month should concern us all, largely ending foreign bribery and corruption cases and threatening to fire public corruption prosecutors, investigating political enemies while putting political friends above the law. These are all efforts to return us to the time of Watergate, and it harms you no matter your political beliefs. The only people who will benefit from these actions will be billionaire criminals. And for them, this will be a golden age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. We're now going to proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and the chair will recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Barry Moore.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the witnesses being here today. The Biden-Harris DOJ enabled hyper-partisan prosecutors, in particular former special counsel Jack Smith, to criminalize politics in America.
Okay.
Smith's approach to prosecutorial process raised many concerns among experts related to what his actions would mean to the future of the DOJ. In addition to his storied investigations Smith personally led, he also coordinated with Fannie Willis to help with her politically motivated prosecution of President Trump. Willis was also given disproportionate assistance from the January 6th committee, receiving records simultaneously with help from us in Congress and law enforcement. Meanwhile, Matthew Colangelo, an attorney known for waging lawfare against Trump during his first term as president, left the elite position at the Biden-Harris DOJ to work with a Manhattan district attorney by the name of Alvin Bragg, where he led the prosecution of President Trump. Mr. Fahey, what are your thoughts generally on the investigations led by former special counsel Jack Smith?
Generally, they were, I would characterize them as heavy-handed in all respects. And, you look at this from, which is sort of the point I was trying to make, is when you're doing something, when you're focusing on something, you're not focusing on something else. But it's also heavy-handed to the way other cases are prosecuted by the Justice Department. And I think the best example of the Jack Smith case is compare that to how Robert Hur handled President Biden. You have, just when you focus on Mar-a-Lago, you have President Biden who, when he was in the Senate, managed to get a hold of classified information that shows up at his house. When he was vice president, he left office and managed to keep classified information. He kept this in his home. He kept this at the Biden Center. I think there was one other location. Robert Hur wrote a report describing all that. More than ample evidence. He described, his cognitive deficiencies, but he didn't. There were no heavy-handed measures taken. It wasn't interview everyone until the cows come home, and ultimately he came to a measured decision for conduct that arguably is more egregious than what President Trump did, because President Trump allegedly, all of the classified information that he allegedly had, he was allowed to have it at the beginning. President Biden, at the time, was never allowed to have this information. He was also treated quite a bit differently when he turned in the information. When it first came about, which was before the election of 2022, the Justice Department kept that quiet. He turns it in through his lawyer, and then he proceeded to turn in more information over the period of the next couple of months, I think until about December. Why that's important: nobody raided his home, nobody did any heavy-handed moves. They let him turn it in at his convenience, at his leisure, and ultimately they did a consent search because it seemed like every time he turned around, there's more classified information in his house. So, and then you compare that to President Trump, where they were negotiating with NARA they were in a far more secure location than his garage. And then you have, and how was that treated? They ran up in his house. They're searching, his wife's, where she keeps her clothes and intimate clothing and things like that to get items. And it was always under the guise of, this is so serious to get these items back because our national security is at risk. But when it was Biden, it was sort of like,
In the garage,
just-
around the car,
yeah, just
and open boxes was fine.
yeah, just swing it by when you have a chance,
Yeah, sure. So are you familiar with the 2013 IRS scandal that targeted conservative nonprofit organizations? Are you familiar
With the
with that?
lowest learner?
Yes, and then
Yeah,
actually,
I am, but not intimately. but
well,
yes.
I understand Jack Smith actually, he encouraged the Department of Justice to contact the IRS and continue that process of going after those conservatives wherever they may be. And Mr. Swecker, I know you served with the FBI for some time, and I appreciate your service. What about the raid to Mar-a-Lago to you stood out? I know we had some other FBI officials testify and tell us what they thought. And so as we look through this process, what about it to you stood out?
Just the fact that they did it at all. I mean, there's a lot of discretion in investigations. There's a lot of discretion in prosecutions. I was a prosecutor. I've been an agent. I know it from both angles. And I just think it was never in the best interest of the American public for them to, during negotiations, where there were a lot of issues that were being discussed between lawyers, the information, the documents were secure, and they weren't going anywhere. Unlike Hillary Clinton's server, which was the least secure place you could ever store information, is on a server that anybody can get to.
And I thought it was interesting they handled it from the Washington field office rather than the Miami field office, and they read it at his home, and I kind of thought that was rather unusual.
Highly unusual, and that search was conducted over the objection of the assistant director in charge of the Washington field office.
That, Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time. I'll yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have a UC request.
Okay.
I'd ask for unanimous consent. I'd like to enter into the record the full transcript with Stephen D. Tuno, I may be saying that incorrectly, Antuano, the assistant director in charge of FBI's Washington field office.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. I've got one more, sorry. I'd also like to introduce an article titled "Donald Trump Stored, Showed Off, and Refused to Return Classified Documents, Indictments."
Without objection.
Thank you so much.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the witnesses for your testimony today. Let's see. You know, Trump is purging experienced career civil servants and filling their roles with inexperienced sycophants who will do whatever they are told to do, no matter how unlawful or unconstitutional the ask. And the American people are focused on that real threat to our democracy and to the rule of law that is poised by this Trump administration. And so they are too smart to be distracted by Republicans' tired conspiracy theories. And that is exactly what we're getting today. Now, Mr. Ballou, you're familiar with Danielle Sassoon, are you not?
I am, sir.
And you know her to be a Federalist Society member?
She is.
A former law clerk to Antonin Scalia?
She is.
Anti-LGBTQ rights, anti-civil rights, a blazing right-wing extremist. Isn't that correct?
He was an extremely conservative jurist.
And, no, I'm talking about Danielle Sassoon.
I can't speak to Ms. Sassoon's personal opinions about those specific legal issues.
She is, as you described, Justice Scalia, but even she could not stomach the prospect of being a party to a quid pro quo in the Eric Adams case, could she?
No, sir.
You know, dropping charges for illegitimate reasons. She didn't want to have a hand in that. She was too principled to participate in that. And because we know that when you drop charges against someone for a illegitimate purpose, a quid pro quo, Eric Adams, to force him over a barrel to carry out your deportation political agenda in return for dropping the charges against him eventually, but hanging it over his head with a dismissal without prejudice. She did not want to be a party to such an illegitimate bargain. And we know that if you'll drop a charge, you'll also institute charges for political purposes, for illegitimate purposes. Is that not the essence of weaponizing the Justice Department?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. You know, the concern here is that criminal prosecutions would be used to achieve unrelated policy objectives in the case of the Eric Adams scandal. You know, the reason that we don't do that is because the powers of prosecutors are so vast that once that happens, people will follow government directives not because they want to or believe in it, but simply because they fear retribution if they don't.
Thank you. In your testimony, you talked about how this administration has corrupted the guardrails that existed in the Department of Justice with respect to reforms put in place after the abuse during the Republican Nixon administration. And you talked about how guardrails that would have been destroyed insofar as favoring friends of this administration. What did you mean by that specifically?
Yeah. Well, I think we're seeing this in the Wall Street Journal reporting about potentially X or Twitter trying to get advertisers back on their site, and if they don't, well, then the government will investigate them and potentially stop a merger.
The co-president of the United States, who, by the way, was unelected and hails from apartheid South Africa, trying to leverage his position as co-president to gain something for his platform that spews mis- and disinformation publicly.
Yeah. And when the government is used in that way, it harms everybody, far from politics, because it increases prices and it interferes with the free economy.
Yeah, I can't think of a greater threat to democracy than a guy like Elon Musk set free or set loose by a president, Donald Trump, who was duly elected but has outsourced now and privatized his administration to a oligarch billionaire and his other billionaire buddies. With that, I'll yield back.
Okay. I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Swecker, when did you first become aware of the FBI's memo targeting traditional Roman Catholics?
Well, I don't know the exact date, but it was when it hit the press. I mean, as soon as it hit the press, I mean, I found out about it when everybody else did.
Did you get the opportunity to review the memo, that came from the Virginia field office? Did you take a look at it?
I did. I don't remember all the details in it, but it was a very ill-advised memo.
Did it strike you?
Yeah, of course it did.
In a bad way?
I think it would strike anybody in a bad way. I'm Catholic, not that that matters, but just singling out a religion and religious beliefs in the way that they did. I mean, frankly, though, I don't know how much play that really got further up the food chain, but it was it just demonstrated incredibly poor judgment.
We asked the then Attorney General about it. We asked the then FBI Director about it. They both, in essence, apologized, but it said it was only limited to the Virginia field office. Then, fortunately, there were other whistleblowers. We got information it wasn't only limited. This was starting to go throughout the country. Thank God we found out about it. And as I said before, my good Hindu friends, men of peace, people, human beings of peace, have never would do anything harmful. If it happened to Roman Catholics, and I happen to be Roman Catholic as well, it can happen to anyone.
I think it does reflect that there were some ideologues deep in the it wasn't just the leadership in the bureau.
You can't believe otherwise. I mean, it just didn't make sense. It was shocking for America. Do you believe the memo infringed on Americans' rights under our Constitution to some degree?
Absolutely, especially if they had followed through on it aggressively,
And
like they did
the
other
memo
things.
stated, let me read this, I'm quoting now, catalyzing events in which regionally motivated violent extremists and radical traditional Catholics. I'm not sure what the hell that means, to be honest with you.
They were
but-
calling them domestic terrorists.
Yeah, I
essentially.
mean, I don't know. I try to go to mass when I can. I honest to God, I don't see too many, I don't see any domestic terrorists there. And they said they might have a common clause including legislation or judicial decisions in areas such as abortion rights, immigration, affirmative action, and LGBTQ protections. Isn't that their right? And is it typical for the FBI to dig into something like that?
Not the FBI I served under. And I think Chris Wray made a lot of mistakes, but he apologized for that one. I think that's one that got away from, it should never even.
I think they were even shocked that they had that level of an
Right.
ideologue, actually. And I believe that they were being sincere. I know the Attorney General at the time almost cried. Maybe he did a little bit, actually. Do you think the FBI needs stricter controls over how these bulletins are created and distributed? Hopefully they will now.
I do. I mean, a lot of it's judgment-based, and it's who you hire and the examples that are set at the top of in this case, the FBI. I mean, you can't, there's no substitute for just good judgment as things. I saw a lot of junk come out of a squad room, reports and that sort of thing, and if you're at the supervisory level, you just cancel it out. You squelch it right there.
So I'm going to ask the three of you, Mr. Swecker, Mr. Fay, Mr. Breen, some real quick questions. That's something I'll always like to do. I like to get to the point. It's either yes or no, not a long answer on this. And I'll start with you, Mr. Swecker. Do you believe the DOJ was weaponized against political opponents, yes or no?
Yes, I think there's many examples of that.
Mr.
Yes,
Fay?
I do.
Mr. Breen?
Yes, absolutely.
Should federal law enforcement agencies surveil parents at school board meetings, yes or no? Mr.
No.
Swecker?
No.
No.
Was it appropriate for a DOJ official to pressure a defense lawyer with a judgeship offer? Yes or no, Mr. Smucker?
No.
If that happened, no.
And it did. We
Yeah,
have.
I've heard
Let-
information,
yeah.
I just don't know definitively, but yes.
Correct. Outrageous.
Is it acceptable for the FBI to categorize certain religious groups in the way that they did? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
I think everybody, God help us, agrees on that one. Even my friends on the other side of the aisle here might. Do you believe there is currently, or was currently, that there was a two-tiered system of justice in America? Yes or no?
Yes, many examples of that.
There's so many.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we live
Thank
through it.
you. I think it makes our point, and I'm almost out of time myself. Ms. Crockett, the ranking member. I'm sorry, Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming to today's hearing entitled Entering the Golden Age. Probably named it that because the price of eggs are the price of gold. But here we are. Chairman Drew mentioned something. He said the People's Justice Department. I actually think that's very important. Unfortunately, the D.C. U.S. Attorney Ed Martin disagrees with him because he calls himself Trump's attorney, his own words and his own statements. He doesn't say the people's attorney. He doesn't say the Justice Department's attorney. He said he's President Trump's lawyer. And so it seems to me that those two things are not accurate. Mr. Swacker, you think a U.S. attorney is the president's attorney or the Department of Justice's attorney?
It's people's attorney.
The people's attorney, okay.
The president has a White House counsel.
Okay, right. Okay, so I just want to clear that up. Maybe someone should, send a quick email to Ed Martin. Maybe we can get someone in Doge to do that. They like emailing people with like 5 things to do. Maybe like someone could say like, hey, Mr. Martin, of the 5 things to do, number 1, make sure you know who your client is. It's America, not the president. He's also sending letters to members of Congress. Are you aware of that, Mr. Fahey?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think if you're referring to the Chuck Schumer letter, yes?
No, he's sending letters to a member of the House asking him to clarify statements.
When he made those statements or...
Which is weird, because literally that same week he sent a letter, like, this committee literally held a whole hearing on free speech, right? And then all of a sudden the D.C. attorney is sending letters asking members of Congress to clarify.
Those are tricky situations. The Schumer thing, if that was not Chuck Schumer and just a regular person outside of the Supreme Court, I believe that person would at least be investigated for threats, whether or not it comes out. And those are tricky, but I don't think those are so clear-cut, because you don't have a free speech right to threaten people, threaten justice.
No, of course not.
I don't see, I mean, I see your point, and that may be how it breaks out, but I don't think it's inappropriate to look a step further in those types of things.
You know, we're hearing a lot about weaponization, and my colleagues across the other, I mean, they're the bravado party. Like, we can admit that, right? Like, the Republicans just have a lot more bravado than Democrats, and I'm okay admitting that. But they seem to just not wanting to, they're like coy on this one. I mean, they're not interested in ending the weaponization of the DOJ. They want to continue it. In fact, the deep state gave them a bad idea, and they're going to run with it. And in fact, not only are they going to run with it, man, they're going to do it even better than the deep state. I mean, they just hired pacifist Don Bongino, right? Like Dan Bongino, that seems to be very against this idea that we want to end weaponization. Dan, who says Americans are having a Cold War amongst themselves, who says that the only thing that matters is power, a system of checks and balances. Ha! That's a good one. That doesn't seem to be someone that wants to end the weaponization. It seems someone who is going to be given power and wants to continue the weaponization. I have a question. Will you gentlemen all come back in, let's say, a year and give us your assessment of whether or not we have ended the weaponization? Like we'll do like this, like a quick, like, okay, you're here now, and then like a year later you'll come back and we'll be like, by the way, mission accomplished. We'll get a big banner, we'll fly a plane, like, and mission accomplished. Or will you come back and admit, like, it looks like it's continuing to go on? Okay. I mean, not all at once.
Depending on the scheduling, sure.
Yeah.
We don't have to pick a date now. That's fine.
We'll get it.
I thought it was a rhetorical question, but yeah, we'll
it
come
was
back.
rhetorical. Okay,
Yeah.
fair. Someone is paying attention. So I just, like, there's got to be at least one of my colleagues who like can get in front of the camera and be the tough guy and just be like, we're not ending the weaponization. No. The deep state started it, man. We're gonna run with it, because we've already seen that in the appointments in the first couple of weeks. I don't need honesty because we're in Congress, but what I want is, we already know, like, the American people know. They know this, right? We don't need to hide. Just tell the American people what they know. Revenge tour is coming. We're gonna have tour dates. We're gonna show up. We're gonna play arenas, but the DOJ revenge tour is coming. Thank you.
Okay. Two things. I would love to have you back in a year. Let's try to make that a date. It may not be exactly 1 year. It could be 11 months. It could be 13 months. Oh, I think you scared them a little bit. I bet you all would be willing to come, including you, Mr. Ballou. Secondly, real quick, Mr. Moskowitz, I love your sense of humor. You got to always have a sense of humor as you go through things. You're pretty good at it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent. I'd like to introduce for the record the letter from the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General related to the Richmond memo that stated, we did not find evidence
Without
that anyone
objection.
ordered or objected to find a link between racially motivated.
Without objection.
Okay. I'd also like to introduce an article titled Jim Jordan's New Myth in Anti-Catholic FBI.
Without objection.
And the final one I'd like to introduce is an article from Fox News noting that the FBI was absolved of malicious intent in the Catholic memo incident.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Some people wrote a bad memo. Anyhow, I now recognize the gentleman from the great state of Missouri, Dr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for coming today. Mr. Breen, on September 23rd, 2022, the FBI raided the home of your client, Mark Howe, following indictment, charging FACE Act violations based on an alleged shoving incident that took place where he was defending his son near an abortion clinic. Mr. Breen, if my memory serves right, other prosecutors had looked at that case, the Houck case, prior to this SWAT team raid. Could you refresh my memory on that?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, it had been prosecuted through the state level system, and the charges were dropped because the complaining witness refused to show up.
Right.
In fact, he'd gone on vacation one time. One time, he actually went to the abortion facility to escort, and when Mark arrived, they went to court. No, he wasn't there. Mark arrived, said, did you enjoy your morning at court? This guy was the complaining witness.
Yeah.
And so that was looked through there. But even on the federal side, they had started in front of a grand jury and went fallow. It just stopped.
Right.
But then the Dobbs leak hits and all of this, and we watched it then restart up, and they get out an indictment. So that it was clearly something that was related to trying to make a point on abortion,
right,
not because he had actually committed a crime.
So dropped on the state level, dropped on the federal level, and resurrected. And then did your client do something like violent or threaten someone or something to merit 25 SWAT officers that morning?
No, and in fact, so I can show you the email from my colleague, who was a former federal prosecutor, 15 years in Arizona. He had corresponded with the local U.S. attorney who had requested response. Said, hey, if you want, we'll present him. We're glad to. He's represented. Certainly no need. There wasn't a need to send 25 officers. I mean, for heaven's sakes, you send one or two to the door and knock on it if you really want to go arrest him.
Right.
But I mean, this was outrageous, and we've seen video of it. I mean,
or maybe talk to his lawyer and ask him to appear in court.
Right. Well, and this was our thing. Our local lawyer said, if this guy was anyone but him,
yeah,
he would have been brought in to present. I mean, they let people that are much, much more dangerous and violent present. I mean, Mark did something, and we found out after we went into the case, we realized no one had gone back into the legislative history of the FACE Act. Senator Kennedy and Senator Durenberger, literally on the floor of the Senate,
right,
cut a deal and said, we are not getting in the middle of the sidewalk squabbles.
Right.
And I got to tell you, he's a good Republican. We don't like legislative history. It's a thing for the Republicans.
Right.
I'm a former legislator. I love legislative history. And for heaven's sakes, for you guys, I mean, you guys in the Congress did this. So I think you should be asserting your rights to say, stop it. You are expanding this law beyond our intent.
Right, right. And so if Mark Houck wasn't the kind of defendant or the suspect that would merit this kind of treatment, this must have been the Department of Justice sending a political message on abortion.
Maine Justice sent people in to the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. And look, Philadelphia's a rough area.
Right.
In fact, our trial judge, who was an experienced prosecutor, he's former Pennsylvania Attorney General, he said, I have never, in my time on the bench, had Maine Justice send someone out to prosecute a case in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
Well, let me talk about another case of a very dangerous criminal defendant you might be familiar with, Mr. Houck. On January 23rd, President Trump announced the pardons for 23 pro-life advocates. One of these was Eva Edel, who at 89 years old faced a sentence of up to 11 years in federal prison. Eva was a Soviet concentration camp survivor who was charged with singing and praying from her wheelchair at the entrance to an abortion facility. In 2022, at least 26 pro-life advocates faced federal charges for FACE Act violations. The same year, pregnancy resource centers experienced serious attacks, firebombings, and yet, to my knowledge, did not face any FACE Act prosecutions from the Biden Justice Department. Am I correct on that?
Yes, Congressman. I have specifically in mind a client in upstate New York, firebombed their facility. It took them $500,000 to rebuild it. And they told them, oh, we can't figure out who did it. And we can't get any answers from the police. We couldn't even get our surveillance video back. And it was outrageous when you look at the amount of federal resources that are spent on our clients, that they couldn't even find these terrorists, actual, literal domestic terrorists.
So again, aggressive prosecutorial action against pro-lifers, none against actual arsonists, domestic terrorists. Would that be a politicization of the Justice Department?
Absolutely. That's a politicization, and it's one that can be fixed with the new DOJ and under the guidance of this subcommittee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Maryland, Mr. Raskin, the ranking member.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We've got decades of excellent government, law enforcement experience represented at the table. Unfortunately, I've only got 5 minutes, so I want to go very quickly. I want to ask a few yes or no questions, and I'll start with you, Mr. Blue, and go down. In your time as a prosecutor, have you been aware of any case where prosecutors have been fired or otherwise disciplined in office for having worked on a particular case that they were assigned to before January 6th?
Not until the last month.
Mr. Fahey, Mr. Breen, you were not a prosecutor, as I understand. Okay. Mr. Fahey, in your years of government law enforcement, were you aware of any prosecutors who ever were disciplined or demoted or fired because they'd worked on a particular case before January 6th?
For being assigned to a case or beyond that? I know of people that may have been disciplined by their work on a case, but by me.
I'm not talking about misconduct on a case.
But just by being assigned.
Just by virtue of being on a team.
I don't know of it.
Okay, Mr. Swecker, did you ever encounter that in your many years on the FBI?
Not based on mere assignment of a case. I will note that, at the end of administration, U.S. attorneys routinely submit their resignations and usually are fired.
Right, but in terms of line prosecutors, civil service lawyers, you're not, or FBI agents rather, you're not aware of any. And okay, let me continue with you for a sec. Have you heard of a case where participation as an FBI agent in a particular case is grounds for dismissal or demotion, just for having worked on a particular case?
No, absent misconduct.
Okay. Mr. Blue, back to you. So a number of attorneys, around 24, I think, have been sacked just because they worked on a particular case, even if they are civil service people, which means you can't be fired for political reasons. You can only be fired for poor performance or misconduct. But I think all of the dozen attorneys who worked for Jack Smith, and a dozen attorneys were fired, I think, on the very first day because they had worked on the January 6th prosecution. Will you describe what you think the lawfulness of that is, and then also what effect that will have on morale and cohesion within the ranks of lawyers who work at the Department of Justice?
It certainly seems unlawful in that these people were being fired not because of misconduct, but because of simply the cases that they were working on, essentially viewpoint discrimination. The effect is profound. These attorneys weren't just working on January 6 cases. They were working on other cases within the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office. So,
and it's not viewpoint discrimination based on any of the viewpoints they had. We have no idea what their viewpoints were. It was viewpoints based on the people who've come into the office who think that somehow it's a badge of stigma or shame to have worked on a particular case.
Precisely.
There were 6,000 FBI agents who worked on January 6th, which was the most massive violent mob attack on the United States Congress and the peaceful transfer of power and the vice president in American history. What do you think about the idea that somehow there's an attempt to demonize and vilify people for having done their jobs in working on it?
Yeah, I think if they are demonized, if they're fired, it's going to be devastating for the FBI because these are folks that are working on counterterrorism, counterespionage, and other cases.
Yeah. So, Mr. Fayed, one other question for you. Do you think that the idea of sacking all of these lawyers simply because of having worked on a particular case will promote public safety in the District of Columbia or undermine public safety in the District of Columbia?
If people are being fired just for because I know the hypothetical, I don't know why individuals were fired and that there's conduct or if things are interrelated. I think overall the morale is going to be far higher because morale is rock bottom at DOJ, rock bottom at the FBI under the prior administration.
In the last 4 weeks, I agree with you on that.
No. During the prior administration, if you bring in some law enforcement agents,
we'll have a separate hearing on that. We'll get back to you on that one, Mr. Blue.
You've got to talk to them because they.
All right, we'll have you back. I promise. I would love nothing more, Mr. Blue. Let me come back to you. I've heard. I was there January 6th, so I know that was something that really happened. Officer Brian Sicknick really died from strokes that he had based on the violence visited on him, being sprayed in the face with noxious chemicals. He's buried at Arlington National Cemetery, and I'll take anyone with the Sicknick family over there to see him. This is not some kind of a mirage. This really happened. 140 of our officers were smashed in the face with Confederate battle flags, Trump flags, broken furniture, steel pipes, you name it. There were heart attacks, traumatic brain injury. I've got constituents who've never recovered from the wounds that took place there. Sergeant Cannell had to leave But when we talk about it, then I hear about the prosecution and vilification of parents, of mothers and fathers. And hey, I'm a father. My kids went to public school. That doesn't sound very good to me. So I try to get to the bottom of this because I've been hearing about it for 5 years now. And I ask myself, what are they talking about? So I get the memo, which was from Attorney General Merrick Garland. And it begins, I don't have time to read the whole thing. There's been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, teachers, board members, and staff. The word mother or father don't appear. The word parent doesn't appear here. There's all of this propaganda about some prosecution of parents is based on absolutely nothing. This is just made up out of thin air. So I will submit this for the record. The memo, though, all of this goes back to Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much.
Without objection. The chair recognizes, I'll see who I'm recognizing. The chair recognizes Mr. Schmidt from the great state of Kansas. See, I remembered that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be on the exam at the end. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses who I know have covered a wide range of subject matter today. I had a couple of questions regarding the school board matter, which I'm not sure has been focused upon perhaps as much as I might have thought it would have been. This is, of course, the matter from 2021 where the National School Board Association, oddly, in my view, requested that the President of the United States initiate a federal law enforcement investigation of, in effect, parents who had shown up at a variety of school board meetings around the country. In my view, understandably, they were distressed by some very difficult and I think ill-advised decisions that were made regarding masking, regarding shutting kids out of school, regarding a variety of other very unusual practices that occurred during the COVID period, and wanted to express their views on that to their locally elected officials who were making those decisions, perhaps much as we're doing here in a different scale. It struck me as very odd that we had, at the time, that we had this private association asking for a federal law enforcement investigation and that they directed their request to the President of the United States. So much so that at the time I was serving as Attorney General in Kansas, and about 3 weeks after that request came in and the Department of Justice had directed, as I recall, some of the local offices to take certain actions in terms of, I think, responding to threats was their top line, rather an odd assertion given that there weren't any actual threats asserted in the request. A group of us, 17, I believe, state attorneys general, wrote to the President and to the then U.S. Attorney General, Mr. Garland, on October 18th and asked them, in effect, what are you doing and why are you doing it? We expressed in that a concern that they were being asked to intervene in what we called a quintessentially local issue, which is the public safety in the room of a public governing body that was local. And we asked that the President and the then Attorney General and others under their direction take our point of view that local authorities were perfectly capable of handling any threats in these local meetings, as they do each and every day all over the country, without this sort of fanfare. There were then some additional steps, and the School Board Association, as I recall, backed off a bit of what they had asked for, and then about a week after that, on October the 26th, a smaller but still substantial group of 14 of us followed up with a second letter to the President and to the Attorney General, asking that they take a look at the School Board Association's actions and how those requests that were very odd had come to pass. So a handful of questions for our witnesses. I'll start with Mr. Swecker, but perhaps also Mr. Fahey. In the course of all this, it came to light that there have been conversations between people at the White House and the School Board Association, functionally consulting on the drafting of this letter that then requested a federal law enforcement investigation. In your experience, is that ordinary for the White House to be involved with a third-party outside organization and asking that federal law enforcement engage on a matter?
I can't come up with any examples of it during my tenure. And you know, the most disturbing thing about it was that it was rolled out as a national initiative. It wasn't just an isolated instance where someone came in and said, I'm going to set off a bomb in this meeting. It was people, just like city council meetings and county commission meetings and boards of trustee meetings across the country. That's where people exercise their First Amendment rights. And clearly this went way, way beyond that as in the form of a national level initiative.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
No.
Mr. Fahey?
I've never seen anything like it. And another thing that's striking about this, if you look at DOJ, and they put together a task force on things like drug trafficking, terrorism, human trafficking, it's usually major things. And this was all of a sudden, whatever information they had, they nationalized this with task force and every U.S. attorney elevating it to a level, and I'm sure you all know, threats are fairly common. I'm sure what you do, and I dealt with them all the time at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the idea that anything would have risen to this level was really, it just shows it was political in nature, because as you know, the issue of the day of that November election, both in New Jersey as well as Virginia, was that educational issue.
Did any federal prosecutions result from this use of resources?
My understanding was none, and that's the other thing. If you put that much resources into it, the fact that you would come up with nothing, it just shows that there probably was nothing there to begin with.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I just have a UC request.
Yes, without objection.
There are four articles. One is Reuters, school boards get death threats amid rage over race, gender, mask policies. That's February 15, 2022. Quote, I don't want to die for it.
Without objection.
School board members face rising threats, New York Times, November 5, 2021. A transcript with a former DOJ official describing
objection.
Deadly threats. And finally, this note that appeared in the New York Times, it's too bad that your mama is an ugly communist whore. If she doesn't quit or resign
objection.
for the year, we will kill her, which was on the windshield of a
objection.
school board member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will now recognize the ranking member from the great state of Texas, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to level set on a few things because my head has been spinning from some of the testimony that we have heard today. So just to level set really quickly, all of you have been involved with the criminal justice system in some way at some point in time in your lives. As it relates to January 6th, I just want to be clear. If anyone was incarcerated because of what happened on January 6th, they either went to trial or they entered pleas of guilty. Is that true or false? I'll start with you, Mr. Swecker.
I really don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
that's fine.
Yeah.
Mr.
Well,
Fahey?
there would be
Yes
the-
or no, Mr. Fahey? I ain't got that much time.
It's not a yes or no.
Okay,
There
then
were
I'll
people
move
that
on.
were incarcerated
I'm gonna reclaim my
pre-trial,
time. I'm gonna reclaim my
So
time.
that's a separate category, but the people that were sentenced and incarcerated, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Breen?
Yeah, I'm assuming that that was the process, although I understand the trials were not fair.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Mr. Ballou?
Every January 6th defendant who was incarcerated was charged or found guilty.
Thank you so much. It's interesting that we're not having a conversation around January 6th, and we're talking about school boards, and we're talking about people that never ended up being arrested. We're talking about the process seemingly working because there were people that felt like there should be an investigation, but ultimately they did not feel like there was anything that warranted going forward. But I can tell you for sure that we as Americans watched in despair because we did not know what was going to happen on January 6th. And as a result, over 1,000 people were arrested and or convicted. But the first day, the first priority that the sitting president had was to release these criminals. So while we're talking about whether or not we're going to be safe, I want to clarify these weren't little innocent folk that were running around and were persecuted as it was made out to be. In fact, we know that the day after one of those defendants got out, he was rearrested on a firearm charge. We know that soon after another defendant got out, he was arrested for child solicitation. We know that after another one got out, he was actually killed by law enforcement in a confrontation. And we know that after another one got out, she was sentenced because of a fatal car crash that she caused. So I want to be clear. In this country, we should believe in law and order. And I am going to be honest because much like Mr. Breen, the only time that I ever entered a criminal courthouse was in defense of someone, in defense of the accused. And it is because I believe in the Constitution. I believe that everyone has the right to due process. And as a defense attorney, I should show up ready, and I am hoping that the system works. But I say hoping because nothing on this earth is perfect. And one of the things that I actually used to take a lot of issue with was the fact that I did believe that there was a two-tier justice system. This is not something that the black community somehow woke up and said, oh, this is a new thing, although we're talking about it and we're meaning it in different ways, because all of a sudden you had somebody with more power than arguably anyone in the world, and somehow Lady Justice found him too. And I say Lady Justice somehow found him because it was grand juries that had to indict him. And then ultimately, he was found guilty of 34 counts of felonies, at least in one courthouse. We know that the other cases never proceeded for various reasons. We also know that when he entered into civil courthouses, he was found liable for various things. Listen, I don't want to have the American people get it twisted. I don't want them to be confused and believe that just because somebody is a prosecutor or just because somebody brings a case, that somehow that is weaponization. If they bring it forward and if the justice system works the way that it's supposed to be, Mr. Breen, you talked about how your client was found not guilty, and I'm guessing that you accept that jury's verdict.
Certainly.
You accept that jury's verdict for your client?
Absolutely.
Okay, but I got to move on to a few other things really quickly. Christopher Wray. Mr. Ballou, do you know who that is?
Yes.
Was Christopher Wray appointed by Joe Biden?
No, he was appointed by President Trump.
He was appointed by President Trump. Now, Christopher Wray, for those that don't know, was the head of the FBI. And Christopher Wray, was he fired by Joe Biden just because Joe Biden was a Democrat that came in?
No.
In fact, Christopher Wray left the FBI when Trump threatened to fire him, but Christopher Wray still had time on the clock, didn't he?
He did.
So any prosecutions that took place, they actually took place under the Wray FBI department. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the last thing, I know, Mr. Chair, I'm running out of time, just real quick. The last thing that I want to ask, because we've talked about the mayor of New York, is he a Democrat or a Republican?
He's a Democrat.
And he was prosecuted under a Democratic DOJ or a Republican DOJ?
A Democratic DOJ.
Thank you so much, and I will yield. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Ranking Member. You know, real quickly, if it wasn't for this committee and what revealed about parents happening to parents in schools and what happening to parishioners in churches by whistleblowers, God knows what would have happened. It was just through the work, actually, that we did here. So the justice system, again, was not working at that time. With that, I will yield to the chairman of the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Swecker, how long were you at the FBI?
24 years.
24 years. Distinguished career?
I'd like to think so.
I think so, too. Assistant Director of the Criminal Division, that's a pretty darn important position you held. In that time at the FBI, did you ever deal with confidential human sources?
Yes.
Regular basis?
Yes.
What can you tell me? Well, let's frame it this way. 26 of them were there on January 6, 2021, and we know at least 17 of them did something they weren't authorized to do. Is that typical?
I wouldn't say it's atypical. I mean, informants are generally in the criminal mix, so they often find themselves in places where there are crimes taking place, yeah.
So it was okay for them to do something they weren't authorized to do on January 6th?
No. There's a process for the FBI to authorize ordinary criminal activity, and it has to be in, you know, they're very structured about how they handle informants. If an SAC, a special agent in charge, authorizes ordinary criminal activity, it's going to be in the file.
And have you read the Inspector General's report on these 26 confidential human sources?
Not the entire report.
But according to the Inspector General, they were not authorized to do so. They were not authorized to enter the restricted space, certainly not authorized to go in the Capitol.
Right.
And we know 17 entered restricted space, 4 went in the Capitol. Yeah. How does it normally work? Do you think these guys were I'm just asking as an expert, 24 years, assistant director of the criminal division, you think these guys were paid for what they were involved with or what they did or what they witnessed, how they informed, whatever they did on the 6th? Do you think they were paid by the taxpayers?
By the time they're fully vetted informants, they generally are paid
So certainly
to be where they are.
So certainly the 2, or is it fair to say the 2 who were asked to be there by the FBI that particular day were probably on the payroll?
I would say yes.
Okay,
I think
so
that's
they
a
were
good
being paid
guess.
by the taxpayer, most likely being paid by the, well, to be fair, most likely being paid by the taxpayer, and they went, 2 of these 4 went into the Capitol who were being paid, or who were asked to be there. So they're asked to be by the FBI, likely being paid, and they did something they weren't allowed to do.
Right.
And why was it that every time Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, came in front of the committee over the last several years, and we'd have some Republican members would ask him about any confidential, why was he so reluctant to just say, yes, they were there?
I think it was an embarrassing thing for the Bureau, for the public to know that they had that many informants on the premises.
No procedure, nothing prohibiting from him telling us. We're not asking for their names. We're not asking to identify them. Certainly, we understand that's part of your investigative techniques and tactics. But there was nothing prohibiting Christopher Wray from telling us, yeah, there were confidential human sources there that day.
There was nothing prohibiting that I know of.
But he went out of his way to make sure we couldn't get that information. And then we didn't get that information, frankly, until after the election, 4 years later. They didn't need to wait 4 years to tell us what they knew on January 7th.
Right.
Well, actually, they knew on January 6th because they asked some of these people to be there.
It's pretty extraordinary because my mind goes to prevention. If they had that many informants out there, what were they doing and why weren't they reporting on what was going on ahead of time, and why didn't the FBI take steps to prevent what happened?
Because if these guys were helping actually doing what they're supposed to do, we might have prevented some of the things that took place that day is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Fahey, is it appropriate for with the special counsel, Mr. Jay Bratt, to say to a defendant's counsel, to say that we didn't know you were a Trump guy, and we thought you would do the right thing, and we understand you're interested in this judge position? Is that appropriate behavior from someone in the special counsel saying to a defendant's counsel?
That would be highly inappropriate.
That is as bad as it gets, isn't it?
That would seem, I don't recall anything even remotely comparable or even hearing of anything.
But Stanley Woodward, who this happened to.
Right, and I know it's shocking to me when I heard it, and it was only until I heard it multiple times that it was like.
One of the many things that were shocking about this special counsel, the idea that in the special counsel case in Florida, they mixed up the stuff that they got, they screwed it up and had to file with the court. Oh, the classified documents that we said Mr. Trump, that President Trump mishandled, we actually mishandled. They had to file that with the court, didn't they?
Yeah, and it's sort of the irony of it all, of holding one standard to President Trump and a lower standard, not only for them, but also.
One last question for the three of you. Why all the pre-dawn raids? What they did to Mr. Houck, what they did to Brian Malinowski. I mean, let's assume I'm not sure Brian Malinowski did anything wrong, but let's assume he did. Had 6 firearms, sold 6 firearms he wasn't supposed to sell. Why in the world would you knock on his door, have 10 cars pull up, coordinate with local police, put the tape on the doorbell cam and do what they did, which resulted in his loss of life? Why would you do that? We'll start with Mr. Breen, since you haven't answered anything yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, the outrageous thing, too, so they overdo it. And I got to tell you, I asked for body cam footage from the feds. They're not wearing the body cams. They're not on. The only people I could get was from the Pennsylvania State Police. They gave me a full video.
Yeah, you're talking Mr. Houck. You're talking about Mark.
For
the
Mark
case you had.
Houck.
Understand.
You can't even figure out, what are these folks doing? You know, they tape the Ring doorbell.
Well, they did the same thing. The point is, the consistency, and they did the same thing with Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Houck was acquitted by the jury, found not guilty by the jury. Mr. Malinowski wound up dead because he thought he was being robbed, and he defended his home and then was shot in the head and died a few hours later. It's terrible what happened. And you know the interesting thing about the Malinowski case? They were surveilling him for weeks. They were all set to go do this raid pre-dawn still the week before, and they found out he wasn't there. They were going to get the firearms. He didn't need to be there. Why in the world would you do that and jeopardize life? And of course, the worst thing happens. Mr. Schwecker, would you? That's not how it's supposed to operate, is it?
No. Most of the time, you do a couple hours of surveillance, you get the routines down, you catch them walking out to the car when they're unaware. Maximum drama is the only thing that you could surmise.
The only explanation could be that, because they followed him, and they could have went to the airport where he worked, where everyone knew. It was so ridiculous. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this hearing, and thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before us and the time they spent. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
I had 2 UCs, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Let's do it.
Thank you. I'd ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Reuters. FBI did not send undercover operatives to join January 6th attack.
Without
Washington
objection.
says, as well as an article from the New York Times. FBI did not send informants to encourage
Jasmine
Capitol
Crockett.
Without objection.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. This lady right here, Jasmine Crockett, she's going to be a star in the Democratic Party, or in the Democrat Party. I'm saying it now, so you better get acquainted with this name. Jasmine Crockett. She's going to be a problem. She's going to be a problem in future. Okay? I'm telling you. Going to be a problem in future. But she's pretty left. On the left.
Budget resolution makes for what will be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in modern history, as Chairman Arrington noted during his markup. At this very moment, our nation stands at a fiscal crossroads, one where we are beckoned to answer a simple yet pertinent question: what path will we choose to go down? The answer to that question is clear. We must embark upon a path that restores the fiscal health and vitality of the nation. This budget resolution is the primary vehicle to get us there. It is not lost on me, or frankly anyone on our side of the aisle for that matter, that there will be spurious caricatures and distorted criticism that will be lobbed at this budget resolution. Before that even happens, let's talk about what it really does and how it will work to put the nation back upon a sound footing where it belongs. First, the budget resolution aligns with the American people's mandate from November 5th and delivers upon President Trump's robust America First agenda. It eliminates the possibility of the greatest tax increase in history being levied against every American and their families. It provides ample resources to the military so that the common defense of the nation remains unencumbered. It also allocates the necessary critical resources to the Trump administration so it can further secure the border and reinforce national security. And this budget resolution instructs committees to begin the important work of trimming wasteful programs, right-sizing our fiscal footprint, and putting us on a path to fiscal sanity as opposed to the death march that Democrat control has left us on as it stands. President Trump specifically requested, quote, one big, beautiful bill, end quote, and House Republicans have answered that request with a constructive, full-bodied product. This blueprint is a framework on which Congress can deliver the agenda the American people want and deserve. Despite what my Democrat colleagues are likely to assert, it doesn't contain any specific programmatic assumptions or cuts. Let me repeat that. It does not contain any specific programmatic assumptions or cuts. The committees are left to determine best their priorities when meeting their instructions. In short, beckoning back to my earlier remarks, we are at a crossroads. Do we embrace a pro-growth, pro-America first, pro-taxpayer budget that puts us on a sustainable path, or do we embrace the failed policies of the last 4 years? I say the choice is clear, and we need to get to work. Now we'll turn to our 2 Congressional Review Act resolutions. H.J. Res. 20 would overturn the Department of Energy's previous rule that would ban certain natural gas water heaters from the marketplace. The department's rule is entirely misguided and acts as a cudgel against consumer choice and would deal a serious blow to seniors and low-income households. Republicans understand that consumer choice is not something to be trifled with. Consumer choice plays an integral role in our domestic marketplace, and it must be respected. H.J. Res. 35 would overturn the Environmental Protection Agency's previous rule that would impose a significant fee against oil and natural gas facilities if their respective methane emissions exceed specific and entirely arbitrary levels. Nothing about this fee is sensible. It reduces domestic energy production, increases our nation's reliance on foreign energy sources, raises prices, and hamstrings consumers who will ultimately bear the brunt of the cost. Like the water heater rule, this rule should be sent straight to the grave and forgotten about. The nation is locked into a new and better trajectory under the leadership of President Trump and our Republican majorities in the House and Senate. We've been given a mandate to protect consumers, and we have no intention of letting it fall to the wayside. With that, I look forward to today's discussion, and I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and let me welcome our witnesses as well. And let me just begin by saying I actually read the budget, and it will come as no surprise to anybody here that I've come to a different conclusion about this budget than the chair of this committee. The sheer magnitude of the cuts that are proposed in this budget are going to hurt regular people and a lot of the people that I represent. So today we're here to discuss the Republican budget, a budget, in my opinion, that is a betrayal of the middle class. There is nothing America first about this budget. This is about gutting programs that help everyday people so that Republicans can give more handouts to billionaires and special interests. I mean, I keep hearing Republicans run these ads about how their budget is going to put money in regular people's pockets. Talk about misleading. You conveniently forgot to mention that billions and billions this budget gives away to the ultra-rich. And you forgot to mention that you're stealing from regular people to do it. People will see their costs go up. In other words, everyday people, teachers, nurses, firefighters, police officers, farmers, plumbers, laborers are going to get screwed. And I've seen this before. I saw it in 2017, the last time Trump was in the White House. Republicans love rigging the economy for the ultra-wealthy. And today, here they are, keeping the gravy train rolling for billionaires, making it possible for them to pay a lower effective tax rate than the working people of this country. And by the way, you know who else loves this budget? The price-gouging corporations that have been squeezing families at the grocery store, at the gas pump, and on their rent checks. A lot of them pay nothing in taxes. They pay nothing. In fact, nearly 50 companies in the S&P 500 reported paying no income tax expenses in 2023. And you wouldn't dare do anything about that. And then Republicans have the nerve to lecture us about fiscal responsibility. They claim they care about the deficit, but they can't help themselves because this budget blows a massive hole in the deficit. You have $2.7 trillion, that's trillion with a T, in tax giveaways for the ultra-rich contained in this budget. And in the same breath, they're slashing programs that help everyday people. Oh, they're coming after Medicaid,
And they're coming after Social Security, and they're coming after Medicare, and they're coming after SNAP, a program that ensures that kids and seniors do not go hungry. I mean, how cruel is that, to take away food from hungry people? And they don't care. They're coming after every single thing that matters to people who work hard and keep this country going. In short, this bill is not about helping regular people. It's about helping the billionaires and price gougers who funded Republican campaigns. Wages for working people have been stagnant for decades. Everything from gas to groceries keeps getting more expensive. Eggs are like $10 a dozen in some places, and we haven't seen a damn thing to bring down costs. It's all handouts to their donors, while everyday people fight to just stay above water. This budget does not invest in working families, it robs them. It doesn't strengthen our economy, it weakens it by making it harder for regular people to get ahead. Plain and simple, Republicans are betraying the middle class. Democrats have a very different vision, one that puts regular people in front of billionaires. We care about working people who can't afford rent. We care about the people who get their hands dirty on the job and are pissed off that billionaires are able to pay lower effective taxes than they do. And we care about the nurses and the teachers and the police officers and the firefighters and the waiters and waitresses and cashiers who deserve better than this Republican budget that screws them over. It is insulting. It is insulting. Democrats want tax relief for workers, not the ultra-rich. Democrats believe in protecting Social Security and Medicare, not gutting them to pay for corporate tax handouts. And Democrats support Medicaid and SNAP because we know these programs are essential for keeping millions of Americans who live on the brink from falling off the cliff. And we all know trickle-down economics doesn't work. After the last round of Trump tax cuts that gave companies billions in tax breaks, those companies didn't spend that money on their workers or building new infrastructure. They spent it on stock buybacks to enrich their wealthy shareholders. For example, T-Mobile almost paid nothing in federal income taxes in 2023, but spent $13 billion on stock buybacks, which is why we should grow our economy from the bottom up and not the top down. This Republican budget is about choices, and they're choosing billionaires over teachers and nurses, for God's sakes. They're choosing corporate greed over struggling families. They're choosing to make life harder for the people who do the real hard work in this country. And they're blowing up the national debt while they're at it. Only these guys, Trump and Elon and the MAGA clown show in Congress, could find a way to cut hundreds of billions of dollars in spending on critical and essential programs that help people, and yet still blow up the national debt. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. The American people deserve better. They deserve a government that works for them, and not just the wealthiest elite and those at the top. I ask my colleagues, have any of you been in your districts lately? Have you talked to people? I mean, real people, as opposed to just political donors? This is not what people want. I promise you, this is not what people want. And Democrats are going to expose this corruption and grift, and we're going to fight like hell to stop it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I welcome our first panel, Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle from the House Budget Committee. I will remind the witnesses that your full statement may be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Arrington, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. In the most consequential election of our lifetime, Americans resoundingly elected President Trump to reverse course on the failed policies of the last 4 years, restoring law and order, safety and security, a strong economy, an affordable cost of living, and hope for an overall better quality of life and a brighter future. In other words, as President Trump is fond of saying, to make America great again. The last 4 years of unbridled spending and bad economic policies ignited a cost of living crisis that crushed American families and small businesses alike. Skyrocketing prices pummeled the bottom line of American job creators, eroding Americans' purchasing power and stretched family budgets to their breaking point. Today, we take an important step in unlocking the policies that will provide critical relief for families, reignite an American comeback, restore fiscal health to our nation by reining in Washington's runaway taxes, spending, and regulations. Our resolution also recognizes the need to provide critical resources for securing the border and strengthening our military as our Commander-in-Chief reestablishes the first and most important job of the federal government to provide for the common defense. President Trump asked for one comprehensive bill to implement the full America First agenda, and that's exactly what the House Budget Committee has delivered. Now it's time for all Republicans in both chambers to follow President Trump's lead by passing it, making these common sense policies a reality for the American people. This balanced budget resolution will achieve the following objectives. In order to make America prosperous again, we will reverse Biden's spending spree and bend the curve on mandatory spending. We will lock in tax cuts for working families and small businesses crushed by the recent cost of living crisis. We will open up domestic energy production and drive energy costs down for consumers. We will release the regulatory stranglehold that is choking our job creators and compromising economic freedom. And we will right-size the bloated bureaucracy and root out massive waste and fraud in the people's government. And in order to make America safe again, we will provide the resources necessary to secure the border, support our Border Patrol agents, support our troops as we strengthen the military, and rebuild our military readiness. This budget reconciliation process, and this is important, is not just an exercise in matching revenues with outlays. More importantly, we are reconciling the difference between the American people's interest, expectations, and values and their federal government, which has lost its way, forgotten who it serves, and too often has failed to faithfully, fairly, and efficiently execute the laws of the land. And if we learned anything from the November election, the American people want a strong and competent leader, common sense policies, and an agenda that puts America first. They want their country back, safe, strong, and free. And that's exactly what we intend to deliver for them, Mr. Chairman. The members of the Budget Committee have answered this call and met this moment with urgency. All 21 Republicans voting unanimously out of committee, the fastest passage of a budget resolution in the Budget Committee's 50-year history. We must meet this moment, as I said, with the urgency it demands, to protect the most vulnerable and make our government efficient and accountable before we bankrupt this country and foreclose on our children's future. This budget resolution provides the fiscal framework for what will be the most consequential piece of legislation in modern history and the principal legislative vehicle for delivering on President Trump's America First agenda. And I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking Member Boyle, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Let me also say something else. I know sometimes service on the Rules Committee, whether you're in the majority or the minority, can be a thankless task, requiring many extra hours of your time and attention. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your service on this committee. Over the course of this hearing, indeed already, our Republican colleagues will make sweeping claims about their budget. They will insist it promotes economic growth and helps working families. Let's be clear. What Mr. McGovern already said is correct. This budget is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It guts the very programs millions of Americans rely on: health care, food assistance, education, all to hand out massive trillion-dollar giveaways to billionaires. The contradictions in their rhetoric couldn't be more obvious. Just last week, President Trump assured the American people that Medicaid would remain untouched. Indeed, I believe his exact words were, he would, quote, love and cherish Medicaid. Then hours later, he endorsed this budget, one that slashes at least $880 billion from critical health programs, including Medicaid. The consequences will be staggering. 72 million Americans, children, seniors, people with disabilities, and working families depend on Medicaid. They're Democrats, Republicans, and independents. They're my constituents, and they're yours. Instead of protecting them or loving and cherishing them, this Republican budget has shown their priorities to be clear. Take from those who need it in order to give trillions in tax cuts to those who need it the least. And let's address their so-called economic claims. They argue their budget will generate $2.5 trillion in magic growth without adding a single cent to the deficit. Not one independent, nonpartisan organization believes that fuzzy math. The truth is, this budget does not reduce the deficit. It does not reduce the national debt. It explodes it, making room for $4 trillion in new debt. It's right there in black and white in the bill. This, of course, from the same group who for years shed crocodile tears over the size of our deficit and debt. They're adding trillions more to the debt, not to invest in working families, mind you, not to build a stronger future for our country, but to line the pockets of the richest 0.1%, folks who will receive at least a tax break of $314,000 per person. And who pays the price? Everyday Americans facing higher health costs, fewer protections, and a government that turns its back on them. The American people deserve better, and the Democrats on the House Budget Committee fought back. Less than 2 weeks ago, over the course of a 12-hour markup, House Budget Democrats offered more than 30 amendments, fighting to protect Medicaid, safeguarding critical programs, and standing up for students, educators, workers, and veterans. Unfortunately, the majority rejected every single one of these amendments. Given the choice between standing with the hardworking people who built this country and standing with billionaires, they chose billionaires. A budget is not just numbers on a page. It's a statement of values. It reflects priorities. It is a vision for the kind of country we want to be. Republicans have made their priorities clear. Cut Medicaid, cut $1.5 trillion at least from critical programs in order to pay for trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the richest 1%. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify and look forward to your questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, noting exceptions to Ranking Member Boyle's statements. I now recognize Ms. Fischbach for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to confirm that we're talking about the budget resolution because it's there's a lot of talk about cuts and all kinds of things, but we're talking about a budget resolution right now. And our colleagues are claiming that this resolution does a number of things that it doesn't actually do. And I do think it's important to point out that the real reason that we're here is because of the expiration of the Trump tax cuts. And it would result in the largest single tax increase on working families in recent history. My Democrat colleagues want to distract from the real impact of letting these tax provisions expire by talking about the millionaires and billionaires and not talking about the impact on the everyday Americans. In my district, a family of four making the median income in my district, which is around $70,000 a year, would see their taxes go up by more than $1,400. So if we let those Trump tax cuts expire, these are the real numbers. Over 100,000 families in my district would see their child tax credit slashed in half if the Trump tax cuts expire. And I'll tell you, I was in my district. I do talk to the folks in my district. And I was in my district this weekend, and there was a couple with a little baby in the corner, little baby with a pink hat on, so assuming it's a girl. And I said something about the tax, if the child tax cuts expire, child tax credits expire, and they nodded. They were like, don't let them expire, don't, so they were very concerned about that. So this is real people, over 100,000 families in my district, and nearly 57,000 small businesses in my district would lose their small business deduction and would have to pay a rate of 43.4% tax rate. and over 29,000 family farms in my district would find it much harder to pass their way of life onto the next generation when the death tax doubles if the Trump's tax cuts expire. So as we talk about those things, we need to make sure we're talking about facts and that we talk about what's happening to the people in our districts. And Chairman Arrington, I just wanted to, I'd like to, obviously the other side's talking about a lot of things that aren't, that this will do or is doing that's not really. And so if you'd like to, I'd like to give you a chance to respond to some of the claims that this resolution is doing things it's not, if you want to.
Well, you mentioned the tax cuts, much maligned over the years, wrongfully, because what the Democrats failed to acknowledge is that more people were lifted out of poverty after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act than any other time in the history of our country. The median income actually went up by 5%. That's the most in 25 years. We had fewer people unemployed among the most vulnerable Americans in recorded history. We had more monies, American dollars, repatriated to the United States, invested to grow businesses, to create jobs, to create opportunities, to give hope for a better quality of life, a bigger paycheck. That's what happened. But they failed to talk about that. And in fact, when they criticized the tax cuts as a giveaway to the rich and corporations, they probably don't talk about the green energy tax subsidies to the climate-related corporations that was scored at $250 billion and ended up being about $700 to $800 billion in cost. But worst of all, it was distortive. It drove energy prices up, and it made us more dependent on foreign sources. And about 70%, according to some sources, of the value of those green energy corporate tax giveaways that the Democrats passed unilaterally, 70% of the value went to China because of the rare earth mineral mining, because of the component parts to many of the renewable energy endeavors. But when they criticized the TCJA back in the day, because these are tired, old, rhetorical and false claims, they said that this was a tax cut for the rich and corporations. The Washington Post fact check gave 4 Pinocchios. The Washington Post, they gave 4 Pinocchios saying this is simply wrong, clearly false. 3 of every $4 in the 2017 tax cuts went to individuals, cutting taxes for the lowest income by 10%, and the top 1% got a 0.5% tax cut. There are other, Washington Post said that the tax cuts going to the top 1% gave this false statement to Pinocchios, calling it a zombie claim, galling. So even the Washington Post discredited these claims. But, you know, the American people are the best judge of this. They hear both sides. I'm not sure they believe necessarily any one party, including our own, sadly enough. But they believed in the effects and the results of the policies of President Trump and unified Republican leadership, in contrast to the 40-year high inflation, the cost of living crisis, a weaker economy, a nation closer to the precipice of a debt crisis, all because of $8 trillion in unbridled deficit spending and a $5 trillion additional cost in interest expense on the debt, which tripled under President Biden. I think the American people, Ms. Fishbach, made the ultimate decision and used their good judgment. And in this case, they trusted President Trump and Republicans to turn this economy around, to bend the curve on wasteful and unnecessary spending with a $2 trillion deficit and $36 trillion that will be heaped on the backs of our children. I think they believed and trusted in him and us to do this very thing, and it will be much maligned going forward. There'll be lots of false claims and fear-mongering. We've got to do what we know is right for our country, for our children's future, and for America's leadership in the world going into the better part of the 21st century. Thanks for letting me have that opportunity.
Thank you very much. And I will just sum it up. And what I think that my Democrat colleagues like to do is to distract from the real facts by talking about millionaires and billionaires and not the average American who will suffer if we don't extend these tax cuts. The tax cuts for the families in my district and in theirs, the tax cuts for the small businesses in my district and in theirs, and the tax cuts for the family farms. And I think we need to focus on that because the Democrats will continue to try to confuse and distract people with talking about millionaires and billionaires. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ranking Member McGovern for his questions.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with the chairman of the committee. I think that the American people are the best judge. And I'd encourage my Republican friends, I'd encourage the chairman to go home and do a town hall meeting. And you get an earful right now. Because people are like shocked that they thought that Trump was going to focus in on lowering the cost of living for people, lowering the cost of eggs and lowering the cost of fuel and lowering the cost of rents and everything else, everything's going in the wrong direction. And with the promise of tariffs, things are even getting worse. Yeah, so go home and do a town hall, listen to people. And they see through this. We could talk all we want about how, oh, don't worry about Medicaid and don't worry about Medicare and don't worry about anything. Everything's going to be beautiful. And then you look at the numbers that are contained in this budget, and it just defies reality. People are tired of the BS. They really are. And don't lecture us about how, the tax cuts were somehow a great boon for average families. I got an analysis here saying that rather than use their windfalls from the 2017 tax laws, corporate tax cut to increase wages for rank-and-file workers, corporations have boosted stock buybacks, which exceed $1 trillion in 2025, according to a recent Goldman Sachs analysis. I mean, people at the top, big corporations, use this to enrich themselves. So again, I'm shocked at this budget. I'm shocked at the cruel cuts to Medicaid, to SNAP assistance, to assistance for working families that are outlined in this budget resolution. I think all, again, to protect the ultra-rich from paying their fair share. Middle class and working families deserve more money in their pockets, but the rest of what's outlined in this budget, it's a billionaire giveaway. It's a giveaway to the well-off and the well-connected. This is not what our constituents want. In fact, this Republican budget plan is a betrayal of the middle class that funnels taxpayer dollars into giveaways for the ultra-rich. This is inhumane, and Americans are watching exactly what you're doing. And on top of all of this, I think it's hypocritical. So less than a year ago, the Budget Committee met and reported out a 2025 budget. That budget never came to the House floor, but every Republican on the Budget Committee supported it. Now, Chairman Arrington, you're back with a new 2025 budget that also has been reported out by your committee, and I think it's revealing to compare the two. For instance, last year you brought forward a budget that would result in the United States being $40 trillion in debt in 2034. Now, less than a year later, you're before us with a budget that would instead result in the United States being $56 trillion in debt in 2034. What in the world has happened in the past months that has made you think it's appropriate for our nation's debt to increase by 40% over your prior budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Ranking Member and dear friend, and you are a friend. But it's, I think, important to note that my Democrat colleagues never did a budget resolution in the committee, not once. We at least laid out a framework for a balanced budget, which was the first one that you mentioned, and now we've worked in regular order to put forward a balanced budget resolution that will not add to the deficit.
Well,
And so you ask what the difference is. The difference is we have a conference that worked collectively to make sure that we put the policies in place to grow this economy and start to bend the curve on mandatory spending, which is 75% of the budget and 90% of the increase in the budget, and certainly the preponderance of what's driving the debt. The last time anybody's even touched mandatory spending in a significant way was in 1997 at $400 billion. It was a bipartisan effort to reduce the deficit. We are long overdue for this.
But the numbers I'm
Go ahead.
giving you, Mr. Chairman, are from your very own budget. On page 6, line 16 of your fiscal year 2025 budget resolution from the 118th Congress, just over $40 trillion in debt in 2034. That's your budget. And then on page 6, line 9 of the resolution we're discussing today, $55.5 trillion. It's right here. I mean, Ranking Member Boyle, are you able to confirm that?
If you want to direct me to the page, I believe that you are correct, but if you want to direct me to the page, I can.
Page 6, line 9 of the resolution we're debating right now.
Fiscal year 2034, $55,566,372,000,000. So yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
More than $55 trillion.
Yeah, and then and this was in the last year's budget was was at $40 trillion. So I mean, clearly something has changed. I mean the double talk on the budget I think is absolutely incredible. Republicans claim this is a responsible budget that will help, not hurt, the debt, but their own resolution plans on $16 trillion more in terms of dollars going to add to the debt, $16 trillion more than they planned on just last year. And there's another difference between last year's Republican budget and this year's one that I find particularly interesting. Last year's budget had a whole section about limiting budget gimmicks that, quote, obscure the federal budget's true condition, end quote. This year, that section is mysteriously missing. Ranking Member Boyle, is that because Republicans are now using such budget gimmicks to try to justify voting for an explosion to our national debt?
The short answer is yes. I would refer people to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, certainly not a progressive organization and one that has been an equal opportunity, one that has actually criticized both sides in recent years when it comes to deficit and debt. They have pointed out repeatedly just what an absolute gimmick this is. It assumes growth projections that are entirely unrealistic and no nonpartisan group comes anywhere close to coming up with in order for them to mask the fact that this explodes our deficit and debt.
Yeah, and I think what's clear to me is that the Republicans on this committee, on the Rules Committee, who voted for that budget last year, Mr. Roy, Mr. Norman, and Mrs. Fishbach, clearly shouldn't vote for this rule if they actually care about the deficit and the debt. You know, I had to point out that absurd contradiction, but now let's talk about what I think is the real scandal here, which is the constant tax breaks for millionaires or billionaires that Republicans keep on passing. Last time Trump was in charge, Republicans cut taxes on giant corporations, lowering the corporate tax rate by 14% and giving huge handouts to Amazon and Meta and every other billionaire corporation out there. Ranking Member Boyle, why aren't Republicans talking today about why aren't Republicans talking today about extending those corporate cuts?
Yeah. So the original 2017 TCJA brought the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. That is obviously a 14-point reduction, but on a percentage basis, it's actually a 40% cut in the corporate tax rate. They decided to make that permanent. They didn't make, and I've heard a lot of conversation from the other side already about the tax cuts that were included for lower income folks and working class folks, tax cuts that were a pittance compared to what the richest 1% of Americans got. Nonetheless, they didn't make them permanent. They didn't make any of the tax cuts permanent. The only thing they made permanent were the corporate tax cuts, the 40% reduction in the corporate tax rate. Final point on this, because there was an argument, President Obama and a number of Democrats, such as myself, were arguing that we should reduce the top rate at 35% to something lower and broaden the base by closing loopholes. There was no company that ever came into my office that had the nerve to ask for a 40% reduction. They were looking for something in the high 20s, somewhere around the average of other nations. So the reduction from 35% to 21% was absolutely massive, and this was made permanent, which again I think reflects the priorities.
So just to be clear, I want to get this straight. Republicans made their tax cuts for giant corporations permanent, but let the tax cuts for working families expire.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? Okay. Now, if that doesn't show where President Trump and the Republicans' priorities are, I'm not sure what does. But I just want to get a sense of what the thinking on this is from the chairman of the committee, of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Chairman, and this is really a yes or no question. I'm not looking for necessarily a long answer, but is it your position that we cannot raise taxes on people making over $1 million a year by a single cent? Is that your position?
My position is that we should lower taxes for every American. They pay too much in
So
taxes.
millionaires and billionaires should get their taxes reduced?
Well, our position at the time was, and of other points to make on the corporate tax rate, is that we differed from our Democrat colleagues who were okay keeping our business tax rates higher than Communist China. We thought that was not wise nor competitive for American companies. So we simply wanted to give some competitiveness. We're still outside the top 25%, by the way, in terms of rates, but you could help us lock in comparable tax treatment to like 26 million small businesses with the 20% deduction.
Well,
in
as you know,
199.
there are corporations that pay zero in taxes because of all the loopholes that are in the tax law, right? And that's just a fact. And the idea that we have a budget before us that is calling for huge cuts that we know are going to negatively impact programs like Medicaid. And by the way, those cuts are not going to result in savings. You cut Medicaid at the level you want to cut Medicaid by, let me tell you what's going to happen. People aren't going to go get primary care. Or if they get sick, they're not going to go to the doctors. And you know what's going to happen? They'll end up in emergency rooms. And we're going to pay dearly for that. That's the most expensive kind of health care. But we're cutting those things. And we know, as we gathered here today, that because of all the loopholes, we have some corporations paying zero. But rather than go after that, we're going after poor people. We're going after food benefits and SNAP. We're going after farmers, who are struggling right now. We're going after small businesses. We're going after people who struggle. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Do you think it is okay that Tesla pays nothing in taxes as the company pays Elon Musk tens of billions of dollars? Do you see anything wrong with that?
I think it's wrong to let illegal immigrants benefit from our social services, and that's what's happening on Medicaid. And in fact,
First of all, that's not the question. I mean, and the reality is, we could have a conversation on what all the value that immigrants bring to our communities and our businesses, by the way. Sure. And our businesses. But the bottom line is, I'm asking about the company that Elon owns, Tesla, and I'm asking your opinion. You have to design a budget with revenue that we have coming in, and I want to know if you think it's okay that Tesla pays nothing in taxes.
Corporations pay a tax rate. They pay, shareholders pay capital gains taxes. We've got taxes from cradle to grave. We've got taxes up and down the government chain from local, state, and federal taxes. I'm simply submitting to you that lower tax rates for all benefit the country.
So in other words, you're not going to answer my question, but I ask you unanimous consent to submit into the record an article from Investors Business Daily entitled "Nearly 10% of S&P 500 companies paid no tax, including Tesla."
Where's the article from?
Investors Business Daily.
Without objection?
And do you think it is fair that right now in this country, it's possible that a billionaire can pay a lower effective tax rate than a firefighter or a nurse?
I think it's unfair for 1% and unhealthy for the top 1% to pay almost half the expenses of our collective federal government. I think it's unfair for the top 10% to pay effectively 75% of the freight. I think we ought to have an ownership society where everybody feels a part
So you
of
think
our
the
country.
answer, I take it the answer is yes on that. Do you think it's right that hedge fund managers and CEOs get all kinds of special tax breaks, but teachers, police officers, and truck drivers don't?
I'm for closing special interest deductions, credits, loopholes of all kinds, and flattening the tax regime, just like repealing the green energy tax breaks.
So you would basically join Democrats in demanding that all these special loopholes get closed so that these billionaires and these big corporations that are not paying any taxes right now
I think
will
we
be
should,
forced to pay taxes.
I think we should work together to clean up the tax code, and I would include the green energy tax giveaways that were unilaterally supported 100% by every Democrat, and those were corporations, 90% of
I
it.
just wish you were in charge of the Budget Committee if you were agreeing with me, because, you know, this was an opportunity to kind of set out some goals here and some direction. If tax cuts for billionaires and corporations are job creators, like your side claims, why did they use the last round of Trump's tax cuts for stock buybacks instead of raising wages?
The working middle-class American family gained $5,000 of their hard-earned money, by the way, to pay for a 21% inflation tax caused by the
according to a
reckless spending
recent
of your
Goldman
party.
Sachs analysis, rather than use their windfalls from the 2017 tax laws corporate tax cut to increase wages for rank-and-file workers, corporations have boosted stock buybacks, which will exceed $1 trillion in 2025.
I would just note, you're closing in on 16 minutes.
I appreciate it, but I've been on this committee when some of my colleagues on the other side have used 45 minutes or 60 minutes to go ask questions. So I'll try to wrap this up.
I appreciate your discretion.
Yeah, but this is important.
I appreciate
And this is
the question.
important, and we're not going to have any opportunity to debate this in any detail on the House floor because of the rules that my Republican friends are going to impose. Trump bragged about avoiding taxes and using loopholes. Do you support a system where billionaires like Trump get to pay little or nothing? Why aren't you doing anything to fix that now that you're in charge?
I think we should broaden the base. I think we should clean up the tax code. I think there are lots of ways to do that, by the way, where there are constituencies, so to speak, that benefit or that are more connected to one party or the other. We ought to work together to do that.
So to be fair, because I asked this question of Mr. Boyle, why did Republicans choose to let Trump's tax cut for corporations remain permanent, but let middle-class individual tax cuts expire?
Well, the corporate tax rates were the most pro-growth of all. So when we talk about the $5,000 in wage increases, when we talk about poverty rates, when we talk about repatriation, the biggest driver of that was making sure we weren't the highest taxed business enterprise in the developed world and higher than communist China.
I just told you how they use that money for stock buybacks. And by the way, you know, just for the record, you know, I'll be honest with you, billionaires need us. Billionaires need people, not the other way around. But, you know, these companies took that tax break and they enriched their shareholders. Will you support a reconciliation bill outlined by this budget resolution that has any cuts in Medicaid or Medicare?
I will support a budget resolution or a reconciliation bill that does not allow hard-earned tax dollars to flow to people who are in this country illegally.
Yeah,
and I will also support a bill.
You're not answering my question. Will you support a reconciliation bill that cuts SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program?
Mr. McGovern, this exercise is not about cutting benefits from, in spite of your comments.
It very much is.
It's not.
It is.
It's actually expecting that the tax dollar that was intended to go to the beneficiary goes to the beneficiary, not an illegal immigrant, and not somebody that doesn't qualify for the job.
About. Well, I mean, people.
May I give you an example?
People who on the tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts, thought that these businesses that got the most generous benefits were going to invest in increasing people's wages and investing in infrastructure and more jobs. They did not do that. But you know, do you know what the? I'm assuming the answer to this is yes. But have you ever talked to a family who's on SNAP?
Absolutely.
And do you know what the average SNAP benefit per person per meal is?
You've mentioned it before, but you could tell me. I don't have it in front of me.
It's right now it's about $2.07 per person per meal. Right now, our back of envelope calculation on what benefits would be cut, and it would be if they cut the 2021 benefit update, would take that from $2.07 per person per meal to about $1.60 per person per meal. Do you know how many people, are on SNAP in your district, Mr. Arrington?
A lot less after we passed the Tax Cuts
I'm
and
gonna tell
Jobs
you.
Act. A
Well,
lot
I'll tell you,
less.
36,529.
The goal
And with
should be
and
to
with-
keep people off the
Right,
welfare
well,
rolls
you know
and
what?
trapped
Those
in
tax
poverty.
cuts didn't.
It-
And with
ours did.
respect,
6 million people were, I don't mean to
and
cut
with
you off.
well, the fact of the matter is, Ms. Arrington, 36,529 is quite a few people in your district.
I have a
And
lot
that
more
number-
taxpayers
right.
in my
But with
district,
respect
and
to
I
my
have a lot
Republican
more
colleague,
people-
excuse me,
Yes,
I'm,
go ahead.
with respect to my Republican colleagues, and to you, Mr. Arrington.
Yeah, please.
You're doing these cuts, and you don't even know what you're cutting. And I know how many recipients are in my district.
Yeah, I totally Mr.
48,389, almost 50,000.
That's
and they're
a false
all
statement.
and they're all scared shitless
Yeah.
at what these
Well,
cuts
they
mean for their
should be
families,
with your-
for their kids, and I mean.
I would be too with
yeah.
the fear mongering that you
Well,
perpetuated
you have a
along with your
$230
colleagues. And it's not true.
You have a $230 billion cut in the ag section of this bill. And we know that, commodities, U.S. Farm commodities are not going to be targeted. Our farmers are already going to be hurt by Trump trying to eliminate USAID because $2 billion of the food that we send overseas is purchased from our local farmers. But let me finally turn back to Ranking Member Boyle. It is my understanding that Speaker Johnson made a backroom deal with certain members of the Republican Freedom Caucus to add a bill to this resolution that speeds up government deregulation. It's called the REINS Act during your markup. But what I see is just a policy statement with no force of law. Is that accurate?
So after at that point, about 12 hours into our markup, the majority offered two amendments, the first of which was the REINS Act, which would do exactly what you described. And while it might sound to some innocuous, the ramifications would be devastating. The REINS Act would block rules that ensure the safety of our food, air, water, and workplace. So this is something that, if enacted, would have real ramifications for most Americans.
So right now, it's a policy statement with no force of law, right?
That's correct.
And if they were somehow to make this fake provision real in this resolution, based on your understanding, would the REINS Act ever actually make it through the Senate in a reconciliation bill?
Well, that's where you run into, and I'm certainly not the Senate parliamentarian, but there is part of the rather quirky rules of reconciliation is this provision that there can be nothing attached to a budget resolution in order to remain under the rules of reconciliation to retain its privilege that can have a non-incidental budgetary impact. And so given that, I have to say it's hard to see how that would survive.
So the REINS Act is not a revenue measure, it's a regulatory measure, and therefore that's the reason why it would not make
Correct.
sense.
I mean, not only, you might recall 4 years ago when House Democrats were attempting to use, as part of their reconciliation, a provision to increase the minimum wage, which hasn't been increased in this country in a decade and a half and is still $7.25 an hour. Even though that would seem to have a fairly obvious budgetary impact to me, the Senate parliamentarian ruled that the impact was incidental and therefore struck it out. Here you have this policy statement with no budgetary impact, so it seems pretty obvious that it wouldn't fly with the parliamentarian, and it's pretty clear it would be taken out.
So I'll just say, to people like Mr. Norman, if you're going to vote for this bill because of the REINS Act, you might want to have a conversation with the Senate parliamentarian. So, for folks at home, and let me close here, and frankly, for some in this room, let me share exactly what's going on here. Speaker Johnson is trying to do a magic trick with this budget scam, and he wants to make sure that none of us look too closely, because he's telling the moderate Republicans one thing and turning around and telling the House Freedom Caucus another. And they can't both be true. So we'll see on the floor who the suckers are, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would remind members and witnesses that we're not supposed to talk over one another. when we can. I know we get excited and things are being said. Further, would remind folks that in Jefferson's Manual of Parliamentary Practice and Procedure, while we have gone away from that, we weren't supposed to talk about what the Senate might or might not do because we're two independent bodies. With that, I recognize Mr. Roy for his questions.
Thank the chairman. Thank both the chairman and the ranking member for appearing before the committee. We spent a lot of time together last week, or the week before, I guess. Mr. Chairman, we have before us a budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's a budget resolution. We have no specific policies or programs that are directly laid out in said budget as it relates to where any spending or tax policy or anything else should be directed, right?
That's accurate.
There are instructions to committees. Is that right?
That's right.
There are instructions committees to meet the goals of the budget. Is that right?
Correct.
I'll ask the chairman a question carefully and state it in the form of what I believe. He can agree or disagree with it. That it would be ideal if we were balancing our budget. We are not. That we currently are spending roughly $7 trillion a year in our total spend.
That's correct.
That is up from $4.5 trillion a year in 2019 pre-COVID. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we are up $2.5 trillion in just over 5 years. Is that correct?
52% since COVID.
That is driven in significant part by inflation, by policies that have been adopted and that have driven inflation over that time. True?
That's true.
Also driven in significant part by policies pursued by the previous administration and to some degree Congress. True?
Including $2 trillion in executive orders by President Biden.
Which have both an inflationary impact as well as a budgetary impact, correct?
That's correct.
In addition, the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called subsidies, which I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, 90% of said subsidies go to billion-dollar corporations.
That's correct.
That those subsidies have both an inflationary impact and a budgetary impact, correct?
That's correct.
And we are dealing with the impact of both the budgetary impact and inflationary impact, correct?
That's correct.
So what the American people want us to do and what we're trying to do with the budget is try to close that gap and figure out how we can get that back down in terms of constraining the size, scope, and government programs, which is both causing the inflation that is then causing the spending, and the spending is causing the inflation, and it's a vicious circle. Is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement. Well put.
And that I assume the chairman would agree with me that we could reduce spending and that we should seek as a goal to try to get back to the pre-COVID trajectory of spending. Is that correct?
That would be a reasonable goal.
Yeah, we could do better, but that would be at least a modest goal to try to get back to that. And I used the word trajectory. I didn't say we'd go back to exactly that specific level. So for example, our friend from Wisconsin, Senator Johnson, has said, and I'm not going to comment on what the Senate will do or not do, but just on what the senator has spoken about, that the senator has pointed out that if you adjusted that 2019 level of spending for Medicare, Social Security, interest payments with increase of interest, and adjusted it for inflation along those lines, that we should be at $6 trillion. Is that roughly correct to your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Which would be $1 trillion less than the $7 trillion we're currently spending.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to say this sheepishly. Does the budget that we adopted last week come close to addressing even that $1 trillion shortfall in the single year?
In the grand scheme of things, it's a meaningful step in the direction we must go and the continuous effort to rein in unnecessary and wasteful spending. But relative to the $7 trillion budget and the $1 trillion in additional spend post-COVID, we're talking about 150 to 200 billion a year.
And does the budget that was adopted make certain assumptions? It does, correct?
That's correct.
Are the assumptions that the budget makes, we build into it spending reductions and instructions to reduce spending of what you just described of 150 to 200 billion dollars a year annually to total 1.5 to 2 trillion over 10 years. Is that one of our assumptions?
That's correct.
That's an instruction.
That's an instruction.
And then an assumption is that we are assuming 2.5%, roughly 2.55% economic growth.
That's correct, which
Now-
was the growth rate the last year of President Trump with unilateral Republican leadership, Republican policies in place, and it's well below the average of the recent and long-term history of our country and our economy.
And correct me if I'm right. Now, look, full disclosure, right? Our recent trends have been closer to 2% growth. Is that correct over the last couple of decades?
That's correct.
Fair characterization. CBO currently has baked into the baseline an estimate of 1.8% growth.
That's
correct. We have had history in the United States over the last, I think, roughly century, give or take, historic growth, and CBO would confirm this, of 3.2% growth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Over the history of what we've been cataloging.
Some decades we had 4%.
Correct. Some have been higher. We had the U.S. economy grew, to the best of my knowledge, 3.6% in 21 to 24, 2.7%, 22 to 24, 2.8% in 24, 3.1% since World War II. We grew by more than 3% in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, by more than 4% in the 60s and 50s. And so our budget assumes 2.55% economic growth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does the chairman agree that that is well within historical norms and averages?
I think it's conservative.
And so I would ask, in fairness to
With
the ranking...
respect to historical average, I think
Sure.
it's conservative.
I'd like to ask on this point, in fairness to the ranking member with whom we've got a great relationship on the committee,
Yes.
would the ranking member agree that while it is admittedly higher than what CBO is projecting in its budget, right, that it is well within historic norms if you look at the broad base of American history and a number of the times in which we've achieved economic growth over the last decade even, that we've surpassed 2.5% growth?
Well, first, Mr. Roy, thank you very much for pointing out just how much this economy grew under President Biden. I appreciate you pointing that out. Second, you stated you went through the last 3 years, starting with 2021. Part of what enabled tremendous growth initially, especially in the employment sector, was the fact we declined dramatically in 2020. So I think we have to actually take the full 4 years into account going back to 2020. I do believe the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, as well as others, have said a projected growth rate each and every year for the next 10 years of 2.8% is unrealistic. Finally, we did achieve tremendous growth year over year in the 1950s and the post-World War II years. Assuming that we can do that again, and I hope we can, but I'm not sure where the justification lies for that.
Well, would the gentleman agree, though, it wasn't just the, and I'm trying to level set the history of it, not get into like a sparring debate over it, but that it wasn't just the post-World War II timeframe, right? I mean, we had 4%.
1950s, 1960s.
Yeah, 4% in the
growing.
60s and 50s, 3% in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. We've had significant times over 2.5%, even in the last 2 decades when it's been lower. Chairman, you have something you want to add to that?
Well, I just for perspective, first of all, you had a 2.7 if you control for the year of COVID growth rate for President Biden. You had a 2.8 average for pre-COVID for President Trump. But let's be clear, the CBO's projections are based on current law.
Right.
That is, the current laws as advanced primarily over the last 4 years by Democrats. Current laws and policies that pay people not to work, current laws and policies that have increased our tax liability, current laws and policies that have heaped $2 trillion, and that's conservative, of cost in regulations in all 4 corners of this economy, and the current law that portends this 1.8% growth rate, annual average, also does so with the expectation that the TCJA, or Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, would expire. So I don't doubt that we would have, I think it would be a stretch to get to 1.8% annual average. If you allow these tax cuts to expire, if you continue with this massive regulatory administrative state that has been created. So I think that's a conservative number. I think it would be much lower, but with the pro-growth policies, there is no doubt in my mind, recent history, or recent past history or in the long run, we are extremely conservative.
And stated differently, should we seek as our objective to have 1.8% economic growth?
Absolutely not.
Right. And so recognizing that reality and recognizing a century of 3.2% growth, certainly 3.1% growth since World War II, we're not assuming 3% growth. We're not even assuming the historic average, right? I mean, that one might argue, well, okay, well, that's pretty robust in your assumption. Like, we're assuming the sweet spot between where we've been in the doldrums of a highly regulated economy.
That's right.
And trying to free that economy up through deregulation, RAINS Act, energy freedom, policies the president's trying to embark upon, as well as tax policy we're trying to make more permanent or certainly extended to try to create economic growth and to get us out of the doldrums of 1.8 to 2% growth. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And so so for the world to understand, I say this as a fiscal conservative, you have to make some assumptions. And so if you make an assumption of 2.5% growth, when your goal is 3 to 3.2 or 3.5 or more growth,
that's right.
But you know that there's a reality it could be 2, you're trying to make an assumption based on where you hope it will be at least and higher. I am of the belief that we can get to 2.5% and higher if we just do our basic job of getting the hell out of the way. Does the chairman agree?
I couldn't agree more.
Okay.
And fully expect us to exceed the 2.5% growth.
On the issue overall on what we're talking about, because some people have raised concerns about draconian cuts. My understanding of the CBO baseline outlays over 25 to 2034, from 2025 to 2034, is that would total $85.7 trillion over 10 years. And that what the House instructions would produce is $84.071 trillion. So I just want to put in perspective for the world what we're talking about. We're talking about over 10 years, that level of shift. What we're talking about on an annual basis in a $7 trillion spend versus $4.5 trillion a mere 5 years ago, we're talking about trying to save a floor of $150 to $200 billion. That is 2 to 3% of the total spend. And I think the question here we have to ask ourselves is, are we incapable as Congress of coming up with 2 to 3% savings in the bloat of $7 trillion? Are we that incapable? Are we that incompetent as the 435 leaders in the House and the 100 senators of finding 2 to 3% of savings for a mere down payment of $150 to $200 billion on what we're dealing with a $7 trillion spend? Does the chairman think that is a reasonable step for us to try to take?
I think some would consider it underwhelming to merely reduce spending by $200 billion a year with the context of all that we're spending now, all the more we're spending post-COVID, and with an additional $21 trillion in CBO's current projections to be added to the debt, doubling the deficits, almost tripling interest expenses. This thing is coming off the rails, and we're talking about $1.5 to $2 trillion over the 10 years in reduced, wasteful, fraudulent, and unnecessary spending.
And last question. This is a budget we're talking about, and so we're really not talking about programs. Okay, that's something you talk about when we get to a reconciliation package. You figure out what you're doing on tax policy, you figure out what you're doing on spending. But a number of issues have been raised here in this committee, here before this for the record. And I think the chairman was making the point that our goal should be to reduce the number of people who require SNAP programs or assistance through other government programs. And I think I share the gentleman's sentiments on that. But would the gentleman also agree that the unilateral revaluation of the TFP, absent any cost constraints, and the unilateral action through thrifty SNAP was a significant effort by the Biden administration to transform policy in a way that is massively expensive relative to its benefit provided, and with respect to the SNAP programs? Does the gentleman agree?
It was almost $300 billion increase with the stroke of a pen.
I have data that the unilateral expansion of the SNAP program lowered labor force participation among working age SNAP recipients. Is that a good goal?
That is not from a Republican source. If I Recall that's CBO's response
Correct.
to our question and concern about trapping people in dependence on government and outside of the marketplace where they can get on the payroll and have a better standard of living and quality of life for their families.
So to be clear, it was the Congressional Budget Office that noted that the expansion, the unilateral executive branch Biden expansion of the SNAP program lowered, without congressional approval, lowered labor force participation among working age SNAP recipients.
Making it lower post-Biden administration than it was prior to COVID. It never came back.
Am I correct that SNAP spending has nearly doubled in the last 6 years as a result of the Biden expansion?
And the improper payment rate or the amount has tripled over roughly that same period of time.
Is there also significant concerns with SNAP in terms of its value with respect to nutrients and nutrition, and concerns about some of the things that it's actually subsidizing in terms of what might one call junk food colloquially?
I don't think you can say in good faith that we are providing supplemental, quote, nutrition with the latitude to purchase some of the products that, in fact, probably make it more expensive to provide Medicaid for the various disease states.
And it's true that SNAP as well as Medicaid are going to a significant number of people who are able-bodied and people that could otherwise work, and therefore the reforms that we could put in place would actually preserve the ability to ensure that people who are the most vulnerable and the people who are disabled and the people for whom these programs were originally designed and developed, that we could make reforms that would do that and save significant federal money.
And as I did with the ranking member.
I'll wrap up here shortly.
That's correct. And President Biden waived work requirements, rejected states who applied for work requirements as part of their Medicaid waiver. And so there was no commitment to able-bodied adults either looking for a job, having a job, or volunteering at a minimum of 20 hours a week. And so it's no wonder that we have 10 million more people. These were the folks who came onto the Medicaid rolls and SNAP rolls during COVID who persist to this day on those welfare rolls.
In the last 10 years, improper payments for Medicaid have exceeded $500 billion, which equates to $4,300 per household. Would that be a surprising number to the chairman?
No.
So there's significant room for reform in Medicaid. To the extent that we can have those conversations.
Will the gentleman yield on that point?
Sure.
Lest the American people believe the false statements and the scare tactics of my Democrat colleagues, if you simply go back to the pre-Biden era, the Trump administration, and review for eligibility the Medicaid rolls, not once but twice a year, you actually ensure program integrity, that tax dollars are going to the most vulnerable people who it was intended to serve, and you save tax dollars not only today, but those who will bear the deferred tax, which is our debt, about $150 billion. That is one simple program integrity reform that existed under President Trump's administration that was revoked under the Biden administration, that is costing everybody, the vulnerable, the taxpayer, and the entire nation, and especially our children who are paying for that wasteful spending.
I appreciate the chairman. There's a lot we could get into with respect to that issue, but I want to be mindful of my colleagues' time. But it's really important to understand that when you're talking about reforming programs, a lot of my colleagues, frankly, on both sides of the aisle, will say things of, well, we can't, why are you focusing on discretionary spending rather than dealing with mandatory spending? Well, here we are. What's everybody going to do? Are we going to sit down and figure this out together, bipartisan basis, our side of the aisle, whatever, and actually address the issue with respect to mandatory spending? Or are we going to walk away from it and then just shrug our shoulders? And I have friends of mine that say, well, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. Well, now's your time. Now's your time. Let's deal with the spending problem. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I would point out that this budget does, in fact, made a significant change under the leadership of the chairman to ensure that we tied together what we can accomplish on the spending side with the tax side. And that was an important part of the debate and the discussion with what we did in the committee by ensuring that we must have spending restraint along with what we're trying to do on tax policy. With that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Scanlon for her questions.
I'll yield to the ranking member for a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I'm so sick and tired of this being a fact-free zone. I mean, it just, I get it. The guy who's in the White House, likes to not tell the truth, and people let him get away with it. But we ought to be telling the truth in this committee. First of all, the increase in the SNAP benefit was not unilateral. Maybe the gentleman didn't realize this, but the 2018 bipartisan farm bill, written by Republicans, told USDA to do the update. That's just a fact. You can go look at the 2018 farm bill if you don't believe me. Most recipients on SNAP are kids, seniors, and people with disabilities. I'm sorry that you don't feel we have an obligation to make sure they get enough to eat. SNAP is linked with improved health outcomes and lower health care costs, so we actually save money. When people don't have access to food and nutrition, they don't learn in school. When seniors go without meals on a regular basis and take their prescriptions on an empty stomach, they're in an emergency room. Workers are less productive when they're hungry. And I want to correct the record because what the gentleman just said is not true. Most recipients of SNAP, again, are kids, seniors, and people with disabilities. Of the rest, the majority work. The majority work. 2/3 of SNAP participants are in families with children, and over 1/3 are in a household with older adults or people with disabilities, oftentimes people taking care of their parents. Maybe if we had a more fair tax code and a more fair economy, working families would not have to be on SNAP. This tax bill ensures that that won't happen. And again, I mean, the idea that $230 billion is going to be cut from this program is shameful. And people who support this bill should be ashamed that they're going to make hunger worse in this country. I thank the gentlelady, and I yield back.
Yields back to the gentlelady.
Thank you. Look, I spent all last week at home talking to my constituents, real people, as I think the member called them, who were desperate to make sure that their representatives understood the devastating impact of the White House's unlawful freezes on congressional funding and the attacks on the federal workforce. But what my staff and I heard more than anything else from Democrats, Republicans, and independents was people are scared. They're scared for themselves, for their children, their family and friends, about cuts to Medicaid and other vital services that this budget resolution will impact. Folks like the mom who stopped me yesterday while I was walking my dog to plead for continued Medicaid coverage for her elementary school-age daughter who's a leukemia survivor. Okay, I've got over 100,000 people in my district who get their health care through Medicaid, as do almost all of my colleagues across the aisle. But people are scared with good reason. And despite the verbal gymnastics that we're hearing, oh, this resolution doesn't cut, that's what it sets the stage to do. And it's not just Democrats who recognize this. Look, I've got this February 19th letter from the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, which is made up entirely of Republicans. And they understand the devastating impact on our social safety net. They say, literally, the House budget resolution proposed $880 billion in cuts to programs under the jurisdiction of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, with Medicaid expected to bear the brunt of those reductions. Additionally, Education and Workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion, where federal aid for higher education, Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. They also mentioned the $230 billion in cuts that are likely to fall on SNAP. So I'd seek unanimous consent to put this in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Look, last week I met with my region's federally qualified health centers and hospital systems. If Republicans move forward with the cuts to Medicaid that this budget resolution will require, most of our already cash-strapped FQHCs will likely close. pushing even more low-income families into seeking primary care through emergency rooms, which is bad for everyone. Let's be clear, the cuts needed to meet the Republican budget proposal will gut local healthcare systems around the country so that Republicans can give tax breaks to billionaires. These cuts are going to close hospitals and healthcare centers and put an impossible financial burden on our states. The impact on our VA facilities is already troubling. Over the past several years, Congress has worked in a bipartisan manner to expand coverage and funding for veterans' health care, with a particular emphasis on expanding mental health coverage and reducing suicide by veterans. But right now, Trump and Musk are firing people at the VA and worsening existing staffing shortages while taking away access to health care for veterans. The attacks on federal workers are causing VA facilities to lose good people, trained professionals who are responsible for taking care of tens of thousands of veterans just in my region. Every day, my office is getting calls from docs and nurses and healthcare providers saying that the firings and cuts and threatening emails to federal employees are making it harder for veterans to receive their hard-earned health care. And now with this budget resolution, Republicans are going to take away health care from millions more Americans with drastic cuts to Medicaid. I mean, it is one of the ultimate forms of corporate welfare that so many working families are dependent upon Medicaid and SNAP because they don't get paid enough in their jobs to make ends meet. Children, seniors, folks with disabilities rely on Medicaid to get the care they need, and Republicans want to take that away so they can give that money to their rich donors. And this isn't an exaggeration. Under this plan, everyone in the top 1% of income is going to get an extra $32,000 back in their taxes next year. And those who are lucky enough to be in the top 1/10 of 1%, those people are going to get an extra $314,000. But if you work for a living, if you're a low-income or middle-class family, they're going to take away your health care so Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk can buy another yacht or maybe another country. This budget is a scam. It's taking from the bottom to give to the top, the 1%, the 0.1%. These people have more money than they know what to do with, and yet somehow that's still not enough. Americans all over the country are struggling with the high cost of living, and they need real solutions like affordable housing, affordable health care, lower food costs. And we hear promises from Trump and Republicans that they're going to do something about this, but they're not. And this budget resolution is proof of that. Our budgets reflect our values, and what we're seeing here is Republicans are going to take away health care, they're going to give money to millionaires, they're going to let Elon Musk give himself federal contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're stopping regulators from investigating the companies of Republican donors. Because if you're not rich, apparently Republicans don't work for you. Representative Ranking Member Boyle, the budget resolution calls for over $300 billion in cuts to education. What do these cuts mean for students with disabilities, for school meals programs, for federal student aid programs?
Yes, Congresswoman Scanlon, at least $330 billion directed for the Education and Workforce Committee to cut. Those cuts could include student loan programs, income-driven repayment, Pell Grants, Head Start, and school lunch programs.
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Well, I mean, the idea that you can do trillions of dollars worth of cuts, but that magically no one would feel pain, to me is just not an honest argument.
Well, we're hearing a lot of, I think it used to be called voodoo economics here, and you've already answered several questions about the really unrealistic assumptions about growth in this budget proposal. But even with those pie-in-the-sky assumptions about growth, isn't it true that this budget would still add trillions to our national debt?
That's correct. And, you know, as Yogi Berra, the famous philosopher, once said, it's deja vu all over again. Because really, the greatest scam of the last half century is Republican trickle-down economics. First heard, actually at the time George Herbert Walker Bush used the term voodoo economics, it was to describe the beginning of trickle-down economics. The idea that you're going to have massive tax cuts, mostly for the rich, And there would be so much magical growth that they would magically pay for themselves. By the end of that 8 years, more money was added to the national debt on a percentage basis than any other presidency. Fast forward 20 years, George W. Bush is president, Republican Congress, more big tax cuts that were promised to unleash remarkable growth. Actually, it was a slow growth decade for the United States, and trillions more were added to the national debt. No, the tax cuts did not pay for themselves. 8 years ago, the same trickle-down economic promises, big tax cuts, which according to the Congressional Budget Office, 83% of which went to the richest 1% of Americans, but we were told they would magically pay for themselves. Well, 4 years and $8 trillion later, no presidency added more to the national debt in the total aggregate amount than Donald Trump with $8 trillion. And here we are, 2025, and the same rhetoric that we're hearing, that this proposal would unleash magically this tremendous growth and that tax cuts will pay for themselves. Excuse me if I don't believe it after 48 years of life on the planet Earth.
Yeah, I think we've seen growing recognition from reputable economists that a half century of trickle-down economics is more than enough to show that it doesn't work. And quite frankly, my constituents are tired of being trickled down upon. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I will not filibuster. Thank you, Madam Chair. But we are hearing the same extremely tired playbook that we've heard from the left for years here today. This regurgitation and the scare tactics that are being laid on seniors in this country, on everyone that the policies put forward and that they voted for on Election Day, and by a president that won the popular vote, are somehow going to end the world as we know it. Just like you saw in the last several weeks, people having demonstrations outside all these three-letter agencies and carrying on with their bullhorns and declaring that, you know, there's everything this side of martial law going on because we've actually demanded some accountability from the government that we pay for. My colleagues here are trying to just sow so many falsehoods against the existing tax code that we are looking to extend and hopefully make permanent so that businesses and people can make plans with their lives so that we can have a stable economy going into the next decade and beyond is ridiculous. And I don't know about you all, but you know, my constituents, the tax cuts expiring means $1,500 out of their pocket every single year. Now, that might not mean a lot to you, but that's a mortgage payment for my constituents. That's real money. Those same little people that you talk about that are going to suffer so much, those little people are watching our money evaporating into thin air, into agencies they didn't know exist that have been uncovered since this administration took office. They're sick and tired of being trampled on. They're sick and tired of having Washington tell them how they need to pay higher taxes and have more regulations and more nanny state government living into their lives. Enough is enough. We have to have a moment in this country where we actually tackle the big picture problems that face this nation. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Wow. So I'm going to go to what I prepared because I do think that, you know, in Representative Langworthy's district, if we actually passed this resolution and did the things that the Ways and Means Committee, that the Budget Committee have asked for, there are 133,971 people on Medicaid in his district, including 50,582 children, 44,000 people on SNAP, and 9,000 people get the Affordable Care Act premiums that the Democrats passed to help people afford their health care. And it would go up by about $1,900 a year. And this budget resolution would cut taxes for the ultra-rich and pay for it. pay for it by cutting benefits for Americans, and Chair Arrington, for cutting benefits in your district, in my district, and across rural America. Because you can't say it's not going to happen. It says in the resolution, it directs that there will be $880 billion cut from Energy and Commerce Committee. And for folks listening out there, you might say, what the heck does that mean? Well, Energy and Commerce is where we have Medicaid coming out of and paying for and authorized. It's where we have these health insurance premiums. And your resolution directs or asks or encourages that there be $880 billion. And then the other thing is the Republicans, this is their wish list. The Republicans' wish list sets out a whopping $2.5 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. That's a lot of cuts. These are lots of pages of cuts and cuts and cuts, the things people rely on. You know, Chair Arrington, you and I share a border. I am often really close to you. When I'm out in my district, I'm like just a few miles away from yours. So you know how hard it is in our districts to find a doctor, our rural districts, hospitals, rural health clinics, and they're struggling. And Medicaid, for many of these rural clinics and hospitals, is essential. Do you know how much money Texas hospitals receive in Medicaid payments?
Not offhand, so you can tell me.
Okay, it's $8.3 billion in Medicaid payments in 2023. And these payments are key, and especially in rural hospitals. I visit my rural hospitals a lot. I'm really pleased that the ranking member of Energy and Commerce, Frank Pallone, you know, he has visited with my rural hospitals because they describe how tight their budget is. They describe how they are very worried about where we have to improve Medicaid, not cut it. And they tell me, like your Rolling Plains Memorial Hospital and your rural health clinics associated with that they need these Medicaid funding. And we also know that Medicaid really has very little compared to other health systems improper payment rate. It's about the same as the private sector, about 5%. And then those are usually somebody just inputted something wrong and it gets fixed. So that's the problem, is people rely on this. So let me ask this. Do you know how much Medicaid funding they get in let me turn to my dear colleague here in the beautiful state of Pennsylvania.
Could you repeat the question?
How many, no, I'm going to ask, I'm with Chair Arrington because these are rural districts. He's
Oh,
got
I'm
a
sorry. I
big
thought you said
rural area.
Pennsylvania.
And I know you've got a rural area too.
She said, dear friend, so you know she meant me.
Oh, my dear friend. So in Pennsylvania, you probably don't have it at your fingertips, but these are things I care a lot about, Chair Arrington. So I pay attention to what is happening in other states that have rural districts like mine, right? Because my hospitals in my rural areas, which are actually, I need to tell you, predominantly Republican, they're coming to me and asking me. So I know that my colleagues across the aisle have the same issues in their districts. In Pennsylvania, they get about $2 billion. And you know, somebody actually, because I have friends in Pennsylvania, checked in with the Commonwealth Health System in Geisinger, two major health systems that you're aware of, Ms. Scanlon. You know, these are in Representative Bresnahan's district. One of them CHS gets 15.7% of its revenue for Medicaid. In Geisinger, it's 18%. You can't have a system that gets this much money from Medicaid and start cutting it without putting it at risk. And am I right, Representative Scanlon, that you lost some of your rural hospitals because they couldn't handle the needs?
We're seeing that across Pennsylvania, but not too many rural hospitals in my district.
Yes, I know, not in yours. That's why it was interesting where others were reaching out to me. And when we let these rural hospitals go under, when we cut the funding that they rely on, you're not just cutting the funding for Medicaid patients. You're killing that hospital. And when you kill that hospital, you kill the ability of farmers, ranchers, people on private insurance to be able to get access to health care. You know, in small towns and areas like yours, Mr. Chairman, you know, more of our communities in those small towns rely on Medicaid than maybe in urban areas, and I know you have both. So I want to just point out and ask to put into the record a report from Georgetown University that pointed out that non-elderly adults and children in small towns and rural areas are more likely than those living in metro areas to rely on Medicaid CHIP for their health insurance. Madam Chair.
Without objection.
In New Mexico, nearly 60% of kids in small towns and rural areas rely on Medicaid and CHIP. In Texas, do you happen to know how many kids rely on Medicaid and CHIP in Texas, Mr. Chairman?
It's always too many.
It's always too many. It's 239%, 14.3% of your rural kids rely on Medicaid. In Representative De La Cruz's district, 178,000 people rely on Medicaid. 135,000 Pennsylvanians rely on Medicaid in Representative McKenzie's district. 159,000 Pennsylvanians in Representative Bresnahan's district rely on Medicaid. And I think it's important to remember who they are. In my district and across all these rural areas, it's farmers, it's ranchers, because they often don't earn enough or have access to private care, nursing home residents, kids with disabilities, moms who just had babies. My dear Lord. These are caregivers, veterans, and sometimes people working 2 jobs. They're your voters. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record a tweet by Elon Musk that says that Americans love Doge because watching Trump slash federal programs knowing it doesn't affect you because you're not a member of the parasite class.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, is the mom who just gave birth and is on Medicaid a parasite?
I don't believe you mean that seriously, because you, as my neighbor living in the broader region of West Texas and eastern New Mexico, know better than to think I would ever refer to a fellow American as a parasite.
Exactly. And that's why we cannot stand when the person who is behind some of these cuts believes that those who rely on federal programs are parasites. A woman who has breast cancer is not a parasite. People who rely on Medicaid and SNAP and nutrition benefits are not parasites. As you know, Mr. Chairman, they're our neighbors. Although, when you were last here, Chair, in rules last year, I asked you to explain how the Republican cuts to 22% of rural programs, how we could describe that. Because in my community, those rural programs provide water, nutrition, health care. They provide electricity. They help keep kids healthy and alive. And you told me that I'm going to quote you, tell them we have to prioritize. When I read this budget resolution, I see it as prioritizing tax cuts and handouts for the people like Elon Musk and the rich over health care for working class Americans. Elon Musk earns $4 million an hour. The people in the communities that you and I love, Mr. Chairman, don't get anywhere near this amount. Now, Ranking Member Boyle, I'm not. We might be joined by yet another, but we've had some questioning on some issues, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond, because I'm kind of the last Democrat. They've got 9, we've got 4, and to respond to some of the issues that may have been raised here today.
Well, I'll just say one, and that is I'm, sometimes at the kitchen table with my daughter, helping with her math, and her math teacher is big on showing your work. Got to show your work, not just arriving at the correct number at the end. So I thought that I would show my work on one important aspect, because we've heard competing claims today where we have pointed out accurately there are $880 billion worth of cuts that have to come from Medicaid or Affordable Care Act premiums or some combination of the two. The other side has said, oh, no, there's nothing in there that even mentions the word Medicaid. Here's the reality. This budget resolution directs Energy and Commerce to reduce the deficit by a floor of $880 billion. Now, if Energy and Commerce decided that they didn't want to touch Medicaid, that they were going to honor Donald Trump's words when he said he would, quote, love and cherish Medicaid, what that means is ENC, Energy and Commerce, even if they cut 100% else of everything they have control over, that would only get them about halfway to the $880 billion figure. In other words, by definition, in this budget resolution, you have to cut Medicaid by at least hundreds of billions of dollars, at least. So I want folks who are watching at home, when they're hearing these competing claims and they hear intelligent, well-educated people on both sides throwing around these numbers, it's important for folks to understand what they really mean. Make no mistake about it. This budget resolution cuts Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, education programs, and many others to at least partially pay for $4.5 trillion of tax cuts that mostly benefit the top 1%.
Thank you. And I think it's really important to also go through and point out that we're not just making this up about what this will do. There is very precisely, they want to extend the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And it's very clear that those tax cuts did a couple of things. That one, they increased the deficit, as you correctly pointed out. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the chart. Tax cuts, Great Recession, COVID-19 are responsible for the growth in the U.S. debt ratio, which actually makes clear if you care about, I'm sorry, don't let you say yes. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Thank you.
I want to point out to the gentlewoman that she has now spoken for 15 minutes, and we would like to finish this up before we go to vote, if at all possible.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to point out that there are only 4 of us, or 3 of us, and I think that it's important. Others spoke for just as long, so thank you very much. I'll note that. That, as you pointed out, Trump tax cuts were the largest contributor of any one president to the deficit. Is that, can you repeat how you did it?
So what I said was that the largest increase in the national debt in percentage terms happened when Ronald Reagan was president.
Yes,
but the largest total amount added to the national debt of any presidency was $8 trillion by Donald Trump from January 2017 to January 2021.
And so this budget resolution would take us down that path again. We would be doing a repeat of the 2017.
This budget resolution is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It is trickle-down economics supersized.
Right. And Madam Chair, I'd like to also enter into the record the 2017 Trump tax law was skewed to the rich, expenses, and failed to deliver on its promises.
Without objection.
And what this does is actually show that the trickle-down economics that were promised didn't occur, and the idea that we were going to see, and working families were going to see, this tax increase, well, it was touted as something that was going to happen. Study after study showed it did not benefit working families, that $5,000 did not magically occur, and that indeed that it benefited, as we've been saying, mostly the wealthy. Is that how you looked at the records?
I mean, what I would say is rather than my own numbers or my own words, I just refer to the Congressional Budget Office that found that 83% of the tax cut, 83% of the money went to the richest 1% of Americans, and approximately half of the money or half of the tax cut went to the richest 1/10 of 1% of Americans.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, could I get a quick clarification on how our friends are handling different statistics? You know, what do they say? There are lies and lies, and then there's statistics. Isn't it true that the
Madam Chair, I know the full Mark Twain quote, but as you're using it against me, I'll tell you after the hearing.
That's not exactly the quote, I know, but isn't it true that the share of taxes paid by the top 1% actually hit new heights after the TCJA was enacted?
That's correct. The tax code actually became more progressive in that regard.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, if you're watching this, I want people to be a little diligent. If you are watching this, you probably have the ability to look up federal medical assistance percentage, FMAP, as we call it. Medicaid is jointly funded between the state and the federal governments. Now, that's one of the key facts that the Democrats aren't telling you. And just factually speaking, it's jointly funded between the state and the federal governments. And there won't be anybody pushed off of the Medicaid rolls unless the states decide to push them off the Medicaid rolls. They're just making stuff up to scare you. Now, as far as the deficit under President Trump goes, I looked this up. You know, one of the votes you talk about had 6 no votes in the House and passed by voice in the Senate. There are 2, Chip Roy and Andy Harris, are the only 2 no votes on that piece of legislation that are still here, not just in, you know, it was $2+ trillion in spending. But I don't understand the Democrats' criticism of a piece of legislation that they voted for. I mean, it's just pure hypocrisy. It is the definition of hypocrisy. Now, I will tell you, I think we spent too much money under COVID, and I think hindsight's 20/20. But just factually speaking, under Donald Trump, every one of the deals that he did under COVID was done in a very broad bipartisan manner. And if I'm not mistaken, they all passed under suspension.
That's correct.
In the House of Representatives.
That's correct. That's correct. And the America Rescue Plan, to contrast the bipartisan nature of those COVID relief-related bills, the American Rescue Plan, which was the first use of the reconciliation process when the Democrats had total control, had 0 Republican support for it and $1 trillion still unspent from the previous COVID relief.
Let me ask you this. Total tax collections right now under the current tax code, $4.92 trillion, if I read it correctly. Has there ever been a higher tax collection?
We're at record rates of revenue.
So from best I can tell, there's been a lot of talk about the corporate income tax rate and the reduction there. Corporate tax collections seem to be higher than they've ever been in the history of the country as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Record revenue from corporations. After we reduced their rate to a number that was not even in the top 25% for other developed countries we compete with around the globe.
So we have higher tax revenue than we've ever had, and
That's correct.
and yet we still have a record deficit.
That's correct.
So there's no doubt something has to be done. We can either control the fall or the fall will control us, right? And what we want to do is to avoid any steep decline in the economy, because if we just want to talk about the facts, federal tax revenues over the course of a period of time, 3, 5, 10 years, are going to average 17% of the GDP of the country. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
I mean, so the key to getting us out of this problem that we're in with this deficit, and it's a problem for everybody, rich, poor,
Right.
you know, and everywhere in between, is that you grow the GDP of the country so that tax revenues will continue to increase, and you slow the growth of the spending. And that is pretty much what this resolution says we're going to do, correct?
It was the play that our country ran after World War II that allowed us to emerge as the only global superpower.
Well, all I know, the tax revenue is going to be a percentage of the GDP. If you turn around and let the current tax law expire, the tax law that's led to higher tax revenues than we've ever had in the history of the country, the giant sucking sound coming from the IRS, taking money out of the pockets of the American citizens and the business owners, is going to lead to a recession.
That's correct.
And if we have a recession, will we have higher or lower tax revenues?
Lower tax revenue.
Madam Chair, I think I learned just the economic facts back in high school and maybe expanded on them a little bit in college, but I don't understand what the confusion here is. We have higher tax revenues than we've ever had in the history of the country. We still have an almost $2 trillion deficit. If we continue down this path, it's going to be a train wreck that is going to bankrupt virtually every American. We cannot allow these tax cuts to expire.
And undermine the sustainability of every government program. Whether you're for it, whether you supported it, every government program from farm bills to infrastructure to Medicaid, every program is in jeopardy of being undermined by a sovereign debt crisis. And
Did Texas have a surplus this year?
yes, sir.
So did Georgia. I think well-run states have a surplus, and I think that those state legislatures who have to balance their budget, just like we should, will in a bipartisan manner make sure that their people are taken care of, even if there is a small increase, a slight increase in the FMAP percentage that they would pay. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, and thank you for your economics lesson. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman of the Budget Committee, I've been listening today. I appreciate your testimony. And I keep hearing all these scare tactics about us starving children and this, that, and the other. We're just trying to get a little bit, I think you said 2%, or maybe it was Mr. Roy said 2, maybe 2.5% cut in what we're spending across the board. And then I've heard things about energy and commerce, about how energy and commerce is going to do this or energy and commerce is going to do that. This resolution doesn't dictate anything to the committee, the other committee I serve on, does it?
That's correct.
And yet, energy and commerce covers, as I believe John Dingell once said, somebody asked him, what is the jurisdiction of energy and commerce? And he had a picture behind him of planet Earth from outer space, and he said, everything in the picture. So there's all kinds of things that energy and commerce has at its disposal that it can do to reach the number in this resolution. Isn't that true?
That's true.
You know, and I find it interesting because I've heard people say, oh, people are scared. A big part of that is they're being told that children are going to starve. In the United States, we're going to make children starve. That's not true, is it?
No, sir.
I didn't think it wasn't. And I found it interesting because I have been a student of politics for a long time, and the ranking member indicated, I think he said indicated he was 48 years old. So when he was about 5, the campaign against one of my predecessors in the United States Congress, who was a Republican, was he's going to end Social Security. That's 43, 44 years ago. How many times do the Democrats have to play Lucy to the American people's Charlie Brown when they keep saying bad things are going to happen, Republicans are going to push grandma off the cliff, Republicans are going to end Social Security, Republicans are going to do these horrible things, and yet Republicans never do those things? How many more times will the American people buy that, Mr. Chairman? Do you know?
I don't think they're buying it anymore. I think they are absolutely committed to reining in this reckless spending that's driving us off a fiscal cliff. I think they want to keep more of their money. I think they saw a bunch of that money in their budget burned up from the 21% inflation tax, and I think they're offended. They're offended that there aren't more American representatives and leaders for this great country that would take care to steward their dollars so that we could actually have sustainable programs for the most vulnerable, and instead having money siphoned off for people who are in this country illegally. That was a unilateral action by President Biden. And I heard my colleague and friend, Mr. McGovern, talk about how many people are working in SNAP, and he was rightfully proud of the fact that some people in SNAP are, in fact, working. And yet, there's no requirement for able-bodied, healthy adults to enjoy the blessing and dignity of work in Medicaid, but not one Democrat has mentioned that. I would tell you, to my colleague from eastern New Mexico, we share a border and we share culture and values. And the values of our God-fearing, freedom-loving, hard-working farmers and ranchers expect in their generosity in return for able-bodied adults to be working. They know what it does for the human soul, not just the budget and not just our balance sheet. And so, and they're insulted. They're insulted by some of the waste and fraud that's where my colleagues are more offended and indignant by a first-generation immigrant who's done well in this country and wants to give back, and Elon Musk. They're more indignant to the things that he's doing than the actual defrauding of the taxpayers and the federal government. No, sir, I think the American people are not going to be afraid into not supporting the right sizing of a very bloated bureaucracy. They're not going to be intimidated and tricked into thinking that this is an exercise, as the ranking member said, in cutting Social Security benefits. He obviously knows that in reconciliation, Social Security is off the table. It would violate the Byrd Rule from the outset. And yet my colleagues continue to perpetuate these false claims and use these scare tactics. No, sir. The American people are afraid of the $8+ billion a day that we were borrowing under Joe Biden and unilateral control of the Democrat Party. And they're afraid that if we have a sovereign debt crisis, we'll not only wreck this economy, we'll destroy our national security and our ability to defend this country and our values. And they know that we would bankrupt their children's future. They're behind us, I believe, 100%.
Well, there's no question that a majority of my constituents are behind us. They're not going to fall for the trick that, you know, some shiny object that they claim is going to be eliminated. They're going to want to see what we do, and they want us to protect their children by making sure that we are fiscally responsible. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, I want to commend Chairman Arrington. He is someone who I've gotten to know. I'm just a freshman, but someone who speaks unbelievably passionately well and puts his words into action. And I just want to note for the record, just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, this is the fastest budget ever passed by a budget committee?
It's the fastest budget resolution ever marked up and passed by a budget committee in the 150 years since the 1974 Budget Act.
Well, I think you should be commended for that, and I think that the American people delivered House Republicans more votes than any other time in history because they wanted to see action quickly, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Our colleagues on the other side, they, as many of the colleagues on our side have noted, push fear-mongering scare tactics. And I think one of the things that I take particular issue with is the suggestion that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 was not helpful to the economy. To me, it was the cornerstone of President Trump's first term, his legislative agenda during that first term, and I think it's one of the reasons why so many Americans elected him, because they trusted him and they trusted House Republicans to lead on the economy. It's one of the things that we continually see in polling across the board. Americans trust Republicans when it comes to the economy. So one thing I just want to take a little bit of time today speaking of is what I find to be an issue that should be bipartisan, but I don't find it yet from the other side, and that is the overwhelming fraud within the payment system that we see from so many of these government programs. We held a hearing last week in Oversight and Government Reform in which we discussed $675 billion misspent and mishandled by the Biden administration, particularly with government programs. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could yield to you for a moment just to ask, would you mind illuminating for the record and for anybody watching some of the improper payments that we have to deal with and how this budget resolution could provide instructions to help us cure the scourge of improper payments?
Well, it is a tremendous amount. This federal government is fraught with waste. It's riddled with fraud to the tune of about $240 billion a year. This is according to the Government Accountability Office. That's just improper payments. The fraud, they say, and that's just 70 programs. That's not TANF. That's not some of the larger programs at HUD and across the federal government. They believe that the upward bound of fraud is closer to $5 trillion over the 10-year budget window. So it's, you know, currently just that improper payment number for the 70 programs, that little slice of the federal government, is more than we spend on the entire United States Army. If you look at the $2.7 trillion in improper payments over the 10-year window, it's larger than Russia's entire economy. So I think that too many Republicans, quite frankly, have been intimidated by the scare tactics we're hearing today. They are the same old, and they are tired. And I think Elon Musk has done a tremendous job of turning the rocks over and doing what Congress has failed to do in their oversight responsibility. And that is to shine a light in the dark places and show just how horribly defrauded the taxpayers are. I mean, these are just examples, and they're outrageous and absurd. At USAID, these DEI orchestras, the transgender comic books, the list of the absurd is endless. And the American people are wondering why not every member of Congress, regardless of party, are not up in arms. They realize that there is tremendous waste and fraud. And one of the abuses of the taxpayer dollars is to spend tax dollars on people who are in this country illegally. We talked about the $2 trillion deficits that will double over the next 10 years. Medicare is within the 10-year window of insolvency. And who knows, if we have a sovereign debt crisis, how we are able to fund and sustain any of these programs. And yet, according to Numbers USA, we're spending $9,000 per illegal immigrant on social services that rightfully belong to the most vulnerable American citizen. And by the way, that $9,000 is more than we spend for the most vulnerable among us on Medicaid. Just to repeat that, we spend $9,000 per illegal immigrant for social services, which is more than we spend on American citizens who need and make use of the health care safety net of Medicaid. And collectively, the $150 billion a year that we spend for social services on illegal immigrants is more than we spend on our military's retirement benefits. So the fraud, the waste, and the abuse is systemic, it's endless, And we, I guess, have been afraid and have been sort of scared into inaction. But I think President Trump represents the bold leadership that is required to save this country. And on this issue and many others, he's demonstrated that. And I think this fiscal framework is simply a way to deliver on the mandate that he was given and that we were given.
And if I can just add, in closing, not just was that mandate delivered in November, but yet still sustained with public polling. We saw a poll just a few days ago, 53% approval rating for how the president's conducted his administration thus far, amplified by, of course, your actions and everyone else's actions to put forth an America First budget and to put forth an agenda that unleashes the American economic potential we all know we deserve and our most vulnerable communities deserve. So with that, I yield back to our chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Jody, thank you for your job that you did on the Budget Committee. To get unanimous support as we did, as quick as we did, is admirable, and it's due to your leadership.
I had a lot of good help from some Budget Committee members that I'm looking at right now.
You know, I've heard these same arguments that's been bellowed out here tonight about really Granny going off the cliff, even though Social Security is not cut at all. We're not considering that. Medicaid cuts. Is work requirement of able-bodied men is that a cut?
No, sir.
Is block grants and letting states decide how they want to administer it a cut?
No, sir.
Is the fact of $500 billion in fraud, improper payments by the GAO, that's not a political group, is that a cut?
And that's just on Medicaid program for the 10 years. No, sir, that's not a cut.
And
it's a cut for the fraudsters, but not for the beneficiaries.
Correct. Is it not true that Medicaid increased 51% from 2019 to 2023 in costs due to illegals taking advantage of the system? Basically, a carte blanche admission of anybody and everybody that wanted to sign up.
I believe it was from dismissing and enforcing any eligibility for receiving Medicaid benefits. And so those were people that were not eligible, some were illegal, some were in this country. But the fact is, people not eligible that would put a strain on the finite resources of Medicaid for the most vulnerable happened as a result of the Biden administration unilaterally dismissing eligibility, and that's put tremendous strain, and it's put a 60% increase in the cost of that program. By the way, the 10 million people that were added during COVID are still on that program today. That number still exists today, even though we're not in that COVID response anymore.
And the baseline cuts of $1.5 trillion up to $2 trillion. The percentage of our total budgeted amount is, what'd you say, 1.25% cuts as a percentage of what we spend?
That sounds about right. I would just say $7 trillion is the annual budget, and you just multiply that by 10 effectively. But even in mandatory spending, it's just the 1/3 outside of Medicare and Social Security. That's $18 trillion without interest cost, $18 trillion over 10 years. We're talking about one.
You bring up a good point. Interest cost isn't included in this.
That's correct.
And isn't our interest cost alone on the debt that we now have is surpassed our military?
It's surpassed our military and what we spend to support our seniors on their health care safety net of Medicare. And it is now 50 cents on every dollar. And in 10 years, it will be 62 cents of every dollar.
Getting back to the percentage that we're asking the committees to come up with, would anybody watching this, or any family, or any of the 34,000 businesses, if you asked them to find a readjustment of expenditures, leaving intact 98%, cutting 1.5%, would they laugh you out of
They would laugh until they realized it was true that there were some colleagues of ours who couldn't even commit to that, with some admission that this government of the people is wholly inefficient, very much fraught with fraud and waste, and then they would lose hope. They would lose hope that we'd be able to pull up and out of what is a debt-to-interest spiral and what could be economic death and America's leadership in the world as we know it, without a single shot being fired from an existential adversarial threat.
The debt we were accumulating is the main driver of a downgrading of our American bonds, downgrading of the bodies willing to buy them, and so that was at risk. That really was underpinning of our entire country. And I keep hearing Elon Musk, billionaire here, and other rich people. Did Elon Musk make his money off government?
He's a CEO of a private company.
So he made a product, didn't he?
He did.
He made a product did he make people buy his product?
No, nobody forced them to buy the product.
And did he make the rockets that he himself invented?
That's correct.
Didn't make anybody do anything?
That's correct.
I find this interesting that the Democrats had 4 years under Biden to advocate for any type cuts. Do you remember this administration advocating for any cuts or any modifications on anything other than expansion of government?
No, sir, only to cut the tax cuts that we put in TCJA as they expire this year.
In other words, we've got a basic different worldview. They think the tax money is theirs. They think it's not the people's. That's not, the tax cuts are one that they deserve to have by any means, and there's no reason in the world that they are wanting to question anything. All they want to do is denigrate what your committee has done. All they want to do is say what they did over 4 years under Biden, which was inflation, a rampant border out of control. Where's the empathy for Lake and Riley? Where's that? Where's the empathy for the apartment complex that was taken over by gangs? Where's the empathy for those who are sapping this country dry? It's not there. And it's really an insult to every American. And the verdict was rendered on November 5th with 77 million people voting the way they did for Donald Trump. And yes, Elon Musk with what he's doing. So I applaud your work. And Chip, I'd like to
the gentleman yield just for just 1 minute. I just want to insert an article in the record from the Economic Policy and Innovation Center that outlines the extent to which the spending went up significantly under the Biden-Harris regime. It increased by federal deficit by $2.5 trillion, more than what the CBO projected. Spending surged by $4.7 trillion. The national debt rose to $35.5 trillion by the end of the administration. Americans faced the highest rates of inflation in 4 decades. And this is the important part, reducing the average worker's purchasing power by about $2,230. And I would just suggest credit to the chairman about trying to take on the inflation tax, which is the biggest tax on our average American family that needs to be cut. And the only way to deal with that is to constrain federal spending. And I would also note that if you confiscated every dollar of Mr. Musk's wealth, every single dollar, you do what? Pay for about a third of our interest, just our interest this year, and then you leave it with zero. I yield back to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Thank you for your work. It's a new day in this country. People are excited. People are sick and tired of what the rhetoric that you have heard from the right. And really, it's about to come to a head with the actual numbers that are coming out of waste, fraud, and abuse that their side will not touch because they think it's their money. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, we'll insert the article that Mr. Roy mentioned, and thank you very much, Mr. Norman. And thanks to our witnesses for being here, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Boyle. This closes the hearing portion for H. Con Res 14. and the witnesses are excused. The committee will now move to
Madam
the...
Chair, can I just introduce one more article? I was trying not to.
Without objection, the
Yes.
gentlewoman is recognized.
This is an Axios article. I previously introduced a letter from the House Republican Hispanic Caucus where they noted how many cuts were being made to Medicaid. This is an article about Republican members of the Senate cheering Ted Cruz at a luncheon last week when he said,
Well, just,
Medicaid
we'll
cuts are on
insert the record without your
Thank you.
saying us what's in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this closes the panel for H. Con Res 14. Committee will now move to consideration of HJ Res 20 and HJ Res 35. I welcome our second panel, Chairman Guthrie and Representative Tonko from the Committee on Energy and Commerce. I'd like to remind witnesses your full statement may be submitted for the record, and we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Guthrie, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Thank you, Ranking Member. Unfortunately, this is not, under the water heater rule, DOE essentially banned non-condensing tankless water heaters, banned appropriately reclassifying these appliances, forcing Americans to purchase more expensive condensing tankless water heaters. This is another blatant threat to consumer choice while yielding little to no savings for American consumers. DOE itself estimates the rule will cost $231 per model, and some industry stakeholders put the cost at $450 to $650. This price increase will obviously hurt Americans and their households. I'm also here to discuss HJ Res 35, introduced by Representative Pfluger. In this resolution would overturn the rule implementing EPA's waste emissions charge, also known as the natural gas tax, which was published last November as part of the methane emissions reduction program established by the Democrats in the Inflation Reduction Act. The WEC begins at $900 per metric ton for last year's reported methane emissions, which will increase to $1,200 per metric ton for 2025, and then again for increase to $1,500 per metric ton for 2026. The U.S. is the world leader in energy production and in emissions reductions. According to the Energy Information Administration, EPA, since 2005, total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions have dropped 18%. Energy-related greenhouse gas emissions have dropped 20%. Energy-producing United States has some of the lowest methane emissions intensity in the world. U.S. upstream oil and gas producers have reduced their total methane emissions intensity by 42% since 2015. We have our entrepreneurial spirit to thank for this success, not policies like the WEC, which are unworkable for American producers. This is especially problematic for our small size and mid-size independent producers, which on average employ about a dozen people each. American jobs and production will be lost if we continue to pursue this punitive tax. The damage that WEC will inflict won't stop with us. Our allies will have to rely on gas with higher emissions from adversarial nations like Venezuela. So I'm here today to support our constituents and to guarantee that unelected bureaucrats do not make life more expensive and burdensome for Americans. I thank you. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting HJ Res 20 and HJ Res 35. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Tonko, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lower energy costs. But how exactly do these two resolutions help achieve that goal? The truth is they will do nothing to help hardworking Americans save money, but they will certainly help line the pockets of the oil and gas industry. First, HJ Res 20 attempts to deprive American consumers of real cost savings. This bill would repeal the Department of Energy's recently finalized standards for gas instantaneous or tankless water heaters. These standards are expected to save Americans $3.1 billion over 30 years and reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 32 million metric tons. Energy efficiency standards are a win-win. They help reduce energy costs for American families while also combating the worsening climate crisis. Today, more than 90% of the gas water heaters sold meet the updated standards, and they are broadly supported by consumer groups, efficiency advocates, and manufacturers, including the 3 largest American water heater manufacturers. So who gains from the passage of this bill? Removing these standards protects less efficient products and increases consumer costs, all to benefit the oil and gas industry, which makes more money when water heaters use more gas. There's no other reason to end a standard that protects consumers by keeping poorly performing, inefficient products off the market. On a similar note, H.J. Res. 35 would repeal the Environmental Protection Agency's final rule to implement the waste emissions charge, also known as the methane polluter fee, that ensures American consumers no longer pay for wasted energy or the harm it causes. This legislation will let corporate polluters off the hook. The methane polluter fee, targeted by this resolution, is the heart of the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, a critical climate program enacted by the Inflation Reduction Act that drives down excess methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. Methane is a highly potent climate-disrupting greenhouse gas that is responsible for about 1/3 of the warming we are facing today. Each year, oil and gas operators emit the equivalent of approximately $2 billion worth of wasted natural gas through venting, flaring, and leaks. That's because it's cheaper to waste methane rather than install or upgrade equipment to control that pollution. The methane polluter fee corrects this market failure. And to be clear, companies can avoid the fee altogether by simply not wasting methane. It's a common-sense fee that holds individual companies responsible for their own leaks and wasted methane. Traditionally, there has been bipartisan support for American innovation, and the methane mitigation industry is truly an American innovation story. New technologies are being developed to turn waste into economic value, all while protecting our environment and bolstering public health. And the methane polluter fee is part of that story, incentivizing companies to perform leak detections and repairs that provide high-quality, good-paying jobs that employ thousands of Americans across the country. In fact, between 2021 and 2024, the number of methane mitigation firms in the United States increased by 24%. Wasted methane is bad for consumers, bad for business, bad for workers, and bad for the climate. Strong federal policies like the Methane Emissions Reduction Program are imperative to help reduce wasted methane and capture lost revenue, strengthening businesses and local economies. Yet H.J. Res. 35 would allow oil and gas companies to continue to waste methane without consequence, leaving American consumers stuck with that bill. These 2 resolutions will drive up energy costs for American families and exacerbate our worsening climate crisis, and that's why I oppose them. With that, Madam Chair and Ranking Member and committee members, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Chairman Guthrie, the DOE rule on water heaters was published with the idea that this new standard is supposed to be economically justifiable. However, it seems to target the most affordable option available to people, utilized by lower-income consumers, and require expensive retrofits. Is the rule economically justifiable in your view?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman Fox. No, I don't believe it's economically justifiable. In fact, the gas water heater rule harms those with the least, who have the least. They cannot afford the more expensive water heaters required by the rule. DOE itself found that the rule would increase prices by $250 and by almost $250, and the industry stakeholders contend that the higher prices are closer to between $450 and $665 per unit. The statute requires that DOE energy conservation standards must be economically justifiable, but the Biden-Harris administration consistently failed to comply with that requirement. This gas water heater rule is another example of that failure, and that's why I'm urging my colleagues to support, on both sides of the aisle, to support the CRA.
Now, a question on the rule on methane charges. We know that this rule was finalized after the 2024 election, in the final months of the Biden administration, but it was also finalized after years of great strides by American industry in tackling the problems of methane leaks. Can you enlighten us on the use of the latest technologies to solve this problem?
Thanks again for the question, Chairwoman Fox. Innovation and not regulation is the reason U.S. oil and gas producers have been able to lead the world in reducing both methane emissions as well as the intensity of the methane emissions. This has been done in a variety of ways. For example, according to the Environmental Partnership, a voluntary effort made up of 70% of domestic industry through the implementation of robust leak detection and repair programs, the companies have reduced their leak occurrence rate from a reported 0.16% in 2018 to a reported 0.06% in 2023, less than one component leaking in 1,000. These technologies include infrared point and open path gas sensors, catalytic bead point gas sensors, acoustic gas sensors, and optical gas imaging cameras. So innovation has led us to where we are today.
Thank you very much. As you know, this tax was included in the ironically titled Inflation Reduction Act under Democrat control. Do you believe an added tax on American energy production will lower energy prices for American consumers?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman Fox. In short, no. I don't believe an added tax on American energy production will lower prices for American consumers. Rather, taxing companies for their methane emissions will only raise those costs. In fact, in 2022, the CBO analyzed the effects of charging oil and gas industry for methane emissions and found that much of the cost for abatement is expected to be passed through to the end users as a price increase. That was a quote. Indeed, the cost of requiring companies to implement additional expensive control measures will simply be passed through the consumers. It will also decrease the domestic industry's ability to produce energy, and because consumers will be forced to rely on more limited supply of energy, it will also increase the price of natural gas.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you. It's hard to believe that this is what we're talking about right now. Perhaps it's because my Republican friends may be having trouble getting votes for their budget, so we're going to need a couple of things to do just in case. I want to just say for the record that a former member of this committee, Thomas Massey, just tweeted, "If the Republican budget passes, the deficit gets worse, not better." And I'll note that Mr. Massey is no longer on the Rules Committee. Maybe he said the truth out loud too many times. But I don't always agree with him, but I admire him for his principles because he says what he means and votes based on principle. And, you know, on the legislation we're talking about right now, I certainly want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Tonko, but it is just really stunning to me that this is what we're doing, you know, at the same time trying to pass a budget that would really stick it to middle-class families in this country. You know, I love all the praise for Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, by the way, who gets billions and billions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer-funded subsidies from the U.S. government, and is now going in deciding which agencies, you know, can keep staff and which agencies can and which agencies should be eliminated. I talk about a conflict of interest, but it means nothing. It means nothing to my Republican friends at all. And I'm having a tough time trying to understand how people could be here with a straight face while this is going on. But in any event, it looks like we'll be dealing with these bills on the floor. You have something to add, Mr.? Yeah, Mr. McGovern and Madam Chair, I think it's important for us to look at the bigger frame here. The operations over the life cycle, which may be 30 years, of the tankless water heaters is a purchase price plus operating price cost. And if you can save $3.1 billion for American consumers, that is a savings. And energy efficiency is where it's at. We have to be very resourceful about our energy supply. I think many, if not a great majority of these tankless water heaters have met the standards that we're talking about. And it's important to recognize that most of these tankless water heaters are installed in the largest of homes, and many will suggest they're in the apartments and lower income strata of households, 2.6%. So the great majority are in larger homes. And again, the industry, in a great majority, is already meeting the standards. And we need to look at the total cost over the life span of the product.
And let's not kid ourselves. I mean, if we really want to talk about lowering the cost of living for the American people, this is not it. Again, these guys have no problem with Elon Musk getting billions of dollars in federal contracts, U.S. taxpayer-funded contracts, and to do whatever he wants to do in federal agencies. And they come here and they complain about people on SNAP getting on average $2.06 per person per meal. I mean, they're upset that it went from 160 to 206. I mean, it's unbelievable, but I thank you for being here. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Yeah, I find all this interesting. We have a tax code that Carol Miller's been working on trying to get reformed that deals with carbon capture, and that is far more effective than what we're doing right now with this regulation. Reversing this regulation will make it easier for companies to look into more innovative ways. The carbon capture technology that I'm specifically talking to, and it comes out of Section 26 U.S.C. 45Q, is what they're trying to get. And this company, CNX Resources, now has the capability, Mr. Chairman, of pulling methane directly out of coal mines, active coal mines and abandoned coal mines. I believe we'd capture a whole lot more methane doing that than we would with a regulation that just penalizes the use of natural gas, wouldn't you?
I agree.
I thought you might. And I think that both of these Congressional Review Acts are appropriate, and I appreciate you bringing them in here today. And I think that these should go to the floor and we'll get them voted on. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I guess I would hope, we all hope, that the end of 2024 would see the end of the Republican Party's war on household appliances and the energy efficiency standards that consumers, including myself, rely upon in order to get the best value for our money, but apparently no such luck. So this water heater rule, like the rules for washing machines and dishwashers before, would lower energy costs for millions of Americans. Mr. Tonko, you were talking about the bigger picture here. In addition to lowering long-term costs, isn't there also currently a tax credit under the Inflation Reduction Act for homeowners when they upgrade to more energy-efficient appliances?
Exactly. So there's benefits not only for purchase, but for operating with a higher standard, better, more efficient product. So I think that's very important. If I might, on the methane side of this resolution coupled, is that every molecule of methane that is captured and not wasted is then able to be captured by the company, and that enables them to sell that product. Otherwise, now, without that, with that waste and that leakage, consumers pay the bill. They pay for the waste. Here, the company can capture that. So it's sensible. You know, they calculate that it's maybe as high as $6.4 billion as an impact. So I think we need to be cognizant of those stats.
Yeah, and I think my colleague is going to speak more to the methane aspects of it, but returning to the gas heaters, to the extent that we're concerned about the cost to consumers, aren't the tariffs that President Trump has just imposed upon aluminum and steel, aren't those tariffs going to increase the cost of appliances for American householders?
Absolutely, and it does nothing to make certain that it's a smarter purchase or that there's efficiency in the effort. You know, efficiency is where it's at today within the energy arena. The companies are understanding that they have to move to be more efficient. So it's not just efficiency as they generate and produce the energy, but as they transmit it and as they consume it. And here's an opportunity for us to have consumer efficiency that reduces bills over the lifetime of the product and enables us to go forward with the efforts to reduce some 32 million metric tons of carbon pollution.
I mean, we've heard from some of our consumer advocates that by fighting against these efficiency standards, that it's really just a handout to the propane companies.
Well, you know, it's interesting because a lot of talk about efficiency, and I've heard Republicans on the floor say that, our methane industry, by the way, is sought after because it's the cleanest. Well, if that's the case, let's live accordingly and make it even cleaner. And let's make certain that the waste doesn't continue, because it's a huge contributor to, the climate situation out there, which can be addressed simply with technology that's growing by the day.
Yeah, another example of how American innovation can really help us get to the future.
Exactly.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I noted my colleague on the other side asked aloud how these pieces of legislation would impact the middle class, and I can tell you they impact my congressional district and the middle class within my congressional district. The non-condensing tankless water heater market accounts for about 40% of the overall tankless water heater market. Within that, 51% is manufactured in the heart of my congressional district in Griffin, Georgia. Renai American Corporation, a Japanese company that significantly invested in our country and located many of its facilities within my district. Its headquarters is in my hometown of Peachtree City, and in Griffin, Georgia, 4 years ago, it invested in a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility to manufacture non-condensing tankless water heaters. And to illuminate the challenge that we all face, on December 26th, the day after Christmas, the Biden administration decided to impose this rule that would not only kill the jobs within my congressional district, but it would also limit the opportunity for consumers to have a choice. So a question that I have to the chairman today is, outside of my aggressive lobbying for this Congressional Review Act resolution, why did the Energy and Commerce Committee prioritize this specific rule?
Thank you, Representative Jack. This water heater rule, final rule, is the most recent action in a long history of the Biden-Harris administration promulgating standards aimed at banning natural gas appliances in the sake of energy efficiency. By bypassing this CRA, Congress has, by passing this CRA, the Congress has the opportunity to help President Trump execute his agenda of safeguarding appliances for consumers. House Republicans are making it clear that we support consumer choice, access to affordable products, and a level playing field for companies.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Hundreds of hardworking Americans in my district manufacture these non-condensing tankless water heaters, and the Biden administration, during the holidays, put those jobs in peril. And I applaud the chairman for accelerating this legislation. I applaud the chairwoman of our committee for convening this hearing today specifically on this rule, because I can tell you the jobs in my district depend on it. I've met with these folks, I've visited the facility, and I'm determined to protect and champion these American jobs in my congressional district. So with that, I will yield back to our chairwoman, mindful of our voting time.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. We are 10 minutes into the votes, and we're told the first vote will close after 20 minutes. If we have members who wish to speak for a very short time, I will recognize you. Otherwise, we will recess to go vote and then come back after votes. You would be next, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. How long will you speak?
Well, I was going to defer to my ranking member up first.
I just need
and
10
then
seconds.
my comments are very short, but I don't know how long my ranking.
Yeah, I just want the record to reflect. You know who supports the water heater rule? American manufacturers. American manufacturers. And other than maybe Japanese based companies, you know who opposes this rule? The American Gas Association. The people who get more money when people have to use more gas in their water heaters. And there's a theme here that we see in this and with the budget that was just presented, that seems to be developing here, and that is follow the money. Look where the campaign contributions are. Look who's funding this stuff. The gas industry opposes this. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Thank you. And I would point out that in my district, New Mexico, you might not know, is we are the second largest producers of oil and gas in the country after Texas. So I know a little bit about methane regulations. I know a lot about how important oil and gas production is for a state. And I also know that in New Mexico, we imposed methane reduction regulations. In fact, they're similar to the feds. Actually, I think even a little bit stricter. And you know what happened after we imposed methane capture regulations? Record production. So it's not between making sure you capture methane and producing oil and gas. You can do both. And you know what? When I travel my district, when I go to Hobbs, when I go to Boswell, I've met with oil and gas producers, independents, and the big guys. And they worked with the state on these methane regulations. Mr. Tonko, did the oil and gas producers cooperate and work on these oil and gas
There was a coming
regulations?
together of manufacturers and certainly of the industry to make certain that these were rules that they could abide with.
Yeah.
And we got their input on the very smallest producers that would not be impacted. They'd be excluded, exempted from the methane program. But these are resources that will enable us to grow the innovation economy while saving us from pollution and enabling them to have that record production and growth year.
And, you know, we don't really have time, but I would also point out that if you care about workers, I care a lot about the workers in the oil and gas field, capturing that methane is actually good for their health. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you're reducing that much in terms of carbon pollution, the CO2 as a greenhouse gas, it's good for not only us, but generations to follow.
And finally, that methane is a valuable natural resource. It should not be wasted. It belongs to the people of New Mexico, belongs to the people of America.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Norman, I will recognize you for a quick question.
Questions. Thank you for putting up this. I'll yield to you. I think you got some.
Yes, I have two statements of administration policy I'd like to enter into the record, February 24, 2025, dates on these.
Without objection. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Without objection, the committee stands in recess until the beginning of the last vote of the series.
How are you, Brett?
Are we released then?
like to invite Mr. Scott to approach the witness table. As a reminder, we're asking members to please limit your testimony to 5 minutes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations.
Thank you.
One thing about the budget, Madam Chair, is that we talk about numbers. So you give all the speeches, in the fullness of time, you're relegated to numbers. And in this budget, after all the speeches about the deficit and debt, the deficit goes up the first year in this budget. There's an ongoing joke that Wimpy always told. He said he'd gladly pay a quarter tomorrow for a hamburger today. The deficit goes up the first year of this deficit. Now, that's not a surprise because we have a Republican president. Every Republican president since Nixon has left for his Democratic successors a worse deficit than they inherited, without exception. Every Democrat since Kennedy, every Democratic administration since Kennedy has left for the Republican successors a better deficit situation than they inherited, without exception. So here we are again, Democrat succeeded by a Republican. Republican first opportunity makes the deficit worse. And so you have a budget that includes billions of dollars of tax cuts for the wealthy and pays for it with cuts for working men, women, and those in need, and ends up with a deficit. Now, the only thing I'm asking for in this amendment is if you're going to have a charade like this, don't make the students and the needy pay for it. Don't make Meals on Wheels, students access to college, Pell Grants, student loans, or child nutrition programs pay for this kind of budget. And so we want to exempt the Committee on Education and Workforce from having to come up with cuts to help make this charade of a budget a reality. So that's the amendment.
So that is your amendment?
To exempt the Committee on Education and Workforce from cuts so that children, the elderly, healthcare programs, child nutrition programs don't have to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy.
You've heard the gentleman's amendment. I have no questions to ask. Mr. McGovern?
I would just thank the gentleman for being here, and I agree with him, and I support his amendment. Look, Republicans seem to put on equal footing a tax giveaway to Elon Musk with child nutrition, with SNAP, with Pell Grants, with health care programs to help the most needy. And I don't share that view. I think if government has a responsibility, one of the major responsibilities is to help lift people up. And again, the ironic thing is you're making these deep cuts, and we're not talking about balancing the budget. We're talking about with a bigger debt and deficit than we've ever had. And so, in any event, I thank the gentleman, and I look forward to supporting his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
I have no questions.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized. Ms. Houchin.
I have no questions.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you very much for your amendment. You know, I spent time in my rural district over our work period, and 717 schools in New Mexico receive federal education funding. And if we cut this funding, what we are doing is we are increasing the cost for those schools and the families who live in them. If we do the cuts directed at the various agencies, we are increasing the cost in rural America, and that is the exact opposite of what this president promised. And I think it's very interesting because somebody said earlier that there was a mandate. Well, he won by 1.4%. And what we're seeing now is that there is such an outcry about his economic policies that his approval rating is plummeting and is now in the 30s because of what he is doing on the economy and how he will be hurting the American people. I thank you for the amendment. I think that folks in this chamber who have districts like mine should do well to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, you're recognized. Mr. Griffith. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Scott. I appreciate your being here.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Capter.
Madam Chair, and we miss you in the chair in Education and Workforce.
You're very kind to say so, sir. I miss working with you. Ms. Capter. I think you were here earlier, and I think you know I ask every member to please limit your testimony to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. It's good to be back here. Thank you, and thank Mr. McGovern, Ranking Member, for receiving us and all the members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear this evening, and the resolution we are considering today concerns a betrayal of our middle class and working people across our nation. It is a somber reminder of what some extremists consider to be priorities. Let the very wealthy get wealthier off the backs of the middle class and all working Americans. My amendment seeks to protect American taxpayers. It prevents any overreach and access of non-authorized personnel with a need to know to fiscal databases cataloging private taxpayer information for any reason outside of those already codified in the Privacy Act of 1974. Furthermore, my amendment rejects any access to personally identifiable information called PII of American taxpayers. These include banking information, tax payments, Social Security payments, Medicare and Medicaid payments, or veterans benefits by anyone that does not have the proper clearance, handling expertise, and need to know. Currently, it appears DOJ has accessed confidential personal information, including birth dates, veterans data, medical information, and financial information of each American through Treasury's fiscal databases. There is no clear indication of what is being done with this information. Billionaires and their private interests and corporations should not have access to sensitive information on everyday Americans. The top U.S. Treasury official in charge of disbursements for Social Security, Medicare payments, and Treasury Department transactions was forced to resign after pressure from Elon Musk's reckless effort to gain control over critical transactions impacting millions upon millions of our fellow citizens. Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who holds 3 citizenships and has been a citizen of our republic for just 22 years, does not possess the legal authority nor standing to interfere with the U.S. Treasury Department's significant transactions. We cannot allow him or any outsider to run roughshod over our institutions. This amendment rejects the use of any fiscal data of federal employees being unlawfully obtained, being placed on administrative leave, being fired, or forced to resign or retire from federal service. The Privacy Act of 1974 allows for financial data of federal employees to be used, if needed, for background checks, counterintelligence purposes, or other law enforcement purposes. This amendment is meant to ensure that the insiders or those with conflicts of interest, clearly, and the ultra-wealthy do not use fiscal systems or financial data to make decisions about Americans for political or business-related reasons, or traffic with information on their own behalf where they hold clear conflicts of interest. Similarly, I reject artificial intelligence capabilities being placed on federal financial systems without the proper safeguards in place to maintain and govern such uses of AI. I support the responsible use and protection of all fiscal systems and financial data of federal employees, as well as appropriated funds for foreign assistance and training programs for government personnel. I support taxpayer rights to have their fiscal information maintained securely and handled properly without fear of judgment or reprisal by the appropriate persons, and I support the process by which funds are legally authorized and appropriated by Congress and the legal systems needed to safeguard subsequent expenditures. To conclude, access to U.S. government fiscal service systems and systems of record has already occurred by DOGE, creating uncertainty and chaos impacting personnel across our federal workforce, foreign allies, and corporate partners. Finally, I urge my colleagues to please support my amendment to ensure unelected oligarchs and those with money and political power are not able to weaponize our financial systems, disrupt our nation's critical workforce, damage federal systems for upholding privacy, and our congressional power of the purse to appropriate funds. We must protect our taxpayers and our workforce, both public and private sector, from inappropriate and unlawful access and the use of their private financial information and the systems on which it resides. The Privacy Act of 1974 clearly governs the collection, maintenance, use, dissemination of information about individuals that is maintained in the systems of record. An unelected billionaire who holds 3 citizenships and whose conflicts of interest must be considered when delving into the private records that are held securely by the government of the United States. Our national security personnel, our federal contractors, all will be impacted by this. This snooping heightens risk for adversarial targeting or inappropriate use. Any access by unqualified persons to banking information of foreign entities risks damaging foreign partnerships, diplomatic relations, and national security. And finally, artificial intelligence is still a new and emerging capability with little codified governance. Introducing this capability into federal financial systems, especially by anyone with business interests in its adoption, would bring unprecedented risk to the integrity and safety of our fiscal systems and the people they serve. I urge you to please support my amendment on behalf of the American people to provide greater protection to sensitive taxpayer data, uphold Article I congressional authority, and ensure critical partnerships and our citizens' private records are not damaged by billionaires ransacking our federal government. Our financial system mustn't be weaponized against our own people. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you late in the day, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. At this time, I have no questions. Mr. McGovern?
I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an amendment testimony from Representative Hernandez in support of amendment number 15. And
Without objection.
And I would just say to Congresswoman Capter, I agree with your amendment. It is disturbing that this is happening and there's so little transparency. And I doubt very much that this committee, unfortunately, will make your amendment in order. But I would like to think that some of my Republican friends might demand better oversight by congressional committees to see whether there is a conflict of interest and to see what is happening. I mean, I've been at town meetings and people are asking questions. They just want to know the information, and they can't get it. So, again, I thank you for being here, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Capter, I've just been given an amendment that was submitted by you, which is not the same as what your testimony is. And I'm curious about that. Do you have another amendment that you have submitted? Because the amendment that I have, it begins in section 2001 with respect to general government 800, increase the amount of budget authority and outlays for the applicable fiscal year as follows, and adjust other levels as appropriate. Is that is the amendment that we have from you? So
I don't know if another one was submitted. I really don't know.
Okay. Well,
but this is the one I want considered. And where's my guy here? Were 2 amendments submitted? Okay. So this relates to Section 2001.
Section 2001, right. Okay.
Resolution 14.
Okay.
Do you want me to come back tomorrow?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Well, thank you very much. Let's see, Ms. Fishbach.
I have no question.
Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Norman. No. Mr. Neguse. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
No, thank you very much, Representative Cassidy. You're always going to be really important economic.
Thank you.
Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Scott.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair, but I would just like to point out that obviously a lot of money went somewhere, and I think that some of the investigation should include, whose bank account that money went into for, all those grants through USAID. And I think there needs to be criminal investigation of where some of the money was going.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith.
No questions.
Mr. Jack.
No questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam
Ms.
Chair, we will submit whatever supplementary information is needed to clarify the amendment and its purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate that. Seeing no other members wishing to testify on HJ Res 20, HJ Res 35, or HCon Res 14, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the committee grant HJ Res 20, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for Consumer Gas-Fired Instantaneous Water Heaters, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of HJ Res 35, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charged for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of HCon Res 14, establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034 under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution. The rule provides 3 hours of debate with 2 hours confined to the congressional budget equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and 1 hour on the subject of economic goals and policies equally divided and controlled by Representative Swikert of Arizona and Representative Beyer of Virginia or their respective designees. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the concurrent resolution as amended shall be considered as read. The rule permits the chair of the Committee on the Budget to offer amendments in the House pursuant to Section 305A5 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 to achieve mathematical consistency. Finally, the rule provides that the concurrent resolution shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question of its adoption.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make and order amendment number 5 offered by myself and Ranking Member Angie Craig of the House Agriculture Committee, which prevents cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. By striking the reconciliation instructions to the Agriculture Committee, this amendment protects SNAP for the 42 million people in this country who rely on these modest benefits to afford food. It is our most effective tool to reduce food insecurity for families in every one of our districts. Again, as I mentioned before, the average SNAP benefit today is about $2.06 per person per meal. My Republican friends want to reduce that down to $1.60. I find it absolutely shameful that this majority is seeking to gut SNAP by nearly 25% to fund tax breaks for billionaires and corporations. I've never heard anything so cruel in my life. Republicans on this dais have a choice to make right now. A yes vote means that you are standing up for working people, kids, veterans, seniors, and people with disabilities who rely on these benefits to survive. A no vote means that you care more about tax breaks for billionaires than food for working families.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
As for roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack.
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there another amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 77 offered by myself, which extends tax cuts only for people making under $400,000 per year. You know, when they talk about their awful tax scam enacted during the last Trump presidency, my Republican colleagues like to leave out the fact that the richest people in this country, millionaires and billionaires, got 288 times more of the benefit than regular working-class people, like teachers and firefighters. Let me repeat that. The richest in this country are getting 288 times more tax cuts than the average worker. That is wrong. This amendment is very simple. It extends tax cuts only for people making under $400,000 per year. It's a chance for my Republican colleagues to put their money where their mouth is. If you want to have a tax system that puts middle-class families ahead of billionaires, you should support this amendment. The yes vote on this amendment extends only the tax cuts for middle and working-class families. A no vote continues our unfair tax system that rewards billionaires over regular people.
Is there further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment?
I think Mr. Neguse, yeah.
Mr. Neguse?
Yes, I thank the chairwoman. I certainly support the ranking member's amendment, which I think is thoughtful and clarifies for the public what this debate really is all about. I was remiss in missing some of the debate earlier on this bill, and so I thought I might just offer a colloquy if my colleague from the good state of Texas is willing to engage me. But our good friend and former Rules Committee member, Mr. Massey, I think offered perhaps the most salient indictment of the Republican budget resolution thus far, when he released a statement earlier today on X saying, quote, "If the Republican budget passes, the deficit gets worse, not better." And I just wonder if there's, perhaps this is already debated at great length. Okay, I missed the fun.
It wasn't debated at great length.
It wasn't debated? Well, at this point, we have an opportunity, if Mr. Roy or Mr. Norman care to opine on that. But having great respect for Mr. Massey and enjoying my service with him on this committee, I would be remiss if I didn't give the two of you an opportunity to explain your change of heart and why you've become pro-deficit all of a sudden. I mean, or is this inconsistent with Mr. Massey? Happy to yield to the gentleman.
No, I'll just say, we debated this earlier and had a significant amount of conversation about it. Mr. Massey is not here to make his point. He'll be able to make that on the floor should he wish. And as it's not surprising, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Massey and a lot of agreement in many respects with Mr. Massey on a lot of different issues, including concerns about what we do with respect to spending and tax policy. If Mr. Massey were here, we would have engaged in a colloquy between the two of us and with you about these issues. We explained earlier when Mr. Arrington was here about my belief that assumption of 2.5% growth, pegged between historic 3.2 and CBO 1.8, which is basically the middle spot of there. That plus the spending cuts, which I understand there's some disagreement on spending reductions on the other side of the aisle, those two things combined, I believe, gets it to deficit neutrality. Would I like to go further? Absolutely. But this is a effort to move the ball forward. And I would note that we worked hard, including Mr. Norman and I, to include a tie between the tax policy and the spending policy, which was an important provision for us in the Budget Committee, so that there would be requirements of spending restraint and that any tax restraint would be tied to that spending restraint, which was a fairly significant change. I yield back.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's response. I would just simply say, as you said, and you're right to note, Mr. Massey is not here. He no longer serves on this committee, and I think we know the reason why. If he were here, he'd be speaking truth to power with respect to his views on this particular bill, as he made clear to the American public by virtue of his post. No doubt that this bill increases the deficit. He knows it. The American people know it. He's no longer on this committee to say so, but I look forward to the debate on the floor tomorrow when I suspect he'll make that argument. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair, I would just,
Yes,
I would
Ms.
just like to
Lathrop.
point out that this amendment asks the Republicans and Democrats on the committee, who do you stand with? And I definitely stand with our working families and not the millionaires and the billionaires, not the person who is earning $4 million an hour who will gain from this. So I speak in favor of the amendment and hope all of our colleagues will stand with working and middle-class families.
Well, I want to move this debate along as quickly as I can tonight. I think we've heard this in different places today. But I want to get into the record some facts, not lies and not distortions. The 2017 Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for all Americans. In fact, the lowest earning individuals gained the most benefit. The bottom 20% of earners, those with incomes up to $26,000, saw their federal tax rate fall to its lowest level in 40 years. Earnings under $100,000 received an average cut of 16%, while the share of taxes paid by the top 1% increased. So what happened in 2017 was not simply a cut for the rich. If these tax cuts expire, it will devastate our nation's families, workers, and small business owners. The average taxpayer would see a 22% tax hike, meaning on average they'll pay $1,695 more in taxes per year. 40 million families will see their child tax credit cut in half. 26 million small businesses will be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate. This is over 20 points higher than what businesses pay in communist China. So I think it's important that we get these facts out, and I'm not going to repeat them over and over again because I want to get them in the record.
Madam Chair,
at one point.
Just to be clear, if I can, that my amendment would protect the tax breaks for middle-class families. It just wouldn't extend them to the very wealthy.
I understand what you said, Mr. McGovern. Now, hearing none, the question's on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
It's for a roll call.
The gentleman, the clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy?
No.
Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment to the rule.
The gentleman will.
And again, I just want to make clear for the record, we support tax cuts for working families. We just don't support tax cuts for the very wealthy in this country, the millionaires and billionaires and big corporations. So I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an amendment number 78 offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for people earning over $1 million per year. So Republicans on this committee have made it clear that they're looking out for the interests of billionaires ahead of regular people by rejecting the last amendment, which would have prioritized working and middle-class people. You talk about the deficit and making tough choices all the time. I get it. But if you're truly concerned about the deficit and the debt, I think we can start by making the richest people in this country pay their fair share. So I'm offering this amendment, which is very simple. It prevents tax cuts for people earning over $1 million per year. Fewer than 1% of people in this country earn $1 million or more per year, and those people should pay what they owe. So a yes vote on this amendment prevents those making $1 million a year from getting another tax handout. A no vote, just to remind my Republican colleagues, is a vote to put people making over $1 million ahead of school teachers and firefighters, nurses, and police officers.
Is there any further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern requests roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further discussion?
Madam Chairwoman, hard to believe that last vote, but I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 79 offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for people earning over $100 million per year. Madam Chair, every Republican just voted in lockstep to keep our unfair tax system where billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than working people. But I want to highlight how out of touch my friends are. Let's go from people earning $1 million a year to $100 million a year. I mean, surely you must think if someone makes $100 million a year, you shouldn't pay less in taxes than an average worker, right? Now, I did some research, and there are less than a dozen CEOs in this country who earn that much. Again, a yes vote on this amendment prevents people earning over $100 million per year from getting another tax break. So you should vote no if you want to side with the millionaires and billionaires over working people.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
That's
to.
for a roll call.
The gentleman asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, and I make one more quick comment about taxes. It's true the share of taxes paid by the top 1% actually hit new heights after the TCJA was enacted. Is there further discussion?
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 80, offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for people with a net worth over $1 billion. Republicans on this committee just voted to protect tax breaks for people earning over $100 million per year. So I want to see how far they'll go. Will my Republican colleagues join Democrats to prevent tax breaks for billionaires? I mean, billionaires? There are 748 billionaires in the United States. That's it. And a lot of them pay a lower effective tax rate than the people we represent because of all the loopholes that you've been successful in getting into the tax code. So I asked my colleagues, who do you stand with? Your constituents or the billionaires? So a yes vote on this amendment means you stand with your constituents. A no vote is to vote to protect the 748 billionaires in this country from paying what they should pay in taxes.
Madam Chair,
Any further? Yep, Mr.
I
Scott.
would just like to point out that municipal bonds, those people own a tremendous amount of municipal bonds, and the gamesmanship in their actual tax rate, a lot of it comes from the fact that they're the ones that are actually buying the bonds to build the hospitals, the water systems, and everything else. Now, if you want to take away tax-exempt bond interest, then let me tell you something. You want to hurt a lot of the people in this country, take away the tax-exempt bonds from them.
My heart is aching for the billionaires who, by the way, keep a lot of the money to themselves. So again, this is about whether
The money goes to build hospitals, schools. Yeah, just the facts. I know they get in the way sometimes.
I disagree. So this is very clear. You can try to explain that to your constituents at a town hall.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Griffith.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, I don't know of any agency that keeps track of our net worth. So this would actually require expenditures in order to have an agency determine what the net worth of every American is. I think that's bad policy. I yield back.
But, and I also don't know how Mr. McGovern knows that these people pay less than other people. I'm not sure how you get that kind of information.
I can give you, I'm going to insert in the record a number of articles that will help explain that to all of you, okay?
Well, they're not government agencies, I would submit. Therefore, we'd have to create a government agency to determine the net worth of all Americans in order to make this amendment in order or proper.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. I'm going to call the question.
Well, there's some people who want to debate.
There's debate. There's debate.
I'd
I'd like to have debate.
You're going to cut off debate on this?
I will shortly. Mr. Neguse?
I thank the chairwoman for her indulgence. I would just say, Mr. Griffith, again, let's just have an honest debate. Your concern cannot possibly be that you are worried that this will require an expenditure to create a new government agency to calculate the net worth of 740 people in a country of 330 million people, 740 billionaires, whom Mr. McGovern has made a reasonable amendment to simply suggest that perhaps these tax cuts shouldn't go to the 740 richest people in a country of 330 million people. None of these people are your constituents, I suspect. That the 740 billionaires in this country don't live in your district. There are a lot of people in your country, in your constituency, earning a living wage. And those are the people that Mr. McGovern seeks to protect. So you can take the stance that Mr. Scott did regarding municipal bonds, and I appreciate his point on that. I disagree with him, but nonetheless, that's a reasonable position to take. But this notion that the government is incapable of calculating net worth of billionaires and therefore we should let them off the hook and have whatever tax cuts they please, spare me, please. I mean, I yield back.
Thank you for yielding back. Ms.
Madam
Leisure
Chair.
Fernandez.
Yeah, I'd like to cede time to the ranking member.
I just want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record from the Oxford Review of Economic Policy, what is the average federal individual income tax rate on the wealthiest Americans? And also the secret IRS files, trove of never-before-seen records reveal how the wealthiest avoid income tax in our country. And you know what? We should actually do a hearing on how people hide their wealth and how they play games. But I mean, there's a list of here from Warren Buffett to Jeff Bezos to Michael Bloomberg to Elon Musk, shows what their true tax rate they pay is. And quite frankly, their effective tax rate is oftentimes less than a police officer or a nurse. There's something wrong.
Without objection.
Ms.
Okay.
Okay, and, I think we need to remember that it is the job of the Internal Revenue Service to receive and to determine what the taxes are. And we are passing a resolution that's going to set up a tax cut for those billionaires. And with regards to who we represent, Mr. Griffith, I would note that you represent the most people utilizing SNAP to put food on the table for their families, and the second highest number of people on Medicaid in this committee. And so the question is, are you going to be standing with those 740 billionaires and saying, I don't think they deserve this tax cut when it's going to come out of SNAP and Medicaid? I think that's what the amendment is going to, is are we going to be standing with the 740 billionaires, many of whom are constantly cheating on their taxes, which is another issue. But I think that that's the point that this amendment is making, is who are you standing with? Your own constituents. It's 156,146 constituents on Medicaid, 57,000 constituents on SNAP, or those 740. With that, I yield back.
Let's not let this mystery go very long. We'll find out who's voting how. The questions on the...
Chairwoman, I don't want her, I just want to insert one thing in the record, and I'll be quick. It's an article by the Tax Foundation explaining how the wealthiest taxpayers paid the highest effective tax rates in 2019. I know that data is updated, and since then, there's articles since then, but that the overall effective tax rates for the wealthiest 0.001% were at 41%, 47% when you include international, and it goes down the list, and overwhelmingly, it's the highest percentage of their income and percentage that is going to insert that in the record.
Without objection, we will enter that in the record. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
As for recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other
Yes.
discussion or amendment?
I have an amendment to the rule. After that debate where my Republican friends were falling over each other to defend billionaires, which is something I haven't seen so overtly in a long time, but I move the committee make an order amendment number 53 offered by Representative Gray, which says that no tax cuts for billionaires if Medicaid is cut by a single cent. Now, this should be an easy one. Medicaid provides health insurance to nearly a third of Americans, including a lot of your constituents, and it is the primary source of long-term care in this country, ensuring that seniors and people with disabilities are able to age with dignity. So I find it especially cruel that in this budget, Republicans are proposing to strip regular people of their health care and prevent access to long-term care, all to pay for tax breaks for the richest people in this country. The previous vote made clear that giving billionaires more handouts is the #1 priority of the Republican Party. Now we'll see if they will at least commit to not cutting Medicaid at the same time. So I said to my Republican friends, you can either be with the regular people in your district to rely on Medicaid to access health care and long-term care, or you can be with the billionaires. Which is it? So this amendment is simple. A yes vote means that billionaires don't get tax breaks if Medicaid is cut by a single cent. A no vote allows billionaires to get their tax breaks even if Republicans rip health care away from people.
Is there any further debate on the issue, on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
So I think this is a whose side are you on amendment? Are you on the side of the 740 billionaires? It's such a small number. Or on the side of your Medicaid recipients? Mr. Scott, out of all the members on the committee, you represent the most people with marketplace insurance coverage under the Affordable Care Act and quite a few people on Medicaid. We already talked about the number of people that Representative Griffith has on Medicaid. Nearly all of us on this dais, nearly all of us represent over 100,000 people on Medicaid. Are you going to stand with your voters, the mothers with the babies, the people who are disabled, the children, Are you going to stand with them or the billionaires? That's what this motion goes to.
Madam Chair.
And I'd like to point out,
Mr. Scott, are you finished?
no,
Ms.
we're not finished. You know, Matthew 25:30. When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. When I was sick, you looked after me. Remember the people in your district who are hungry, who are sick, who need care. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Well, Madam Chair, I appreciate quoting the Bible. I've read every word from end to amen, and I think the instructions are for us as individuals, not for the government. And the idea that taxing one person for the government to provide for something is the same thing as charity is just simply not an accurate rendition of the way we're supposed to conduct ourselves. And I'll leave that at that. But I want to say this. I'm one of those people that's in the marketplace in my district, and I have a $15,000 out-of-pocket. $15,000 out of pocket for my family in that marketplace where y'all promised if you got the Affordable Care Act, if you liked your insurance, you could keep it. And the system was going to be a whole lot better. And you know what? It got worse for everybody. And you want to know why rural hospitals are going broke? Because nobody can afford health insurance anymore. If they're in the marketplace, they got a $10,000 or $15,000 out of pocket, and so they don't go get health care. That's the end result of the Affordable Care Act.
Madam Chair? Well, I would just simply say, Mr. Scott, and your solution is what? To eliminate Affordable Care Act tax credits? To gut Medicaid? In what universe do the solutions that you're proposing as part of this Republican budget solve the issues that you purport to identify? I would love to work with you on out-of-pocket caps. We've made some progress in that regard this last session of Congress with respect to pharmaceutical drugs and the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm all ears. I'm welcome that partnership, but I'm struggling to understand. You take issue with health insurance being expensive, and your solution is to cut the very subsidies that your constituents are relying on to try to access health care. Happy to yield to the gentleman. Am I missing something? What?
The subsidies simply make it cost more.
The subsidies make the cost more. Okay.
The subsidies make the overall cost of health care cost more.
Okay.
With that, I'll yield.
I hear you. So I would just, so it sounds like, and then I'm going to close, Madam Chair, but it just sounds like what you're suggesting is to your constituents, look, we know you're getting a subsidy, a couple $1,000s a year to help you access health care, and our solution to health care costs being too high is to take away the $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 of subsidies that we're giving you now. I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a healthcare executive, but I don't think you need to be one to understand that that is a bad deal for average Americans. And that's why I'll be voting no against this resolution. I yield back.
Mr. Roy?
Yeah.
You're recognized.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and to reinforce what the gentleman from Georgia was talking about on Obamacare, I would not be able to go to MD Anderson where I went 13 years ago for cancer treatment. I had a constituent just last year, and she unfortunately died of cancer this last fall, who was on Obamacare and was unable to go get the best treatment because Obamacare does not provide for that. And that's the nature of what we're, quote, calling coverage. But then to the point at hand with respect to Medicaid, and what we're talking about is trying to reform Medicaid, frankly, to make it function in any way, shape, or form as it was designed to function. Because now what we're talking about is a massively expanded population into the able-bodied. It has shifted resources from the most vulnerable. And now you've got states that are gaming it, like California, and states that are saying, well, they're going to set higher provider payment rates for the expansion enrollees and giving doctors and hospitals explicit financial incentives to discriminate against traditional enrollees. You get a 90% federal reimbursement rate. Under FMAP for the expansion population is a much higher rate than for the traditional population. And states have an incentive to aggressively enroll in the expansion-eligible individuals, all of which diverts the resources away from the vulnerable. In other words, there are lots of ways we could reform Medicaid to actually make it in any way, shape, or form halfway function. But what we've done is obliterate it and then blown a hole in the deficit in the meantime. We've had a massive expansion in the cost of Medicaid over the last 5 years alone, much less over the last 2 years. And if you look at where it's projected to be $1 trillion by the end of this budget cycle if we don't do something to reform it and make our system work. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Is there any further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment? If not, hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair? No. Madam Chair, no. 4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an amendment number 81 offered by myself, which prevents tax cuts for billionaires while families struggle to put food on the table. Madam Chair, Donald Trump said he would lower costs. Has anyone here been to a grocery store lately? I don't know whether Donald Trump or Elon Musk have ever walked into a grocery store, but this past month has had the highest increase in food prices in over 2 years in this past month. And I think I saw somewhere that eggs are like $10 a dozen in some stores. And who has benefited? The billionaires who run the corporations, they just voted to give tax breaks to. So here's another simple amendment. A yes vote says that billionaires don't get tax breaks if food prices are going up for regular people. A no vote allows billionaires to get their tax breaks, even if working people have to pay more at the grocery store.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call. Yeah.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I have one further amendment, Madam Chair, for me. I move the committee make an order amendment number 82 offered by myself, which protects the refundable child tax credit. I was really struck by something that happened at the Budget Committee's markup on this awful budget resolution. Mr. McClintock, a Republican, said that he wanted to go after, quote, refundable tax credits, end quote. Now, I have to assume he's going after the child tax credit, which helps working people support their kids and buy necessities like food. And going after the refundable portion would reduce the amount of money that a lot of families with kids get back. So just to recap, Republicans just voted 6 times in favor of tax handouts to the rich and powerful. At the very least, they can vote to say that we won't take money out of the pockets of working-class families with children, right? So let's find out. On this amendment, a yes vote protects the refundable child tax credit, which puts money in the pockets of regular families. A no vote opens the child tax credit up to cuts, which would mean regular people lose money. I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
We ask
to.
for a roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
You're recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
Madam Chair, my amendment, I would move the committee making order amendment number 7 to HCON Res 14 offered by Representative McGarvey, which strikes the instructions to the House Committee on Education and Workforce in order to protect the National School Lunch Program, the National School Breakfast Program, and community eligibility provision for school meals from any cuts or reduction. This amendment would strike the instructions to prevent damaging cuts to schools, school meal programs, and education programs for kids trying to make it through the day with something in their stomach. It's unconscionable that this Republican budget would take food assistance from the mouths of kids. School meals programs are one of the most important anti-hunger programs that we have in this country to keep kids healthy and to help them learn. Cutting $330 billion in federal assistance to schools will have a devastating effect on our nation's children. It'll leave kids hungry. So therefore, I would urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
thank you for recognizing me. That's just not true. There's not a single specific cut in this budget resolution to a program to state that in the resolution we are cutting school lunches is just not factual. So I'm at a loss for words. I yield back.
Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. McGovern.
I'm going to yield to Ms. Scanlon in a second, but I'm at a loss for words, too. When your budget contains numbers that, extraordinarily high numbers that demand major cuts in programs, for example, in USDA, $230 billion, I mean, we know where those cuts are going to be. It's going to be in nutrition programs. To suggest that, oh, we don't, you know, we're not super specific, so therefore, you know, we get a pass to vote for this with no consequences. I'm sorry, we're not going to let that go by. This budget, if it were enacted and if it were the basis for reconciliation, would devastate the middle class and would stick it to poor people in a way that we have never seen. And by the way, it doesn't save any money. It doesn't balance the budget. It's going to provide tax cuts for wealthy people, and we're going to see the deficit continue to grow. We just don't share the same values or the same belief when it comes to what's reflected in this budget. And I yield back to Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. I mean, yes, it's not specifically in the budget, but the numbers are in the budget. And where those cuts are supposed to come from was outlined in the wish list that was leaked from the Republican conference earlier this year. So it's, you know, disingenuous to say that there won't be these kind of cuts when the only way you can reach the numbers that occur in this resolution would be if you make the cuts that we're talking about. And it's been acknowledged by our Republican colleagues. So that's all. Back.
Mr. Norman.
You know, we all know what this is about. This is just for supposedly political points. Let me just point out that, you know, in all due respect, it's so hypocritical of y'all. During the last 4 years, when you had people coming across this border, you had children who were being raped, you had fentanyl flowing in from China. Where was your voice then? Where was the words of you feel so sorry for the people who were killed by the illegals? You didn't say a thing. And now you're lecturing us, and just, I'll take as much time as it needs. We can sit here all night. I hope you put up 100 amendments like this. But it's really hypocritical for y'all when you stayed quiet with an inept president who couldn't even spell his last name, letting this country go to shambles and do the damage that he has done that's being corrected now. Yeah. And, you know, keep doing it. The American people get where y'all are coming from. And, keep what you're doing, because it's just, it's sad, really, because not one word was mentioned by a Democrat. I yield back.
Madam Chair, I need to correct the record, because in this committee, many of us spoke out against the terrible violence against innocent civilians and we go back and we'll provide you the record, Mr. Norman. I know you have selective memory when it comes to things like that.
Will you yield?
Yeah, I'm happy to yield. Well, I don't have the time. I'm just going at the good graces of the chair here, but I'm happy to yield.
Okay, where was the bill that you put up to build a border wall, to stop the immigration?
Well-
Where were your words? You say the words, but there were no actions behind it.
Well, where's the border wall that you promised to build?
No, where was your,
I
where
don't
was, you
believe a border
didn't do
wall. I
it.
don't believe a border wall is the way you solve the
Okay,
problem.
then what solved
So,
it?
yeah.
You tell me, you let them in.
Well, but let's go back down to what this amendment is about. I know you don't want to talk about it, but let's talk about what this amendment is about. And that's what we're debating here right now. So you could vote no on it. You voted for billionaires over and over and over again today, over middle-class families and people struggling to get a middle class. If that's where your values are, fine. But let's talk about the amendment that Ms. Scanlon has.
Mr. Governor, it's just words, you know that. It's just words.
Madam Chair.
I yield back.
Mr. Roy.
I would just bring it back to the point at hand, although I agree with the gentleman from South Carolina's overall point. I would just note that in terms of what we're putting forward in this budget, CBO baseline outlays are $85.7 trillion over 10 years. $85.7 trillion. The House instruction is for $84.07 trillion. That's what we're talking about. What we're saying is that for $84 trillion over 10 years, we can't do the business of government. It's absolutely laughable. And in fact, the only criticism that I think you could levy against it is that it's absurd that we're still talking about $84 trillion and that we're not reducing that number further. $84 trillion is what this budget would put forward. I can frankly barely tolerate it.
And what's the debt?
Because it's so high, $84 trillion.
And what's the debt you're going to accumulate?
The debt that we would accumulate, we believe it would hold the line at the current $2 trillion level debt. The current $2 trillion debt, with the goal of having growth to be able to drive that down through regulatory policy and economic policy and unleashing American energy by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act, which gives billions of dollars of tax credits to billion-dollar corporations to the tune of $1.2 trillion, crushing American energy and forcing Americans to be living with inflation, destroying the average hardworking American's family budget. It is the inflationary pressures that is devastating hardworking American families. And you guys are playing the same old games of politics when it's American families getting crushed by Democrat inflationary pressures. And we're trying to put forward a responsible budget. And $84 trillion, America, is not enough for our Democratic colleagues.
We just
not $84 trillion.
We're asking you not to cut food for poor people.
You don't have to.
Yeah, you are.
Come up with $84 trillion.
No.
I yield back.
Madam Chair.
I want to make one quick comment. Ms. Scanlon told the truth a few minutes ago, and I didn't get a chance to say it. She says, yes, the numbers are not there to cut these programs, but we all know what's going to happen. So for the first time tonight, you all admitted that you're making up all of these things that you're saying. And I'm going to get it out of the record tomorrow and use it in the debate, in the rule, because that's what you said. You said the number, it's not there. So for the first time tonight, you told the truth, and we've been saying that all evening. None of these things that you've made up are in this budget, none of them. And it's just, you're making things up as you go along. And the American people can read the budget and see that the cuts to SNAP are not there, the cuts to education are not there in the specific ways you talked about it. So they're not there. I'd like to move on tonight.
Is there a $230 billion cut in the agriculture section of the budget?
I'd like to move on because I think now we have on record that.
There's a $230 billion
What you
cut
want.
in the ag section of this bill.
Okay. Are there any further amendment? We're not on an amendment. Are we on an amendment? We
We're on
are.
Ms. Scanlon's
Okay.
amendment.
Your amendment. Okay.
Dealing with school
Any
lunches.
further discussion?
We wanted to protect schools.
Ms.
I believe
Ledger.
we're on Ms. Scanlon's amendment, and so I'd like to have discussion on it, and I'm going to yield to Ms. Scanlon at the beginning.
Yeah, as I said at the outset, I mean, Mr. Roy wants to talk about the trillions in debt, I want to talk about the kids in my district who are hungry, and that the budget proposed by the Republicans is going to threaten their ability to get school lunches. Because the only way you can make your budget numbers work in this resolution is if you make those cuts. And your own members have admitted that. So that's why we are seeking to protect it. If it's not true, vote for the amendment. I yield back to Ms. Ledger.
And Madam Chair, I believe when Representative Scanlon was saying is that you have suggested that there be cuts to the Education Committee and that the numbers are not there with regards to cutting. You cannot suggest a cut to the Education Committee of that magnitude without cutting school lunches. So let's be clear about what she was talking about. And indeed, Chairman Arrington circulated a menu of cuts in January, which included $12 billion of cuts to school meals. So when you tell education and workforce, cut $330 billion, we object. We say we do not want you to cut $330 billion of our children's education, and we are saying through this amendment, let's protect school lunches. So that's what this amendment does, is it would protect school lunches from the $330 billion of cuts that Republicans have suggested. It's a simple amendment. That's what it does. And I urge my colleagues to stand for education, to stand for healthy children, to stand for children who are not hungry when they go to school, and to support this amendment. And with that, anything else? No. I yield back. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
I
to.
would ask for a roll call vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee to make an order amendment number 52 offered by myself. The wealthiest and most powerful Americans are contemplating a tax scam that does not help families afford groceries, buy a home, or make sure their children have a better life than they did. No, they're contemplating a tax scam that will continue to enrich themselves. I request unanimous consent to submit the January 10th, 2025 report from the Department of Treasury entitled "The Cost and Distribution of Extending Expiring Provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts of 2017" into the record.
Without objection.
This report found that extending the Trump tax scam would give an extra $32,000 a year to those in the top 100%, or those earning about $750,000 a year. That windfall is more than half of my state's median household income, more than half. Extending the tax scam would provide an additional $314,000 a year handout to those in the top 0.1% every single year. The vast majority of working Americans would receive less than a few dollars a month. If Donald Trump and Elon Musk really want to give massive handouts to themselves, millionaires and billionaires, if they truly believe that would help hardworking families afford groceries or buy a home, let's exempt those billionaires and millionaires who work for the federal government as political appointees from the tax benefits of this legislation. If your net worth is almost $400 billion like Elon Musk, you certainly don't need that extra money, do you? My amendment will prevent President Trump, Elon Musk, and indeed members of Congress who earn more than the top 1% of Americans from benefiting from these tax cuts or the companies they control. Roughly 75% of Americans want us to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. This idea that we should not be taking action that benefits the wealthiest among us is very popular. So I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the questions on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
No. The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 28 to H-Con Res 14, offered by myself, which creates a point of order against legislation that reduces funding for state or local law enforcement. The amendment, if I might.
Go ahead.
The amendment is very simple and straightforward. Creates a point of order to prevent any legislation from being brought up in connection with this budget resolution and, of course, the reconciliation instructions that would cut state or local law enforcement funding. I would hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would join me in protecting funding for state law enforcement and for local law enforcement. There are a variety of programs that your local police departments, your local sheriff's departments rely upon. Federal grant funds, the COPS program, various DOJ programs. All this amendment does is protect them. And I would hope that my colleagues would join in this effort, that this could be a bipartisan effort. I don't know how you can vote against this amendment and tell your sheriffs and your local police departments that you've done so, when we know that this amendment would prevent the kind of draconian cuts that we've already seen warnings of as part of this larger debate about the Republican budget resolution. So I would just beg of my colleagues to join us in this effort. Let's support local law enforcement, and let's pass this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
So the American people really deserve to know if Republicans are willing to defund the police to give tax cuts to billionaires and the largest corporations. And this amendment would make sure the funding local police departments receive from the federal government is safe. In 2023, North Carolina got $9 million in federal funding for local police departments. Are you willing to protect that? Texas got $25 million, Minnesota got $4.4 million, South Carolina $5.9 million. Are you willing to protect the cops, the burn, the different kinds of funding that, especially in rural America, our sheriffs depend on? They're looking to us to protect that federal funding. And with that, I support this amendment, and I yield some time to my colleague.
I just want to echo the point articulated so well by my colleague from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Again, just to be clear, there may be sheriff's associations, local police associations following these proceedings from New York, Texas, North Carolina, across the country. I don't think it's a lot to ask to pass a 20-word amendment that just simply says we're not going to cut state and local law enforcement, that we're not going to allow that on our watch. And I would hope there'd be at least a few members on the other side of the aisle that would join me in that effort. I've heard them year after year after year offer criticisms of various statements made by folks on my side of the aisle. I would just simply implore you, here's an opportunity to support local law enforcement. And I believe, I'm just saying this, I mean, can't predict the future, but I suspect that if this budget resolution passes, and if the underlying reconciliation bills consistent with the instructions pass, that there are going to be a lot of local police departments and local sheriffs approaching Republican members asking why they voted in favor of cutting their departments. A great way to prevent that is just by voting for this simple amendment. So I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Just a moment, Mr. McGovern. I have a bill to codify qualified immunity, and I challenge my colleagues to co-sponsor that legislation. In the meantime, let's stop creating a long list of points of order. We could do that all night for every constituency.
Well,
Now, Mr. McGovern.
Madam Chair, I'm going to say that law enforcement are not just every constituency, number one. Number two, I met with a number of my law enforcement officials when I was home, and many of them are still reeling over the fact that one of Donald Trump's first act was to pardon those who violently attacked this Capitol and beat up cops right in this very building. And so there's a lot of concern, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of resentment, and there's a lot of questioning of whether or not we are loyal to our law enforcement. And I would say that supporting Mr. Negus's amendment might be a good gesture for all of us to support, to demonstrate to them that we have their backs. And with that, I yield back.
And since it was my time, I'd also point out, Mr. McGovern, that we have not heard Republicans condemn President Trump for pardoning those violent offenders. Americans across the country are upset about the pardoning of the violent offenders, many of whom have gone out and been convicted of other crimes. And yet, our Republican colleagues are silent on that. And so I agree with you. Supporting law enforcement, supporting our sheriffs would be a great way of showing that you stand with law enforcement. And with that, I yield back my time.
There's been a lot of Academy Awards that are earned here tonight with all this pearl clutching going on the other side of the dais, and it's really rich coming from the party of defund the police. I mean, let's get real here. First, you're trying to scare seniors. Then you're trying to scare people that their kids' school lunch is going to get taken away. The only threat to school lunch is Michelle Obama, okay? And now we're here trying to say, we're trying to say that I didn't talk over you, so you don't need to talk over me. You've talked more than anybody in this room tonight. This is ridiculous. Why don't you pipe down for a second? Yeah, because what has happened in this room the champions of law enforcement are on this side of the dais, not that. The record speaks very clearly for itself. How many of you took a knee in the summer of 2020? I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Roll call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Neguse?
I thank the chairwoman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 33 to H. Con Res 14, offered by myself, which creates a point of order against legislation that would result in a reduction of funding for the Crime Victims Fund. Madam Chair, this amendment is similar to the amendment that I offered previously, but this connects to a particular fund, the Crime Victims Fund, which of course I know many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are well aware of. It's an issue that I have worked on with my local district attorneys, and I suspect many of you have worked on as well. And again, I recognize the gentleman from New York is bothered by this particular debate. He's welcome to be bothered by it. He made references to Academy Award speeches and the like, and references to Michelle Obama and all the rest. Just to be clear, this was all in response to a pretty simple amendment that simply said local sheriff's departments in New York and in Colorado shouldn't be cut by this budget resolution. You have a different view on this. That's fine. You're entitled to that view. You voted against that amendment. Your constituents can, reach their own conclusions the same way mine will about my votes. But these are amendments made in good faith. I can assure you of that. Certainly when I'm talking to my local police departments and my local sheriff departments, as I did this week, who are very concerned about the budgetary decisions that House Republicans are making, rest assured, this isn't some abstract item. These are real grant monies that go to your district, police departments in your district just as well as mine. So, if you want to vote against them, that's your right. But don't accuse members on this side of the aisle of giving Academy Award speeches or whatever other pejoratives you'd like to use. The same applies to this simple amendment. If you believe that this budget resolution should not implicate funding for the Crime Victims Fund, then you can vote for the amendment. That's why I'm going to be voting for it. If you disagree with that, and you might have intellectual reasons, to oppose it, that's fine. But it is an amendment made in good faith. I care about making sure that the Crime Victims Fund does not get cut. My district attorneys in my district care about that. The victims' organizations in my district care about that. And they are entitled to a vote, which is why I ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Madam Chair?
Just a moment, Mr. McGovern. Does anyone on our side wish to respond? No, Mr.
So I just want to, again, support Mr. Negus's amendment, and as the person who was told to pipe down, I'm never going to pipe down, on issues that I think are important to my constituents and the people of this country. And I'm really sorry that we pointed out that you don't really actually support the police, that you just pretend to support the police. And I think here's an example, here's a way to put that notion to rest. I mean, this should be a non-controversial amendment, offered in good faith, and I hope all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, will support it. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to put out that in general, the Brookings Institute has done an analysis of funding between Republicans and Democrats, and it found that Democrats fund their local police through grants at much higher levels than Republicans. And Democrats increased funding for the FBI that provided some of these grants when we were in Congress. And Democrats passed various laws to increase funding for police. And I can enter it into the record, but it's a little late, so I'm going to pass. I just encourage you. I'll send it over to you, Mr. Langworthy, so you don't have to look it up. Thank you.
Now, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. No. In the opinion chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Ganlon? Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
Madam Chair votes no. And how is Mr. Roy recorded?
Mr. Roy is not recorded.
No, please.
Mr. Roy, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
I move the committee make an order Amendment 55 offered by myself, which states that shall not be in order to consider any bill or joint resolution that would result in a net reduction of benefits under Medicaid. We had some discussion over the importance of preserving Medicaid earlier. This would do a blanket preservation of Medicaid, especially because it is a lifeline for so many Americans in rural America. And I've pointed out some of these facts earlier. Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program funds care for over 37 million kids across every corner of the country. That is half of our country's children. They live in every state, and they come from every background. It also covers 35 million adults. For many families, Medicaid provides preventative care, vaccines, and visual and dental care, and it presents more expensive health care. All of this will be ripped away from families because of the cuts made in this budget proposal. I believe it is immoral to strip health funding from those in need. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to protect Medicaid, and I yield back.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment by Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Hearing no further comments, the questions on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no?
No.
No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No, and how is Mr. Roy recorded?
Mr. Roy is not recorded. No. Mr. Roy, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
3 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you recognize.
I have amendment. Since the committee was unwilling to protect Medicaid in general, I am going to ask Republicans to commit to their statements about families' values and support protecting new mothers and newborn babies. Medicaid funds the care for more than 40% of all births in the United States, 40%. The number is even higher in rural areas. Giving birth should not be a partisan issue. Republican women give birth, Democratic women give birth, independent women give birth. It happens all across the country, and so many of them need Medicaid so that they can both get assistance and get those babies assistance. Without this Medicaid funding, mothers and babies might not get postpartum care at all, especially, as I've mentioned, in rural areas. Access to maternity and postpartum care is essential to the ongoing wellness of mothers and their babies, and I think that we should be protecting mothers and their babies rather than giving Republicans billionaire tax cuts. So without this amendment, Republicans would undeniably put millions of new mothers and newborns across the country in danger. Who will join me to stand up for mothers and their newborns? And with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Yeah, all those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack? No. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
2 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of amendments, and I think it's really important that the American people know where this committee stands with regards to the various aspects of Medicaid. Because if we weren't willing to protect women and their children, are we going to be willing to protect nursing home residents where your parents or grandparents may be receiving care? Are we going to be willing to protect individuals with disabilities? I move the committee to make an order amendment number 71 and 73 offered by myself. More than 1 in 3 individuals with disabilities, that's 15 million people, are on Medicaid. This includes 2.3 million children, 8.8 million working age adults, and 4.4 million adults aged 65 and older. Disabilities, these are people who can't work, who need this care. These are people, with regards to nursing homes, who need help. In my state, 67% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid. In Pennsylvania, 64% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid. In Georgia, 72% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid. So the question is, once again, who do you stand with? With the people who have disabilities, with the grandparents, with those who require nursing home care, or the billionaires that will benefit from this budget resolution? With that, Madam Chair, I yield back, and I urge a yes vote on my motion.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing no comments, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
A recorded vote, Madam Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Ganlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will record the total.
2 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have 2 amendments that affect both women's health and violence against women. I move the committee make an order amendment number 51 offered by myself, which would protect women's health research, including breast cancer and cervical cancer research, and number 70, which would protect funding for programs that prevent violence against women. 1 in 4 women will experience physical violence by their partner in their lifetime. Let me repeat that. 1 in 4 women. You all know some woman in your life, a sister, a wife, a friend, who has been beaten by her partner or who has been raped. The Violence Against Women Act was landmark legislation that brought life-saving programs and services to survivors of domestic violence across the country. Yet 172 Republicans voted against the reauthorization of that bill. And President Trump immediately threw the violence against women programs into chaos when he froze the funding and took support away from survivors. So this is not hypothetical. President Trump has already frozen the funding for women who survive abuse and rape and assault. With regards to women's health research, breast cancer is the 2nd most commonly diagnosed cancer in the U.S. and the 2nd leading cause of death from cancer in women. I'm sure, once again, everybody in this room knows somebody who has had breast cancer. I am a survivor myself. Thanks to the incredible research at the National Institutes of Health, countless women are alive today because of breast cancer research. We've made incredible progress, but we need to make more. And once again, this is not hypothetical. Trump has already completely stopped women's health research. Make no mistake, women you love, will die without additional funding on the research that can save them. So, Chairwoman, voting on this motion could, if you vote against it, you could be voting to increase the 44,000 deaths caused by breast and cervical cancer each year. You will also be voting against protecting women from violence. And with that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
On the amendment. Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move the committee make an order amendment number 14 offered by Representative Randall, which would strike instructions that would result in cuts to Medicaid, which provides critical health care for more than 72 million Americans. We've talked a lot tonight about the drastic toll that Medicaid cuts would have on our country, and our colleagues have repeatedly tried to argue, despite the vast weight of evidence to the contrary, that this bill will not lead to drastic Medicaid cuts. So if our colleagues genuinely believe this bill won't create deep Medicaid cuts, now's the time they can prove it. This amendment would strike the instructions to the Energy and Commerce Committee and thereby prevent draconian cuts to Medicaid. If you think Medicaid's important, if you think Americans deserve health care that they can afford, then we can't cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid. Let's make this amendment in order so that our colleagues can at least debate one of the most controversial and harmful provisions in this budget bill. And in making this argument, I would refer to the pages and pages from the recommendations for areas to cut from Medicaid for the Energy and Commerce Committee. I would also refer back to the documents I introduced into the record earlier from the Republican Hispanic Caucus and the reporting on Mr. Cruz suggesting to cheers that Medicaid cuts need to occur. And with that, I would yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I would request a roll call vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chairwoman, I have another amendment.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
I move the committee make an order amendment number 40 offered by Representative Omar, which creates a point of order against any legislation to repeal the prescription drug negotiation provisions from the Inflation Reduction Act. Drug price negotiations have already saved billions of dollars a year. The government now spends less on prescriptions for seniors, and this drives down the deficit. It's one of the best win-win policies we have. It saves seniors money, and it saves the country money. But our Republican colleagues seem to be taking their cues from the pharmaceutical industry, and so they're planning to undo this part of the Inflation Reduction Act in their forthcoming reconciliation bill. This amendment would simply allow Congress to protect this valuable cost-saving program from being repealed. I'd yield back.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing no comments, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it. The
I
amendment
would-
is not agreed to.
I would request a roll
The
call.
clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would move that the committee make in order amendment number 43, offered by Representative Panetta, which replaces the budget's GDP estimates with the GDP estimates from the CBO's baseline. We heard extended discussion of this topic when our witnesses were here because Republicans are playing games with the metrics used to score their budget bill so they can hide that their bill would explode both the deficit and the debt. They're using made-up numbers for GDP growth that no one, not the Congressional Budget Office, not Wall Street, and that no reputable economist thinks is possible. This is important because it means that Republicans can lie about the pay-fors for their tax giveaway to billionaires. They can hand-wave and say that future tax revenues will be higher because economic growth will be higher. But it's nothing more than wishful thinking that misleads the public about the real cost of this dangerous budget plan. This amendment is simple. It would swap out the bogus GDP numbers in the budget resolution and replace those numbers with the CBO's numbers, which are in line with outside analysts and Wall Street. So I'd ask for a yes vote on my amendment. Yield back.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I would ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Scanlon requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I move the committee make an order amendment number 61, offered by myself, to protect funding for the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. Only a month into office, President Trump has already betrayed rural America, betrayed our farmers when he froze $800 million of funding to farmers and ranchers across America from the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, or EQIP, as it is better known, and anybody in rural America knows it as EQIP. EQIP provides funding and technical assistance for vital conservation projects that help ag producers improve soil health and protect against drought to put food on our tables. Once again, members of this committee have millions of dollars that have been frozen by President Trump. So this is something that we are concerned about, and we want to make sure it is protected because of the benefits it provides. I would encourage those listening to go to our websites, to go to our social media, because we have put up there the cuts that would occur in your district to Medicaid, to Medicare, to education, to the ag programs in both Republican and Democrat districts. rural America deserves a government that keeps its word. These American farmers and ranchers entered into contracts with the federal government, who has now said, we don't know if we're going to pay you. My amendment would make sure that EQIP funding is protected from any further cuts. So who will join me to make sure our farmers and ranchers have the support they need to keep affordable food on our tables? I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield back.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Scott.
I just want to make sure that anybody watching knows that Donald Trump has confirmed that all IRA, EQIP, and CSP contracts signed prior to January 20th will be paid. The funding has been officially approved for release. So anything other than that, fear-mongering. Thank you.
Gentlemen, if I could just point out for the record, especially after that last comment, you know, we've been watching this administration in the first few weeks, you know, and this creation of this Doge headed by this guy, Elon, whatever. I mean, Doge fired workers who manage nuclear waste. Hundreds of federal employees tasked with working on the nation's nuclear weapons program were laid off February 13th. But that move was largely rescinded because someone realized how stupid it was. Then they fired food inspectors. Around 700 people who work for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention were fired. USDA actually fired people working on the bird flu. So forgive me and forgive us if we don't trust Donald Trump or Republicans when they tell us, don't worry, be happy. We don't trust you guys when you say that you're not going to cut important programs. Because even when courts have intervened and stopped some of these freezes, the administration finds another way to slow walk it. So if I were, you know, a farmer listening to this discussion, until I get a check, until it is proven, I wouldn't trust anybody. I wouldn't trust this guy to tell me the correct time. You know, so my mother would say he lies like a rug. And we've seen that over and over and over again. The New York Times front page story yesterday was all about the lies that have been put forward that have since been refuted. But so many lies come out, we can't catch up to the ones previously. So, you know, if I were our farmers, anybody receiving federal aid, I would hold off until I see the proof. Yield back.
And
Madam Chair.
Yield back.
The colleague has yielded to me. I would point out that farmers in my district have not seen their checks. So although that might be said, they have not received their checks. And they told me this, that we need to decide whether we're going to plant right now. I need to decide whether I'm going to put the seed down so that I can grow that wheat, which will then go to feed the cows for our dairy farms. We have delicious cheese. If anybody wants to go to New Mexico and have some delicious green chili, garlic cheese, come to my district. It's the dairy farmers who depend on the dairy farms who depend on people like the farmers I met with who are waiting for their checks. And one of the other reasons they're not going to get their checks is in New Mexico alone, they let go of 35 members of NRCS who are supposed to help in approving those grants. So when you fire the people who have to approve the contracts and move the money, you are delaying the funding. And when you delay that funding, you are delaying the decisions as to, do I have the money to plant my crop in the spring?
Madam Chair, I would
Mr.
just point
Scott.
out that if we can't get a reference price for America's farmers so that the reference price reflects the increased input cost of fuel and fertilizer and labor over the last couple of years, the cost of groceries is going to go up in this country because there's going to be a whole lot less food planted. With that, I yield.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it, the amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Which would, move the committee to make an order, amendment number 64, offered by myself, which would protect funding for Indian tribes. The federal government has a trust responsibility to tribes, but yet we've never adequately funded the programs that benefit that. What's worth is that last month, Trump and Elon Musk indiscriminately fired federal employees who work on these programs, and they have found themselves with frozen funding. In my own district, 1/4 of the staff at the Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute was fired. 1/4. You cannot run a college when you have gotten rid of 1/4 of the staff. We need to stop these firings and funding freezes, and we need to honor our trust responsibility. My amendment simply makes sure that the House doesn't pass a bill that would take away funding from tribes. I urge my colleagues to vote for it, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this kind of behavior all across the country right now. Our local wildlife refuge had 1/4 of their employees fired last week, and now they have to cancel all this programming. So the kind of indiscriminate slash and burn, I believe it's been referred to as a wood chipper program that's emanating from the White House and with Mr. Musk just has to stop, and I wish our colleagues would join us in putting a stop to it. I yield back.
The questions on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
I move the committee to make an order amendment number 57 offered by myself, which would ensure that we do not reduce funding for disaster assistance programs. Communities across the country, from North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, through Kentucky, and all the way through New Mexico and California, are suffering from natural disasters. The governor of North Carolina just wrote to President Trump requesting $19 billion to recover from flooding. The California governor requested nearly $40 billion to rebuild after the fires. Yet we have heard President Trump say we should get rid of FEMA. We should get rid of the programs that are essential at HUD, at FEMA, and other places so these communities can rebuild. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen the floods in my district that have destroyed homes, and I've seen the fires that have caused so much destruction. After a disaster, we need to come together to rebuild. That means ensuring that the federal government has the funding to help these communities. So my amendment would protect disaster assistance funding from any cuts under your budget reconciliation proposal. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Hearing no further discussion, the question's on the amendment from the motion from the gentlewoman from Indiana. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No way.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is
We
agreed
ask for a
to.
roll call on that, Madam Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman?
Yes.
Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Aye. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion? The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, Ms. Houchin will be managing the rule for the majority.
I will for the minority.
Mr. McGovern for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. It is currently 7:01 a.m., and today's date is the 26th of February, 2025. How are you doing? How has your year been so far? Okay, we just heard the committee hold a hearing on the Republicans' proposed budget bill. However, right now, we're going to be checking out the House Judiciary Committee hold a hearing on birthright citizenship. All right.
As Supreme Court Justice Louise Brandeis once wrote, the most important office, and the one which all of us can and should fill, is that of private citizen. This hearing is on the issue foundational to our republic. Who is an American citizen by birthright? Section 1 of the 14th Amendment grants citizenship to all persons who are, quote, born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, end quote. It is the latter clause, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that we will examine today in significant part. Our inquiry is simple. What was the original public meaning of the jurisdiction clause? The 14th Amendment was drafted to rectify the terrible decision in the 1857 Dred Scott v. Sanford case by recognizing former slaves as rightful Americans. As we'll learn from our witnesses today, the answer is clear. The jurisdiction clause, as originally understood, grants birthright citizenship only to children whose parents have full exclusive allegiance to the United States. The constitutional text and history shows that children of illegal aliens and legal aliens who are in the United States temporarily are not citizens by birthright under the 14th Amendment. For decades, proponents of automatic birthright citizenship have claimed the 14th Amendment and the Wong Kim Ark case bestows automatic citizenship to all children born to foreign nationals, including illegal aliens. This is a blatant misunderstanding of both items, resulting in birthright citizenship serving as a driving force of illegal immigration to the United States, as many illegal aliens and temporary visa holders know they can reap the benefits of their child's citizenship. President Trump's first-day executive order on birthright citizenship restored the 14th Amendment to this original meaning. Despite what you may hear on the news, some of the most respected legal scholars agree with the constitutional interpretation outlined in President Trump's executive order. Some of these legal scholars include those here on this panel today. Our witnesses will dive into the history of the 14th Amendment in Congress and the Supreme Court, but I'll give you a brief version. The drafters of the 14th Amendment understood it not to grant citizenship to persons, quote, owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty, end quote. And in the first cases decided after ratification, the Supreme Court held that jurisdiction in the 14th Amendment means not merely subject in some respect or degree to the jurisdiction of the United States, but completely subject to their political jurisdiction and owing them direct and immediate allegiance. Of course, illegal aliens and legal temporary United States residents do not owe complete, direct, and immediate allegiance to the United States, and therefore their children are not citizens by birthright under the 14th Amendment. Now, I'm sure we'll hear a lot from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle about Supreme Court precedent as well. So let us make one thing clear at the outset. The Supreme Court has never held that children of illegal aliens or aliens who are in the United States temporarily are entitled to birthright citizenship. President Trump's executive order is consistent with Supreme Court precedent. I'd also like to emphasize the purpose of today's hearing. We're here to discuss an important constitutional question. This is, after all, the Constitution Subcommittee, and I hope that we can keep our focus on the text and history of the 14th Amendment. But no doubt some of the policy implications will come up, and it would be a disservice not to at least mention those important issues implicated by the constitutional question. In addition to twisting the Constitution and court precedent, conferring automatic citizenship is a bad policy. It devalues the meaning of American citizenship by bestowing it to the children of lawbreakers who entered the United States without the consent of its people, almost rewarding them for trespassing into our country's soil. To add context, an estimated 124,000 to 300,000 so-called anchor babies, which are children born to illegal aliens, are born each year according to the Center for Immigration Studies. In 2023, up to 250,000 children were born to illegal aliens in 2023, which accounted for 7% of total births in the nation that year. Moreover, it further strains government programs that are already strained. For example, in terms of supplemental nutrition assistance, SNAP, which provides school meals, Americans shell out $5 billion each year in SNAP and food stamps for the U.S.-born children of illegal aliens, according to a 2023 report by the Federation for American Immigration Reform. If one looks at the amount illegal aliens and their U.S.-born children are projected to consume in federal welfare program benefits, the American taxpayer foots an even larger bill. Take, for example, in a July 2024 report, the Congressional Budget Office that answers to us concluded that the federal government is projected to spend $177 billion in welfare benefits to illegal aliens and their U.S.-born children over the next 10 years. Now, mindful, that is a larger population, but it is clear that the birthright citizenship issue implicates those issues. This $177 billion includes Medicaid, SSI, Obamacare premium tax credits, food stamps, and more. Ending universal birthright citizenship and thereby ending birth tourism, a practice in which pregnant women travel to the United States to give birth and secure citizenship for their children, is good policy. Birth tourism diverts U.S. medical resources away from our own mothers and babies and allows shady and unscrupulous birth tourism agencies, quote unquote, to prey on expectant mothers. According to a 2020 study, there are between 20,000 and 26,000 foreign tourists in the U.S. giving birth on our soil annually. As far back as 2008, the CEO of the McAllen, Texas Medical Center, where about 40% of births were to illegal alien mothers, stated that, quote, mothers about to give birth walk up to the hospital, clearly having just swum across the river in actual labor. Just as concerningly, adversaries like China are abusing universal birthright citizenship and practicing birth tourism to nestle deeper into U.S. society, which carries security concerns. In 2018, Georgetown Law's O'Neill Institute wrote the following, quote, women from foreign countries, mainly China and Russia, are paying tens of thousands of dollars to temporarily relocate to the United States during their pregnancy in order to give birth in the United States and thereby guarantee U.S. citizenship for their child. To shed light on the magnitude of this abuse, China hosts over 500 companies offering birth tourism services, resulting in more than 50,000 Chinese nationals delivering babies in the United States every year, according to a 2019 estimate. The Constitution does not require us to allow this practice, and we should not. Even late Senate Democrat Majority Leader Harry Reid recognized the disastrous policy implications of birthright citizenship as he opposed automatic citizenship for children born to foreigners. He said the following in a 1993 speech on the Senate floor, quote, if making it easy to be an illegal alien isn't enough, how about offering a reward for being an illegal immigrant? No sane country would do that, right? End quote. He continued, guess again, if you break our laws by entering this country without permission and give birth to a child, we reward that child with U.S. citizenship and guarantee a full access to all public and social services this society provides. And that's a lot of services. That is Harry Reid, the former Democrat leader in the United States Senate. Senator Reid was right in his observation. No sane country would enable a foolish policy like automatic citizenship to children born to foreigners, especially illegal aliens. Congress should heed his warning. Put simply, the framers of the 14th Amendment did not intend for universal citizenship to children born to all classes of foreigners. Nor did the judges in Wong Kim Ark case rule on the question of citizenship beyond the children of lawful permanent residents, including those born to illegal aliens and temporary visitors. And there's one more point I'd like to make in closing. Congress is where the debate over birthright citizenship should be happening. In fact, my friend from Texas, Representative Brian Babb, in his legislation the Birthright Citizenship Act, that would fix this policy gap and restore the practice of granting U.S. citizenship as was intended in the 14th Amendment. Section 8 of Article 1 and Section 5 of the 14th Amendment grant us power over questions of citizenship. President Trump's executive order rightly returns that power to us. And in doing so, it returns us to the reasonable common sense interpretation of the 14th Amendment when it was ratified in 1868. I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Scanlon, for her opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, since this is our first hearing of the new Congress, I'd like to say that I am anticipating we will continue to have a vigorous exchange of ideas in this committee room, and I imagine we'll tackle some interesting and thorny legal disputes throughout this term. However, I have to admit that today's topic probably won't meet that expectation, because for more than a century, there have been few legal questions as open and shut as whether being born in the United States makes someone a United States citizen. And this is a little bit of a spoiler alert here. I'll skip ahead and tell you right now, it does. Frankly, to suggest otherwise is nothing but a blatant and disingenuous attempt to rewrite our nation's history and the very words of the Constitution. Contrary to the chair's assertions, the history of the amendment does not support the interpretation that he and his colleagues are pressing, and I beg to differ with his assertion that it's only been a few decades of people making the interpretation, which has been in effect for over a century. Now, rewriting history and ignoring the rule of law has become a feature, not a bug, under the Trump administration, but it's one that Congress has a constitutional obligation to prevent rather than enable. So why are our Republican colleagues questioning the plain and long-settled meaning of the Birthright Citizenship Clause? Simply put, it's because President Trump and his allies in Congress think there's something to gain politically by stripping an entire group of American citizens of their rights, their votes, their very identities, and turning them and their descendants into a permanent underclass. They want to decide who they deem worthy of being a citizen of our country and who isn't based on who their parents are and where their parents are from. And in an act of really cynical irony, they want to, in essence, resurrect the rationale behind the Dred Scott decision that the 14th Amendment was written to reject once and for all. Our history, our quest for a more perfect union, has always been about expanding opportunity and civic participation, not ripping it away. Broadening our electorate has been an important part of that progress, including through constitutional amendments that guarantee citizenship, enfranchisement regardless of race, women's suffrage, and more. And in doing so, we've sought to make our country and its government more representative, more fair, and more perfect. That's a goal, a vision that all patriotic Americans should share. Any attempt to radically reinterpret the Citizenship Clause serves only to further the goal of right-wing extremists to unconstitutionally limit who can have a political voice in this country. Donald Trump's unconstitutional executive order to end birthright citizenship, along with legislative efforts by Republicans in Congress to do the same, would drag us backwards, ensuring a government that's not for the people, but for some people. It's the absolute antithesis of the promise of America. It's been 150 years since the 14th Amendment enshrined birthright citizenship into the Constitution. In that time, the U.S. has been made better by the contributions of Americans born here to immigrant parents, regardless of where their parents came from or their parents' citizenship status. Overturning birthright citizenship would hurt our nation and deeply imperil our ability to continue striving for a better future. It would impact all Americans by creating a logistical nightmare. Bureaucracy would invade our maternity wards, with states and hospitals being forced to investigate which babies do or don't qualify for citizenship. More troublingly, though, ending birthright citizenship would create a legal caste system based on the status of one's parents. Instead of citizens, the U.S. would develop a permanent underclass of stateless, not legally recognized subjects who could be exploited or deported at the mercy of a political majority. That would be a twisted reflection of the intended purpose of the 14th Amendment, because the language chosen by the amendment's framers in the aftermath of the Civil War was to prevent this kind of caste system from ever returning.
So if our Republican colleagues want to have a legal argument today, here it is. The children, American children of undocumented immigrants and the American children of those here on visas, such as for work or study, are indeed persons born here in America. At the moment of their birth, they're subject to the laws of the United States with an undeniable constitutional claim to the rights, duties, and protections of that reciprocal relationship. In other words, citizenship. The 14th Amendment's guarantee that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States, and that's the quote, clearly applies to those individuals. The plain text of that clause is about as straightforward a statement of American law as you can get. But there's additional support throughout the legislative history of this clause. In the debates on the passage of this amendment over a century ago, Congress clearly defined the intent and purpose of the Birthright Citizenship Clause and rejected the types of arguments being advanced against it today. Similarly, the Supreme Court considered and rejected arguments against the plain meaning of the amendment in the case of United States versus Wong Kim Ark way back in 1898. Subsequent cases have rejected the proposition being advanced by our colleagues today that the children of certain immigrants born in the United States should be denied citizenship because it's unconstitutional. Clearly, the law and history support the straightforward conclusion, and that's why 4 federal judges have already blocked the president's executive order attempting to end birthright citizenship. One of those judges, Judge Kuhnauer, a Reagan appointee, told Trump's DOJ lawyers the executive order was, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. In fact, he said in the courtroom, and I would hate to have been the lawyer on the receiving end of this, he had, quote, difficulty understanding how a member of the bar would state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order, end quote, noting that it boggled his mind. Flimsy arguments aside, ultimately, a president cannot unilaterally repeal a constitutional amendment. Any elementary student of civics knows the only way to repeal an amendment is with another amendment. Remember Prohibition? The 18th Amendment to the Constitution outlawed the sale and manufacture of alcohol in 1919, and it was repealed by the 21st Amendment in 1933. But there's the rub. Americans overwhelmingly support birthright citizenship. Presidents and extremists like Stephen Miller, who've championed the idea, know that they don't have the votes to pass a constitutional amendment to repeal birthright citizenship, much less get the approval of 3/4 of the states to make it law. So instead, they're trying to do an end run on the Constitution with a tortured and unconstitutional reading of the English language and more than a century of legal analysis. Our Republican colleagues are here today trying to enable the president as he pushes his wager that his Supreme Court, the one he stacked, will ratify his illegal attempt to amend the Constitution without the consent of the American people. As a Congress, as a government, as a nation, we should not be in the business of turning back the clock and allowing or pushing our country to backslide into the most shameful parts of its past. Instead, we should be passing laws that guide it toward the light of a brighter future, one in which our most fundamental American principles and the promise to form a more perfect union ring true for all, rather than just for a privileged few. And that more just, that more fair America and the policies that actually get us there is what I and my Democratic colleagues would rather use this committee to fight for. I yield back.
Not seeing either the chairman or ranking member, we will move forward and without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Charles Cooper. Mr. Cooper is the chairman and founding partner of Cooper & Kirk PLLC, a boutique law firm in Washington, D.C. He has spent more than 30 years in private practice and has argued 9 cases before the United States Supreme Court. He previously served in the Department of Justice and was a law clerk to Justice William Rehnquist. Mr. R. Trent McCotter. Mr. McCotter is a partner at Boyd & Gray PLLC, where he litigates in federal court and before federal agencies. He previously served as a Deputy Associate Attorney General, where he oversaw the department's civil, appellate, and federal programs branches. He also previously served as a federal prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Texas. of Virginia. Slip, it comes right out. Mr. Matt O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien is the Director of Investigations at the Immigration Reform Law Institute, where he oversees IRLI's investigations into fraud, waste, and abuse in the application and enforcement of the nation's immigration laws. He previously served as an immigration judge and in various positions with the Department of Homeland Security. Professor Amanda Frost. Ms. Frost is the David Lurton Massey Jr. Professor of Law at the University of Virginia. It's my undergraduate alma mater. Professor Frost's research focuses on immigration and citizenship law, federal courts and jurisdiction, and judicial ethics. We thank our witnesses for appearing today, and we'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Cooper, you may begin. Mr. Cooper, I think, is your microphone? Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon to members of the committee. I am especially pleased to be here to explore with you the meaning of 6 words of the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The recurring debate over the meaning of these words boils down to a choice between 2 alternatives. Does it mean subject merely to the regulatory jurisdiction of the United States, that is, subject to the laws of the United States, as is virtually everyone on United States soil, including aliens who are here illegally, or are here for the purpose of bearing a child to make it an American citizen? Or does the jurisdiction of the United States mean something more than that? The full and complete jurisdiction, requiring an allegiance that comes from a permanent lawful commitment to make the United States one's home, the place where one permanently and lawfully resides. I believe that this latter interpretation is compelled by the Citizenship Clause's text, structure, and history, as well as by common sense. I have time for just a couple of brief opening points. First, the text of the clause. If subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means nothing more than the duty of obedience to the laws of the United States, why did its framers choose such a strange way to say that? Why didn't they just say, subject to the laws of the United States? Doing so would have been quite natural, given that this straightforward, unambiguous phrase is used in both Article 3 and Article 6. The clause also ensures that birthright citizenship makes newborns citizens of both the United States and of the states wherein they reside, that is, where they live, their home. This word standing alone implies a lawful permanent residence, and it plainly excludes tourists and other lawful visitors, as well as illegal aliens who are prohibited by law from residing in a state, although they all must obey our laws. Second, the history of the clause. The clause was framed by the 39th Congress to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which had been passed by that same Congress just 2 months earlier. The 1866 Act explicitly denied birthright citizenship to persons, quote, subject to any foreign power, close quote, and to, quote, Indians not taxed, close quote. It is clear from the debate in the 39th Congress that Congress decided to replace this language with subject to the jurisdiction thereof, not because Congress suddenly and without any comment decided to broaden the scope of birthright citizenship from the act. Rather, Congress was concerned that the phrase Indians not taxed language generated uncertainty about the citizenship status of the children of Indians, primarily rich and poor Indians. The dispute is best captured, I think, by this comment from Senator Trumbull, who wanted to replace the words Indian not taxed, even though he was the principal author of the 1866 Act. He said this, I am not willing to make citizenship in this country depend on taxation. I am not willing, if the senator from Wisconsin is, that the rich Indian residing in New York shall be a citizen and the poor Indian residing in the state of New York shall not be a citizen. This comment reflects two important points about the intended meaning of the clause by its authors, I think. First, they intended that the children of tribal Indians who resided on reservations and owed their direct allegiance to their tribes would not be entitled to birthright citizenship, but the children of assimilated Indians who had left their reservations and had established permanent residence among the body politic of the states would be entitled to birthright citizenship. Second, it is not at all plausible that the framers of the Citizenship Clause intended that tribal Indians to be able to evade this limitation on birthright citizenship for their children by the simple expedient of leaving the reservation long enough to give birth to a child. The key distinction between tribal Indians and assimilated Indians was allegiance. Tribal Indians owed their direct allegiance to the tribe, while an Indian who established a permanent domicile within the state and assimilated into the body politic committed his primary allegiance to the United States and thus entitled his children to citizenship at birth. The Supreme Court's 1884 decision in Elk against Wilkins confirmed this understanding essentially, ruling that the clause requires persons to be completely subject to the political jurisdiction of and owing direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. Make one final point. The Supreme Court's 1898 decision in Wong Kim Ark had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens or aliens lawfully but temporarily admitted to the country. The court carefully framed the issue before it twice in verbatim terms as involving, quote, a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who have a permanent domicile and resident in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. We will now move to Mr. McCotter. I welcome you for your opening statement. I will note, Ms. Frost, we're going over a little bit of time. I'll give you ample time as well. Mr. McCotter, please proceed.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the committee, the 14th Amendment confers citizenship on any person who was both born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Each of those clauses invokes a specialized term of art. In other words, it doesn't mean what it might mean at first glance. For example, courts have held as recently as 4 years ago that those born in U.S. territories are not covered by the Citizenship Clause, despite being literally born in the United States. And similarly, for the Jurisdiction Clause, it invokes the historic doctrine of allegiance, meaning the person must owe direct and exclusive allegiance to the sovereign, as the D.C. Circuit held as recently as 2015. Now, the historical record for the Jurisdiction Clause is lengthy and complex. I would respectfully direct you all to the amicus brief that I submitted on behalf of many members of this committee, but I'll highlight three issues in particular. First, like Mr. Cooper, I'll emphasize the importance of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. There's widespread agreement that the Jurisdiction Clause of the 14th Amendment was meant to constitutionalize that act and that they mean the same thing. But of course, the 1866 Act excluded those who are subject to any foreign power. So that means citizenship for both clauses turns on not being subject to any foreign power. Senator John Bingham, who was later a principal author of the 14th Amendment, said, what does this mean? It means, quote, every human being born within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty, end quote, would be a citizen. American birthright citizenship was reserved for those who were not already deemed allegiant to another sovereign at their birth. That takes me to my second point. You may have noticed in the quote from Senator Bingham that he refers to the parent's allegiance. Obviously, the 14th Amendment itself refers to the allegiance of the child. So what's the connection there? The connection is that at that time, and in many countries even now, the children born to citizens of that country were deemed themselves to be citizens of that country. For example, in English law at the time, a child born to English citizens in America would be deemed an English citizen at birth and therefore could not owe complete and exclusive allegiance to the United States that would deprive that child of being entitled to birthright citizenship. That's the connection between the parent's allegiance and the child's allegiance that you see so often. This leads to the third and final point to emphasize today. As Mr. Cooper said, as a matter of logic and history, the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof cannot mean subject to the laws thereof. The exceptions prove the point. There's widespread agreement that children born in the United States to ambassadors or to invading soldiers would not receive birthright citizenship. So it's not correct to say that all those born in the United States are citizens, even under those who challenge President Trump's executive order. As far as I'm aware, almost no one holds that view. The explanation given for why ambassadors' children and children of foreign soldiers are not entitled to birthright citizenship is often that those individuals are not subject to U.S. law. In other words, they have various forms of immunity. But that's wrong. Not even ambassadors have full immunity. At best, it's contingent. Their home country can revoke it. Nor are foreign soldiers immune from U.S. law when they are within the United States. So the inquiry cannot turn on parents' supposed immunity. As Mr. Cooper also pointed out, there's the fact that there was complete agreement at the time of the 14th Amendment that American Indian children would not be covered, even though they are undoubtedly subject to U.S. law and long have been. So the theory that subject to the jurisdiction thereof means subject to the laws thereof proves far too little. It cannot explain any of the categories widely accepted. It also proves too much. If it's correct that having a parent with contingent or partial immunity, as an ambassador would have, could deprive the child of birthright citizenship, then domestic individuals who have partial or contingent immunity, judges, prosecutors, even members of Congress who possess immunity for certain acts under speech or debate, would likewise fall within the same category. Of course, we know that's not right. We know that the children of those officials are U.S. citizens, while those of ambassadors are not. So what test explains the exceptions? It's allegiance, the first point I mentioned. Judges, prosecutors, members of Congress, they're all fully allegiant to the United States. Ambassadors, foreign soldiers are not. So the takeaway for this committee, Congress can confer citizenship by statute and has done so for many groups not covered by the jurisdiction clause, including Indians and those born in many of the territories. But that power is and always has been exclusively Congress's alone to exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCotter. Mr. O'Brien, you may proceed.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, members of the committee, it's a privilege to appear before you today, and I thank you for the invitation. The two witnesses before me, I think, have very ably summarized what's at issue here. So what I would like to point out is two things based on my many years of experience working in immigration law directly. I actually began my career as an immigration examiner in the naturalization division of the INS, so I'm very familiar with these issues. Now, it's very easy to say the meaning of this case is obvious. Of course, if it were obvious, it probably wouldn't have had to become a case in the first place. The common narrative goes something like this. Wong Kim Ark means that everyone born in the U.S. gets citizenship, later in Plyler v. Doe. Justice Brennan confirmed this in that holding, stating that no plausible distinction with respect to the 14th Amendment jurisdiction can be drawn between resident aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful and resident aliens whose entry was unlawful. There's two major problems with that approach, though. The first is that the court in Wong Kim Ark couldn't address the question of citizenship being conferred upon illegal aliens because there were no illegal aliens to speak of at the time. U.S. immigration law barred a very small slice of individuals, among them Chinese nationals who were subject to the provisions of a treaty between the United States and China, criminals, and people who were likely to become public charges, as well as those who appeared to be clinically insane. So the concept of illegal aliens was one that wouldn't come along until much later. At that point in time, anybody who could pay the 50-cent admission tax, entrance tax, could be admitted to the United States and was permitted to remain there indefinitely. Now, the second problem with the standard narrative about Wong Kim Ark is that Justice Brennan's assertion in Plyler v. Doe is obiter dicta. A judge's incidental expression of opinion that is not essential to a decision and does not constitute part of the precedent established by a case. In that case, in a footnote, Justice Brennan expressed his personal opinion that a 1912 immigration law treatise, not case law or statute, held that everyone born in the U.S. was a citizen. In short, neither Won Kim Ark nor Plyler had anything to do with whether the children of illegal aliens become U.S. citizens at birth. In fact, that question has not yet been addressed by the Supreme Court, and there's little basis on which it may be argued that the holding in Won Kim Ark would require a conclusion that the children of illegal aliens are automatically entitled to citizenship upon being born within the confines of the United States. If the United States is to formulate a reasonable policy for the transmission of citizenship, then it must abandon the dangerous folktale that is currently associated with Won Kim Ark. And I hope that my testimony here today will assist this committee in getting to the heart of what Won Kim Ark and the 14th Amendment really require. And if one stops and thinks about this, it would be utterly irrational to lay out a list of people who are inadmissible to the United States and whose presence here is unlawful, which can result in their criminal prosecution as well as their removal from the United States, but then allow those people to transmit citizenship to their children unquestionably and without any qualifications. So I thank you for inviting me here today.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Appreciate your testimony. Ms. Frost, you may begin.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the significance and meaning of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause. Some provisions of the U.S. Constitution are broad and confusing, but the Citizenship Clause is not one of them. The text, the drafting history, the original understanding, and over a century of unanimous judicial precedent and historical practice all confirm that the Citizenship Clause means what it says. As the text states, the Citizenship Clause grants citizenship to all born in the United States, and the only meaningful exception today is for the children of consular officials. The Citizenship Clause was intended to remove the stain of Dred Scott from our Constitution, the Supreme Court decision that held citizenship turned solely on race and ancestry and not birthplace. In 1868, the nation rejected Dred Scott. And when discussing this addition to the Constitution, the Reconstruction Congress explicitly stated that it wanted to provide citizenship to the 4 million formerly enslaved Americans and the children of immigrants arriving from around the globe. This Congress also acknowledged and well knew that some of those enslaved Americans had been brought into this country in violation of the law, because laws after 1808 prohibited the international slave trade. These were the illegal aliens of the day, and thus it is wrong, as Mr. O'Brien just stated, to say that there wasn't such a thing as an undocumented or illegal alien at the time. The Reconstruction Congress well knew there was, and of course intended to grant those people citizenship. That is why President Trump's executive order has been rejected by every federal court that has addressed it over the last month, 5 and counting. And these judges have been scathing. Federal Judge John Kuhnauer, appointed to the bench by Ronald Reagan, described the executive order as blatantly unconstitutional. Federal Judge Joseph LaPlante, a George W. Bush appointee, enjoined the executive order on the ground that, quote, it contradicts the text of the 14th Amendment and the century-old, untouched precedent that interprets it. These judges have concluded that the Trump administration's arguments in favor of the executive order are ahistorical, atextual, and illogical, also inconsistent with the order itself. For that reason, I'm not going to spend any more of my time here discussing the meaning of the Citizenship Clause, which is detailed in my text of my written statement, and I'm happy to answer questions. But instead, I'm going to move on and talk about the devastating consequences of this executive order for the 3.5 million American families who every year welcome a new child into their family. The executive order claims the power unilaterally to rewrite the Constitution. That alone is disturbing enough. In doing so, it excludes hundreds of thousands of newborn children from citizenship, including the children of immigrants who came legally to the United States. All of these newborn children would be declared undocumented immigrants from the moment they are born. Some would be born stateless, and all would be at risk of being deported away from their parents and denied all the rights and privileges of citizenship at the most vulnerable moment of their new lives. Worse, if this were to go into effect, it would not be limited to the people carved out by the executive order, that is, the children of undocumented immigrants and the children of temporary immigrants. It would affect all Americans, every single person giving birth to a child going forward. All would now have to produce paperwork proving their status, their citizenship, their green card status at the time of the child's birth. And as an immigration lawyer, I will tell you, for many people, that is not easy. I thought this was a committee that favored limited government. This is expanding the federal bureaucracy and the paperwork burdens on these families, hospitals, state agencies, and overburdened immigration officials, as I said, at the most sensitive moments of these people's lives. As explained, the executive order is not only unconstitutional, it is not only a terrible policy, it also conflicts with fundamental American values. We are a nation that rejects the test of ancestry and lineage, and we prefer instead to grant citizenship based on birthplace. That's a choice we've made well over a century ago. To be born in America is to be born an equal citizen. America is excellent at integrating the children of immigrants into our society. It is one of our great strengths. All Americans should be proud that in 1868, the nation rejected Dred Scott and reclaimed citizenship based on location of birth, not lineage and ancestry, welcoming the children of immigrants. We must never go back.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Birthright citizenship allows for predatory birth tourism practices in which foreign-born women come to the United States on tourist visas to give birth so that their children become U.S. citizens. Once the children turn 21, they can sponsor their parents to become legal U.S. residents so the family can immigrate to America. Concerningly, the majority of these birth tourists come from one of America's greatest adversaries, including China. Because of advances in technology, lax surrogacy laws, and the incorrect understanding of the 14th Amendment, countries are now using international surrogacy programs to rent wombs in America. Mr. O'Brien, there is a back and forth in U.S. policy regarding scrutiny and restrictions for birth tourism, including 2 different policies issued in 2015 and 2020. Where does our federal policy currently stand on this issue, and is it strong enough to prevent this practice of essentially renting wombs for surrogacy to have anchor babies?
Well, the fact is that we don't have any policy specifically on this. We have the immigration laws, but as we've seen with the last administration, if the government refuses to enforce those, they have no effect whatsoever. And there's anywhere from 125,000 to 300,000, depending upon whose estimates you're looking at, incidences of birth tourism each year. The implications of this are absolutely frightening if you look at it long term. During the Cold War, the Russians had a program called the Illegals Program, where they inserted agents of influence and spies into the United States with documents that made it appear that they were lawfully here. If those people had children, they became U.S. citizens, and regularly those children were trained, despite the fact that they allegedly had a claim to United States citizenship, they were trained to be against the interests of the United States. So this is something that is dangerous. We need a firm policy against it. And it is something that places the United States at a great deficit in terms of national security.
Well, and I want to focus specifically on this issue. According to the Heritage Foundation, they have reported on a new birth tourism tactic which uses international commercial surrogacy to exploit America's misinterpretation of the 14th Amendment and our lax surrogacy laws. Intended parents who are foreign nationals use a surrogate in or transported to the United States, and the surrogate may be an American woman who then gestates a child for a fee, allowing foreign nationals to essentially rent a room or buy a baby. Mr. O'Brien, under the current wrongful interpretation of the 14th Amendment, this child would gain U.S. citizenship, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would, and because the Immigration and Nationality Act has become a muddle under the weight of misinterpretations about various effects of provisions of the Act, That places the United States in a position where people with no connection to the United States who simply want to be here because they either don't like the political or economic conditions in their home country can then use the citizenship of an adopted child or a surrogate child to try and access the United States and then eventually get lawful permanent residence and become citizens themselves.
So this form of birth tourism actually exacerbates the crisis we have with birth citizenship, requiring direct and exclusive allegiance, which should require direct and exclusive allegiance to the United States. Don't you agree?
Yes, it does. It exacerbates it significantly.
Well, what's very interesting is China banned international surrogacy, yet the international industry is disproportionately fueled by Chinese nationals who make up 41.7% of this surrogacy industry. Should this raise national security concerns that China is aggressively participating in a practice that it has banned in its own country?
Yes, China has an established pattern through an organization called the People's Work Bureau of approaching people who have a familial connection to China, regardless of their citizenship, and then pressuring them based on connections to Chinese family members who are still within the PRC to provide intelligence information, whether that be national security information or economic espionage information.
Well, and what's interesting is that these children who are receiving American citizenship, they receive that even if the parents intend to raise them abroad. What are the benefits of having a child with American citizenship?
Well, the benefits of having a child with U.S. citizenship is that child can later sponsor you for lawful permanent residence. It also makes the child eligible for all sorts of things that come along with U.S. citizenship, which is entering and leaving the United States. The implications of that from a national security or criminal perspective are enormous. So this is truly frightening. And it's shocking to me that there is so much debate about this. I think if we're arguing about this, we've sort of lost the concept of what citizenship is and what it means.
Amen. I think you make a very good point. I ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article from July 15, 2024, entitled "The New Face of Birth Tourism, Chinese Nationals, American Surrogates, and Birthright Citizenship." And with that, I yield.
Without objection. Also without objection, Mr. Biggs will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witnesses if a member yields him time for that purpose. I will now recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be very clear. Donald Trump's executive order to eliminate birthright citizenship is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Judge John Kuhnauer, a Reagan-appointed federal judge from my home state of Washington. The judge went on to say that while, quote, the rule of law is, according to Trump, something to navigate around or something to be ignored, whether that be for political or personal gain in the courtroom, the rule of law is a bright beacon which that judge intends to follow. For over 100 years, birthright citizenship has been enshrined as a fundamental right under the 14th Amendment. The language in the amendment is very clear. All persons born or naturalized in the United States. In fact, so clear that at least 4 federal judges have concluded that the executive order is unconstitutional. Like many of the attacks on immigrants by the Trump administration, this attack centers on old tropes that question the, quote, allegiance of immigrants. Tropes that were applied to enslaved Black people brought to this country in shackles, as well as Japanese Americans imprisoned and interned during World War II. These attacks are couched in a completely baseless argument that somehow immigrants born in the United States to a parent who is undocumented don't have sole, quote, allegiance to the United States. Professor Frost, this argument is actually very similar to the very arguments made in 1897 by Solicitor General Holmes Conrad in the Supreme Court case United States versus Wong Kim Ark, when he argued that the children of Chinese immigrants were not, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because they owed their allegiance to the Emperor of China. And the Supreme Court considered these racist arguments and they categorically rejected them, correct? Can you explain why, if that's the case?
Yes, that's correct. I think it's worth noting that Holmes Conrad came from a slave-owning family. He was an officer in the Confederate Army, and he himself lost his citizenship for a period of time because he was a traitor to the United States of America. In addition to the argument you just noted that he made that stated that the children of immigrants, and in particular Chinese immigrants, did not have allegiance to the United States, he made that argument explicitly, and it was rejected by the Supreme Court in 1898. But in addition to that, I think it's worth noting, he also told the Supreme Court of the United States that the entire 14th Amendment was unconstitutional. That's an argument he made. I'm not aware of ever a Solicitor General making that argument to any other Supreme Court in the history of the United States. And of course, the Supreme Court rejected that as well. So that argument's been made, and it's lost 127 years ago, and it will fail again today, as it already has in front of 5 federal courts.
And at that time, the Supreme Court held that the phrase "subject to the jurisdiction thereof" was an extremely narrow qualification that only accepted 3 specific classes of persons from citizenship. So can you tell us what those 3 classes were and why they do not apply and implicate children of undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, so the Reconstruction Congress was very clear. The Supreme Court agreed in Wong Kim Ark and subsequent cases that the "subject to the jurisdiction thereof" language applied to 3 groups. One was the children of diplomats and consular officers, for the obvious reason that the French ambassador to the United States doesn't want their child born in the U.S. to be a citizen, and their situation in the United States is they're representing a foreign power. In fact, the embassy itself is considered foreign territory. Native Americans, that was the only really substantive discussion the Reconstruction Congress had. At the time, they suggested this addition of the Citizenship Clause to the 14th Amendment. And they pointed out in many discussions that the Indians, Native American tribes, were sovereign powers with whom we had treaty relations, who were not subject to U.S. law. They had their own tribal courts and laws. And at that time, they wanted to be excluded, and the Reconstruction Congress didn't want them to be automatically included. I should note that there is now a federal law that gives Native Americans automatic birthright citizenship. The final group, I'm happy to say, we've never encountered, which is enemy aliens in occupied territory.
Great. I'm gonna stop you just because I have another question here. One of the lawsuits blocking the order was brought by an individual in my state, Alicia Lopez. She was born and raised in El Salvador, but she fled the country after experiencing a violent and abusive situation. She had applied for asylum, has received a work permit while her application is pending. She's lived in Washington State since 2016. She has a 5-year-old son with her partner. She's pregnant with a second child who is due in July. I want to bring this back to the real impact of what would actually happen. Birthright citizenship has generated this deep sense of membership in our society, a collective commitment to a shared value and opportunity, equality, and contribution that's allowed America to thrive. What's the impact on real-life Americans across this country?
Yeah, to eliminate birthright citizenship would be to create a permanent underclass, a caste system, which was the very result the Reconstruction Congress intended to end.
Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady from Washington. I now recognize the committee chairman, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the chairman and thank you for holding this hearing. I would yield my time to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm going to ask each one of you a question related to this scenario, because this is a real scenario. In Yuma, Arizona, they have one hospital for about 150,000 people. They have a small maternity unit, about 8 to 10 beds. Many times the beds, every one of them is occupied by a mom-to-be who has illegally crossed our border, usually through the Cocopah Reservation. I know right where they come, and they go in, and they have a baby, and then they both depart to go back south across the border. And I guess my question for each one of you is this. Under the original meaning, because I'm trying to establish, you've all made it clear, I want to make it clear. Under the original meaning of the 14th Amendment, Ms. Frost, is that child a citizen of the United States of America?
Yes, of course, because the Reconstruction Congress
And we'll
wanted in simple and clear language.
Thank you, appreciate that. Oh, and now, Mr. Cooper?
No, Congressman, not under the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment.
Mr. McCarter?
I agree with Mr. Cooper, that's correct.
Mr. O'Brien?
No, because she's not lawfully present in the United States, the mother.
So let's consider, we have a very, very disparate interpretation of Wong Kim Ark. We've got Ms. Frost, whose position, and I don't want to misstate it, but that the original allegiance or the jurisdiction thereof displaced
the allegiance requirement, right? So there's no more allegiance requirement. Is that fair? Is that a fair description of what you're saying, at least on that portion?
I'm not sure what you're referring to by the original allegiance requirement. There was never an allegiance requirement. There was the Dred Scott decision.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. You believe there was never a jurisdiction thereof never required allegiance to the sovereign. And so now I want to clarify that. When you get to that, Mr. McCotter, why is it that in Wong Kim Ark, the court said that the plaintiff or the appellant in that case was actually a citizen of the United States?
The Supreme Court's rationale is a little hard to follow in Wong Kim Ark, to be honest, but it does say that the parents there were lawfully present with the consent of the sovereign, which is the United States, the equivalent of our modern-day LPR, lawful permanent resident.
So if because that's the way I read Wong Kim Ark. They're talking about there's lawful presence, and there's an intention de domicile, which has a legal term of art, meaning you're intending to live there, stay there, and be part of that community. That's really what that gets at. So I'm baffled by the notion then that if you cross through the Cocopah Reservation and you go into the regional hospital in Yuma and you have a baby and your intention is to immediately leave and go back home, you're not legally present in the United States, nor do you have an intention to be here. Why then does that baby entitled to birthright citizenship, Mr. Cooper?
Sorry, Congressman, that baby is not entitled to birthright citizenship. And I think Wong Kim Ark does not in any way support the claim that it's entitled to birthright citizenship. As I mentioned previously, the issue in that case was very clearly limited to aliens who had established a permanent and lawful domicile in this country. So whether you think that's sufficient or not, it clearly doesn't sweep within it people who have come into this country illegally. And I would also point out, Wong Kim Ark itself said there are some certain irresistible conclusions to be drawn from the Citizenship Clause, including that the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory in the allegiance and under the protection of the country. And the reason they concluded there.
And I have to go there because I want to go real quick because it actually segues from that nicely. And that is one of the things, and actually Ms. Frost she indicated this. When in the Indian tribe case, when we look at that, is because there was respect for a tribal Indian having an allegiance to that tribe. That's very different than someone who crosses over, has a baby, and returns to their native country. Isn't that true? Mr. O'Brien, I'll go to Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, that's true. And in Wong Kim Ark, what the court did was they inferred that long-term residence was an intention by someone who was working towards citizenship and wanted to be a long-term member of the community in the United States. So the court was at pains to point out that there were two qualifications. One, that the individual attempting to transmit citizenship had to be lawfully present in the United States with the permission of the government. And number two, that that person was within the allegiance of the United States, meaning that that individual had more than a simple obligation to obey the laws while present.
Thank the gentleman from Arizona. I thank the witness, and I will now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Brien, I want to go back to where you were right there. And I think Mr. McCotter said this as well. Your interpretation is to be lawfully present in the United States with consent of the sovereign. Mr. McCotter said that's the equivalent of a lawful permanent resident. Is that correct, Mr. McCotter?
That's correct, yes.
And you agree, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I do.
Why is a visa holder not lawfully present in the United States with consent of the sovereign?
Well, first of all, a visa holder is a person who has a permit to board a common carrier and come to the United States and request admission. A person who has been admitted to the United States by the appropriate authorities following inspection by an immigration officer is lawfully present.
So someone with a visa, a work visa that could go on for years and years, you're saying is not lawfully present?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said a person who has been admitted in a visa classification, like H-1B, F-1, so on and so forth, is lawfully present while they're in compliance with the terms of the immigration laws.
Okay, so I agree, but you're trying to restrict this to green cards. And the problem that I'm addressing here is this executive order is not restricted to green cards. It prohibits birthright citizenship if neither parent is either a lawful permanent resident or a United States citizen. Do you agree with that, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I do. The court in Wong Kim Ark.
So in Wong Kim Ark, exactly, in Wong Kim Ark, they use the definition you just said, which would include visa holders, and yet the executive order expressly excludes visa holders. So let's move to the second point, allegiance. This is what the subject of the jurisdiction thereof that you all three of you have talked about relates to allegiance. I'd love to see a clear and definitive definition of allegiance, but let's just talk about what you all were saying. Allegiance means assimilated. Is that correct, Mr. Cooper? That's one of the things that you said?
I think that only a person, or at least an Indian, under the view of the framers of the Citizenship Clause, who had been assimilated and had left the reservation and therefore had essentially abandoned that person's allegiance to the tribe and had shifted their allegiance to the United States, just like others could have a child.
So if you move off of a tribal reservation and you move across the street at the time, where you're talking about, originalism here, and you move across the street, then all of a sudden your allegiance has changed from the Indian tribe, the Native American tribe, to the United States. That's what you're saying. Do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think the notion...
Is there a time requirement? You must live off of the reservation for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years?
No.
No, there's not. So this is the problem, is you start talking about allegiance and you're excluding green card holders. Now, green card holders, of course, are also citizens of other countries. And yet somehow in this definition of allegiance, that a green card holder has more allegiance to the United States than that person would to, by necessity, by definition, than that person would to a foreign country. That seems like a pretty bold statement to be asking the Supreme Court to say. And what scares me about it as an American Jew, when Jews are often accused of dual loyalty with Israel, is you're now getting into a situation where the government has to determine which country any individual has more allegiance to. The country that they have immigrated to, and even if they're a lawful permanent resident, or the country of their citizenship. And it baffles me that the Republican Party, the party of small government, the party of federalism and states' rights, would sit here and say, yes, it is the government's job to create a definition of allegiance which somehow is required in order for birthright citizenship. Now look, Mr. Biggs, and you may not like the example, birthright tourism you call it, of someone coming into the United States, having a baby, and then leaving. If you don't agree with that, that's fine. Pass a constitutional amendment, because this is clear, and this definition that you're providing is unbelievably vague and very, very careless, and I look forward to the courts rejecting it. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman from New York. As individuals who recite the Pledge of Allegiance down on the floor of the House of Representatives, every time we open the House, I think those of us understand what allegiance is, particularly the gentleman from Texas who wore the uniform of our armed forces. I think he's fully aware of what allegiance is. And I would also note that one of the very few responsibilities our federal government has is actually making those determinations as to who should be citizens and who should be in our country.
Correct.
I would now recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand more than anyone that we are a nation of immigrants, but there's a difference, stark difference, between giving citizenship to the children of slaves, the children of those subject to the Middle Passage, the children of sharecroppers, and the children of those who were once considered property, and giving citizenship to the children of people who crossed the border illegally, stay in taxpayer-funded luxury hotels, who receive free Xboxes, free cell phones, free flights around the country, and 3 square meals a day. There's a big difference. My great-great-grandfather was born on a plantation, Rosedown Plantation in Louisiana. He had to join the Union Color Guard to gain his freedom. By morphing the citizenship clause into something that it wasn't meant to be, it's demeaning to descendants of slaves like me. And not just me who served this country, but my father is a retired colonel. My sister went to West Point as a retired colonel. My brother went to West Point. We are talking about a direct descendant of a slave that earned the right to be in this country and passed that ilk down to his ancestry. People bled for it. People died for it. And it means something. The purpose of the 14th Amendment that President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order is that the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment was never meant to apply to children of illegal or legal aliens. Allowing birthright citizenship to stay in place dilutes the citizenship of not just Black Americans like me, but every single American citizen that had to earn it the right way. Let's say this in black and white. Either you're a U.S. citizen or you are not. Now, the left has spent decades cheapening what it means to be an American citizen. They've quite literally been chipping away at the basic value of American citizenship. They pretend to be altruistic, but we know the truth. Ozzy Osbourne's daughter said on The View that we have to let illegal immigrants in this country because who else will clean our toilets? We hear it all the time. Who will pick our crops? And even though that we know that American citizens are the majority of those people picking our crops, we know what you're insinuating. And all this must end now. Mr. O'Brien, earlier you brought up birth tourism and how it's an issue of national security. Could you kind of expound on that and talk about why that's an issue? As somebody that served this country, this is near and dear to my heart.
Sure. If we give U.S. citizenship to absolutely anyone who is born on our soil, that takes the United States out of control of who becomes a U.S. citizen. And since, as everyone here knows, the people are the government of the United States, that puts us in a position where we could be allowing people who are citizens of adversary nations to be coming here, having children who gain U.S. citizenship, and then are trained to be adversaries of the United States. It puts them in a position where they can get jobs with security clearances, they can join the military, they can work in the defense industry, which they would not otherwise be able to do.
So over the course of the last 4 years, have there been people that have entered our country that are our adversaries, that have come to this country that we know of, and had children?
Yeah, there have been a massive number of people who have come here. And not just over the last 4 years, it was happening before. I worked in the national security apparatus of the Department of Homeland Security, and I worked on many cases where that had happened.
Is there any other country in the world that you know operates like this? I'm saying this from the standpoint of somebody that's deployed to Saudi Arabia and other countries around the world. This would never happen anywhere else, by the way. Can you name a country in modern or recent history that has behaved like this, and what has been the outcome of this type of behavior? Meaning that is this even a sustainable model given the number of people that have entered this country over the course, especially the last 4 years?
No, it's not a sustainable model. The only other place where it existed was in a number of the Latin American countries, and most of them did away with it after they were attempting to attract migrants in order to build their industries and build the number of people living in those countries. So this is something that's nearly non-existent.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. The left throws love thy neighbor in our face, and they say that we have to have open borders in order to be nice to people. Well, I ask them to tell the left, we have a bunch of neighbors right here in our country that are Americans. You see, your neighbors are the homeless veterans that you drive by to work. Our neighbors are the wayward teens running away from a bad home environment. Your neighbors are the families who just got evicted from their apartment. What do all those neighbors have in common? They're all Americans. And let's use our American tax-paying dollars to put Americans first. Newsflash, this is why President Trump is our president, because it's past due that we put the American citizen first. And once we solve our issues here, I'm a Christian. By God, let's help everybody else. But at this point, we have enough problems to fix in our own country, and this must stop. Thank you for your time.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. I will now recognize the gentlelady from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we've heard a lot of different legal theories about interpreting the Constitution, and at times I know it feels a little bit like a law school lecture. So I'd like to kind of cut through the legalese and clearly focus on something that I find deeply troubling. What Republicans are offering is a plan to redefine who gets to be American. And it's a big step towards a country where Americanness itself applies to only a privileged few, and a country where future and past generations are relegated to an underclass status. They're trying to stake out who is a real American, and it will leave a whole lot of people out. And this, I think, is a frightening road to go down. The arguments we've heard have been with us since our founding. As you pointed out, Professor Frost, the Dred Scott decision changed the common law understanding of birthright citizenship for all. It enabled slave owners to use the law to take away citizenship, to take away identity, to take away the freedom of Black people. The 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act of 1866 were a direct response to Dred Scott. The law grants citizenship to people born in this country, plain and simple. Yet here we are, over 150 years later, talking about how maybe the straightforward language of the law could possibly or should actually be used to deny citizenship for often people of color. Ms. Frost, did the framers of the 14th Amendment intend to extend birthright citizenship to the children of slaves and other non-citizens?
Yes, the Reconstruction Congress could not have been clearer. They used clear language, and their discussions that followed made this clear. They said, of course, they wanted to overrule Dred Scott, which included giving citizenship to all enslaved Americans, including those who had arrived illegally because they'd been illegally imported after the laws prohibited it. They were the illegal aliens of the day. The Reconstruction Congress said, we want them to have citizenship. The second group, explicitly discussed, was the children of immigrants, in particular, the children of Chinese immigrants. That was the intention of the Reconstruction Congress, and they achieved that through clear language.
Thank you, through clear language. And citizenship was based on where you were born, correct? And not actually the identity of your parents.
Of course, we are a country that doesn't visit the sins of the father on the child. We believe in the idea that all people born are equally American because they are born in the United States. Our Constitution rejected titles of nobility explicitly. We, of course, rejected a hereditary monarchy. America is about birthplace. It's not about ancestry or lineage.
So is it safe to say that the 14th Amendment enshrined citizenship for an entire class of people and their ancestors?
Yes, of course. And any other rule would require a test of lineage and ancestry for every new child born in the United States. I'd like to quickly add 33 countries have birthright citizenship in response to Congressman Hunt's question, including Mexico and Canada. We are not outliers.
Exactly. I'm so glad you brought that up because I had it in my notes to bring that up as well. So what if the Supreme Court decides that the 14th Amendment actually does not give citizenship to children born in this country to non-citizens? What if the Supreme Court made that ruling? Where does that leave the descendants of those who've been granted birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I mean, it would unwind the citizenship of the entire country. We are a nation of immigrants. A very significant majority of us trace back, really other than Native Americans, trace back our lineage to an immigrant parent, grandparent, 5% of our military are the children of immigrants. Now, all of us, when we have a baby, the first thing we'd have to do is produce proof of our citizenship. Imagine a generation from now. It wouldn't be good enough to show your own birth certificate. You'd have to show the lineage. This is exactly what the Reconstruction Congress wanted to prevent, and it's exactly the result that Dred Scott wanted.
I appreciate that so much. So let's follow this logic. Say a person's grandparents came to this country from Central Europe in the 19th century. An investigation reveals that those grandparents used false pretenses or false names at Ellis Island. Does that mean, based on what my colleagues would be saying today, that the present-day descendants of those grandparents are not citizens?
The logic of the position is that every single person who considers themselves an American, perhaps people in Congress, certainly people voting, would suddenly be under scrutiny, and any flaw in their family's immigration history, going back to the Contract Labor Act of 1885, where if you came to the U.S. with a contract to work, that was illegal. Many people violated that law in 1885. All of those people, their descendants today, could have their citizenship questioned and could be stripped of their citizenship under the executive order.
Thank you. And if I could, in conclusion, because I see that I'm out of time, doing away with birthright citizenship is an intentional choice to give this president, I believe, massive power to dictate who is and who is not an American. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Vermont. Now I'll recognize the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this hearing, and to all of you that are serving on this panel today. The issue of birth tourism is a big concern for me and stands out as a glaring example of a loophole being taken advantage of. Mr. O'Brien, in your testimony, you shared a little bit ago with Mr. Hunt about the national security risk associated with widespread birth tourism. What are among the top countries that are taking part in this practice? Where do they come from?
Well, the largest is China. The second largest is India. And then it drops off from there, but there's still large numbers of people from a large number of countries that we should have concerns about.
Very good. And aside even from the national security risk that you've already addressed, this practice puts many of those involved in coming here in harm's way. Can you talk about how the birth tourism can harm the expectant mothers involved in this?
Certainly. It's not advisable, at least according to all of the medical personnel that I've talked to, for women who are in an advanced stage of pregnancy to do something like a 14 to 24-hour flight from China. We have seen repeatedly along the southern border people who are traveling in extremely harsh environments, attempting to cross the Rio Grande while expecting a child imminently. And so this is a danger to both the mother and the child.
Thank you. I'm also curious, while we're here, Mr. O'Brien, about the comparison between how the United States treats this concept of birthright citizenship when compared to the rest of the developed world. Is it common for other countries to automatically grant citizenship to those born on their soil?
No, it's not common. It's something that's most typically associated with the United States, Latin America, Canada, and a few other countries that have extremely truncated variations of it.
And how would you say America compares to most EU countries in regards to this issue?
It's profoundly more broad. Most countries that have birthright citizenship have significant restrictions on it compared to the United States.
Very good. Mr. McCotter, I'd like to hear from you about how Congress can play its part in this conversation. I mean, it's one thing for executive orders, it's another thing for court decisions and interpretation. What steps can Congress take to support President Trump's executive order?
I authored an amicus brief on behalf of many members of this committee, and we submitted that in almost all the district court proceedings and in several of the circuit court proceedings, so the court is at least aware of these members' views on the historical understanding of the jurisdiction clause. That's one thing, of course, Congress could do. Congress obviously could hold a hearing, which we're having now, and I'm glad to participate.
Well, I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of Representative Brian Babin's Birthright Citizenship Act of 2025, which does clarify which individuals automatically receive American citizenship at birth. In fact, I've told folks if ever there's a time for us to clarify and codify, that time is now. Would you deem it necessary that Congress clarify this question surrounding the citizenship clause, or should it be left to other institutions?
The Supreme Court has long held that the decision of citizenship is left to Congress, except, of course, as dictated by the 14th Amendment. The courts can interpret the 14th Amendment as they're doing now, but otherwise it is exclusively a congressional prerogative.
So we do have an opportunity now, and with the act introduced, to take some action on this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. I will now recognize the gentleman from Maryland and the ranking member of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And thanks to all the witnesses for being here, and special greetings to my former colleague, Professor Frost. I want to start with you because there's been a major flurry of litigation about the onslaught of unlawful and unconstitutional executive orders that have come down from the administration. And this executive order has appeared in 4 different courts. And as I understand it, all 4 of them have worked to stop it, either through a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction. And they were appointed, by my count, by Presidents Reagan, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. And take a look at what they said. Here's Judge Kuhnauer, who was nominated by President Reagan. Citizenship by birth is an unequivocal constitutional right. It's one of the precious principles that makes the United States the great nation that it is. The president cannot change, limit, or qualify this constitutional right by executive order. I can't remember a case that presented a question as clear as this, says Judge Kuhnauer. And the fact that the government cloaked what is in fact a constitutional amendment under the guise of an executive order is equally unconstitutional. The Constitution is not something the government can play policy games with. Here's U.S. District Judge LaPlante from New Hampshire, who'd been nominated by President Bush. The plaintiffs are likely to suffer irreparable harm if the order is not granted. Here's U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman, nominated by President Biden to the court in my home state, in Maryland. The executive order interprets the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment in a manner that the Supreme Court has resoundingly rejected and no court in the country has ever endorsed. And finally, check out Judge Sorokin, nominated to the district court in Massachusetts by President Obama, who says, the 14th Amendment says nothing of the birthright citizens' parents, and efforts to import such considerations at the time of enactment and when the Supreme Court construed the text was rejected. No federal judge, to my knowledge, has upheld this executive order against legal attack. Tell me why you think there's such unanimity across the spectrum among the judges.
Well, first of all, the language is crystal clear of the 14th Amendment. There are thorny and complicated and broad and vague provisions of the Constitution, but the Citizenship Clause could not speak more clearly. That's what the court said in Wong Kim Ark. Its language is universal.
You know, I did a little research on this last night, and I found that the leaders of the writing of the first section of the 14th Amendment were Republicans from Ohio, right? John Bingham was described as the primary author of the Citizenship Clause by Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black, who said he was the 14th Amendment's James Madison, the second founder who most worked to realize the universal promise of Madison's Bill of Rights and Jefferson's Declaration of Independence. And another great Ohio Republican, U.S. Senator Benjamin Wade, insisted on making the Citizenship Clause perfectly clear to avoid any backsliding in times of high partisan feeling. He said, I've always believed that every person of whatever race or color who was born in the United States was a citizen of the United States. But by the decisions of the courts, there's been a doubt thrown over the subject. And if the government should fall into the hands of those who are opposed to the views that some of us maintain, those who have been accustomed to take a different view of it, they may construe the provision in such a way as we do not think liable to construction at this time, unless we fortify and make it very strong and very clear. If we do not do so, there may be danger that when party spirit runs high, it may receive a very different construction from that which we, the founders, put upon it. Now, so I wonder what you think Senator Wade might be saying about the debate today about whether it's okay just to throw away the first sentence of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, he was remarkably prescient. He foresaw a future in which a future political party would want to take away citizenship and voting and political power from groups of Americans it didn't like and didn't view as fully American.
All right, I'm sorry to rush you along here, but The original purposes of the 14th Amendment remain perfectly clear for anyone who's an originalist, right? They wanted to stop the government from reconstituting a racial or ethnic caste system based on the inheritance of a subordinate or a superior legal status from one's parents. In post-Reconstruction America, nobody would ever become a slave or a serf or a legal outcast or a prince or a princess or a king or a count at birth, because everybody here would attain equal citizenship at birth. Am I capturing it correctly?
You are.
All right, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the ranking member of the committee, and I will now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes.
I'd like to ask one of the three gentlemen on the right here, and I've had other committee hearings, so I'm sorry if I'm going over things we've already dealt with. But it says in the 14th Amendment that citizens are people who are all persons born in the U.S. and not subject to any foreign power. I mean, they must have had something on their mind when they said not subject to any foreign power. Does anyone want to comment on that, how that little phrase there, how that affects what the original drafters intended?
I addressed some of that in my opening remarks, sir. So I think the best understanding is that it referred to children who would be deemed citizens of their parents' home country as of the moment of birth.
Okay, and right now in this country, if your wife goes to Italy and has a baby, does she become an Italian citizen? Would anybody say that?
I'm not sure what Italy's laws are. I would defer to Mr. O'Brien on that. I can say that at the time of the 14th Amendment, for example, English citizens born in the U.S. would still be deemed English citizens, and that's why they would not be entitled to birthright citizenship.
Okay. There are a variety of other countries that have some form of birthright citizenship, none of them in Europe, Canada, but you mentioned, Mr. O'Brien, that that's a limited type of birthright citizenship. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, in most of those countries, there are restrictions that require at least one of your parents to be there lawfully. In some cases, it's birthright citizenship combined with a familial lineage. There's all different ways of doing this. What I can say unequivocally is that the United States is the only place that does it the way it's done here.
Okay, so if you would interpret it the way some people want it interpreted, you would say the United States would be a clear outlier in the globe.
Yes.
And would they have been a clear outlier in 1866?
Well, yes, because at that point, most other countries in the world were monarchies, and the monarch considered you to be something akin to property owing permanent allegiance. So regardless of where you were born, you could still be considered a citizen depending upon how you had left the country.
Of course, we have records of the debate at the time in 1866. There's a quote here from Senator Howard from Michigan, making it clear, I think, that he felt we were excluding people who are foreigners or aliens normally. Do you want to elaborate on that, what the drafters at the time thought?
Sure, I think the drafters at the time were concerned about the treatment of emancipated slaves during the Reconstruction time. Frankly, at that point in time, there was a relatively small number of people in the United States, and as I had stated in my opening remarks, the concept of illegal alien was not the same as it is now.
Was there any indication at that time that in the hypothetical that the opponents of President Trump cite today, was there any indication that the drafters of the amendment believed that if somebody just came here as a visitor or whatever, we talk about, people coming from China and landing in San Diego or whatever, that the equivalent would have resulted in people being a citizen? Is there any evidence of that in, 1865, 1866?
No, the court in Wong Kim Ark was very explicit when it said that it was referring to people who were residing in the United States with the permission of the government.
There's no evidence of any of the debaters at that time saying, whoosh, we're opening the door to become American citizens. Anybody who gets off, just gets off a boat.
No, and I think if you stop and think about the way the amendment was drafted, if that's what they wanted, they could have just left the qualifying statement out and said anyone born in the United States is a citizen. But they added subject to the jurisdiction thereof for a reason.
Exactly. It's in there for a purpose. You know, it's an amendment to the Constitution of the United States. You wouldn't put that in there if you wanted anybody who just shows up to be, as a baby, to be a citizen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you the others know any examples of other countries, any other countries that have something this broad, just so we understand the way an average person thinks about these things?
Yes, I'll say that 32 countries have birthright citizenship, just like the United States, including Canada and Mexico.
Okay, Mr. O'Brien, I think she's saying something a little misleading there. When she says just like the United States, even though there are no European countries, are they, when they have birthright citizenship, just like the United States? I think what you told me is not true.
No, to the best of my knowledge, at present, there is some kind of limitation on birthright citizenship in all the places that have it.
Well, thank you all for tolerating me, and we'll send it back to the chair.
Thank you, gentleman from Wisconsin. I now recognize the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. I think there's a quick video that I have.
You don't need to be a genius to realize that Trump's not talking about babies that come from Norwegian vajayjays. No. He wants to white out the Constitution so that he can whiten America. That's what he's planning to do here.
All right, I just thought since, the South Africans are in the news, I would play that. I had a question for you, Mr. O'Brien. Is the Equal Protection Clause part of the 14th Amendment, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. McCotter, is the Due Process Clause part of the 14th Amendment, yes or no?
Yes, although each clause uses different language.
Yes, I do know, but thank you for that. I ask those questions because I have heard no objection from this body, no quarrel, no disagreement with the fact that the Equal Protection Clause and the Due Process Clause are embedded in the U.S. Constitution through the 14th Amendment. In fact, this country's president, that so many revere, has invoked the Due Process Clause on the regular, as he should, because it is his right. And he has, in fact, showed the country how due process works when applied without prejudice. If only it would work for the rest of us like that, but I digress. The point is, those tenets are here to stay with birthright citizenship. So I want to talk about the times that gave rise to the 14th Amendment. It was 1868. There was the aftermath of the 4-year divisive, destructive Civil War that killed roughly 750,000 soldiers, or 2% of the population. Resistance in the form of Reconstruction, a massive tsunami in a soon-to-be U.S. territory that killed 70 people, and in the aftermath of the 1868 Louisiana Constitution, which gave black men the right to vote and a public education, you had the Louisiana Massacre, where black people were murdered trying to vote. As people would say from my hood in LA, the white folks went cray-cray. And in spite of all of that, white congressmen showed up in 1868 to debate the 14th Amendment because in the midst of the madness and violence of the time, it was that important. And it passed with birthright citizenship, those 3 clauses. And these tenets forever changed this country. The 14th Amendment is a pillar of American law in a good way, and it has been for 160 years. Everyone recognizes that it should not be touched, that it is sacrosanct, even Justice Scalia. And Scalia, whose ideology I do not support, his reasoning is that the full 14th Amendment, which includes the Due Process Clause and the Equal Protection Clause, as well as birthright citizenship, was based on originalism, textualism, and traditionalism, and that one should consider the political and intellectual climate, beliefs and prejudices of the time it was ratified, and the amendment should be protected, which is why it is worth revisiting 1868, because the origin story of the amendment is as applicable now as it was then. You had a Democratic president impeached in 1868 and a Republican president impeached in 19 and 21. You had political violence in 1968 with the Louisiana Massacre and an insurrection that happened here in 2021 where Capitol Police were speared with American flags. You had a tsunami in Hawaii in 1868 and a fire again in 2023. You had an economic turndown in 1868 and you have $15 eggs under Trump right now in 2025. Same environment, toxic, hostile, destructive, deadly. And let's be clear, they had immigrants back then too. Irish, Jews, Germans, Italians, people who couldn't speak English, but they saw through the moment and passed the 14th Amendment. And it's not like this country has not had moments where people have felt under attack. We've had Jim Crow, World War II with the Germans, McCarthyism, the Japanese in internment camps, the Vietnam War, and birthright citizenship has survived all of that. And now, not because of war, but because somebody can't get a job at Walmart, because of xenophobia, fragile ego, and mediocrity, we are going to look for culprits instead of protecting the Constitution. It is the epitome of lazy. And if they could put the 14th Amendment in the Constitution during those hostile times, we can keep it in law during ours. The climate is not different. It is the patriotism of the Republican Party that is different. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Well, I would just observe for the record that the phrase white people be cray-cray is itself cray-cray. And I will now recognize the gentleman from California.
And also racist, of course. I was wondering how long it would take the Democrats to play the race card, and I want to thank my colleague from California for satisfying that curiosity. I think we can thank the Democrats under Joe Biden for bringing this issue to the forefront. The mass illegal migration over the last 4 years has made answering this question a necessity. Have those who've illegally entered our country in defiance of our laws and who are subject to deportation under those laws, can they be considered as having accepted the jurisdiction of the laws that their very presence defies? I don't think it does. I mean, we know that phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, we know that means former slaves are citizens. That was the stated purpose of the amendment. That's the plain language of the amendment, passed, by the way, over the objections of the Democratic Party at the time. We know from the congressional debate that its authors understood its meaning to exclude foreign nationals who were merely passing through the country. But somewhere along the way, it simply seems to have become assumed. So my first question, I guess, begin with you, Mr. O'Brien. Have any laws been passed that specifically provide for birthright citizenship for illegal migrants?
No, there have been none. And one of the reasons that this interpretation persists is because this wasn't an issue at the time that the case was decided, so it was left alone.
Well, how did it come to be that it was simply assumed?
Nobody knows that. When I was at FAIR, we did an extensive research project where we spent hours trying to find this. And we couldn't find any commentary on the Wong Kim Ark decision discussing the import. We couldn't find any government directives indicating that this was the rule. It just appears to have started happening in the mid-1920s.
Mr. McCotter, can you offer any light on this subject?
I think that's probably right. I think that's probably practicality. People weren't really paying attention, perhaps, and that's how we ended up with this kind of
So no act of
assumption.
Congress, no Supreme Court decision, obviously no executive order until a few weeks ago, touching on this subject.
Mr. McClintock, if I may just jump in here, I think the unfortunate reality is that the Wong Kim Ark case was misinterpreted in much the way I think that my friend Professor Frost here misinterprets it to have been a holding, some of the very broad language that is clearly dicta, instead of the narrow and specifically identified holding, which was quite limited to people who are in this country and who bear children in this country, who have a permanent, lawful residence in this country, at least
And it just kind of simmered.
to establish allegiance.
It just
to the
kind of
country.
simmered in the background until we had this mass historic illegal migration. And now we have to confront it. The chairman says the issue belongs to Congress, and I'd say, well, sort of. Obviously, Congress can't deny automatic birthright citizenship by statute if that's what the 14th Amendment guarantees. But of course, neither could an executive order. I think Congress would have to propose a constitutional amendment to the states if that's what the 14th Amendment actually means. But if the 14th Amendment does not provide automatic birthright citizenship, and no statutes have been passed, and no other Supreme Court orders issued, it seems to me that no law would be needed to deny it. It was never extended in the first place. Is that, Mr. O'Brien, is that essentially correct?
Yes, that is correct. The question that Wong Kim Ark has been interpreted as addressing was never the question that was before the court. The case came before the court in order to determine whether Wong Kim Ark was an individual who fell into one of either the privileged or prohibited classes under the Chinese Exclusion Act, which itself was a modification of a treaty of trade and friendship between China and the United States.
They were here permanently within the laws, within the jurisdiction of the United States by act of a ratified treaty.
Yes, that's exactly it.
So if that's the case, and wouldn't the president's executive order simply be restating existing law?
I believe that's exactly what it does.
Mr. McCotter?
That's what my amicus brief on behalf of members of this committee says, sir.
Mr. Cooper?
I agree with that, Congressman McClintock.
I will just assume Professor Frost disagrees. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from California. I will now recognize the ranking member, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. The effort to end birthright citizenship is hardly something new. It's been the long-term goal of anti-Semitic and white nationalist groups for decades. The claim's largely based on the bigoted Great Replacement conspiracy theory, same conspiracy theory that has inspired a lot of deadly terrorist attacks in recent years. And we're hearing really uncomfortable echoes of some of that here in Congress in this day and age. As we're listening to some of these statements, I was reminded of one of our predecessors' statements here, the great Barbara Jordan, who at a critical moment in our country's history talked about we the people. And when that document was completed in September of 1787, neither she nor I nor Professor Frost were included in that document. But as she said, through the process of amendment, interpretation, and court decision, we were finally included. And as members of Congress now, we should not sit here and be idle spectators, much less participants in the diminution, the subversion, or the destruction of the Constitution. And I would submit that the effort we're seeing here today to try to reinterpret and twist the clear language and legislative history of the Birthright Citizenship Clause would be such a diminution, subversion, or destruction of the Constitution. Now, Professor Frost, you've studied this for quite a long time. You, unlike several of the people here, are not a contributor to Project 2025. We've heard a lot about the specific language subject to the jurisdiction of. Why did they choose that phrase?
Yeah, the Reconstruction Congress told us clearly what they wanted to do there. They wanted to exclude the children of diplomats and ambassadors. And they also discussed at length the need to exclude children born into Native American tribes, which were separate foreign sovereigns with whom we had treaty relations, with their own courts and laws.
It did strike me the inconsistency in claiming that an undocumented immigrant is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States when they are, in fact, subject to our criminal code, paying taxes, et cetera. Can you talk about that and talk about how that relates to the issue of the exception for diplomats and their children?
Yeah, sure. Of course, all children of immigrants, and all immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, are subject to the laws of the United States. President Trump knows that better than most, and that he is seeking to deport and enforce the immigration laws and other laws fully against this group. Also add something I mentioned before, which is the Reconstruction Congress was well aware there were people in the United States in violation of the law. Those were the enslaved African Americans brought to the United States in violation of federal law, and of course, the Citizenship Clause was intended to provide them with citizenship despite the fact they were there in violation of U.S. law.
I noticed you reacting to some of the testimony about the U.S. being some kind of outlier with respect to birthright citizenship, or having, it looked like you might have a different interpretation. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, with all due respect to Mr. O'Brien, who is a deep expert in U.S. immigration law, I don't think he is familiar with the laws of the 32 other countries that have birthright citizenship, automatic birthright citizenship, just like the United States. In Canada, if you're born in Canada, regardless of who your parents are, you're a citizen. That's why Senator Ted Cruz had to renounce his Canadian citizenship in 2014, because he was born in Canada to a U.S. citizen mother.
Thank you. I also was struck by the idea that we would be putting a rather strange burden upon our maternity wards in our states if every time someone is born, they have to determine the citizenship or the immigration status of their parents. And how would that play out? I mean, does the delivery nurse have to ask which border the person came across, whether or not they checked in, whether they filed an asylum claim, or whether maybe they just overstayed their visa to study here if they were, for example, from South Africa? Do you have any thoughts on that?
It would impose enormous bureaucratic burden on hospitals, on state agencies, on our already overburdened immigration officials, and on the parents of newborn children. And as an immigration lawyer, I will say many people lack documentation of their citizenship or of their immigration status if they're lawful permanent residents. They may not be able to show that. And so we are asking these people at the time of their child's birth to prove this or risk having their child be deemed an undocumented immigrant from the moment it's born.
Okay, I do think it's interesting that this is hardly the open and shut case that our colleagues would suggest. Senator Cruz was recently quoted as saying that's actually a disputed legal question. There are serious scholarly arguments on both sides, et cetera. But with that, I see my time has expired, so I would just have a unanimous consent request to enter into the record a statement of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. I will also, without objection, ask to insert in the record a collection of quotes from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jordan. The airport bears her name. I fly in and out of in Austin, Texas, every week. But it's a collection of quotes from her service as chair of a commission regarding immigration in the 1990s, in which she makes very clear her position that the enforcement of borders security is important. The importance of having immigration policy that works is important, that we should not have amnesty, that we should, immigration should not be a path to public benefits. She was very clear in her language about that. And numerous other quotes from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jordan. And without objection, I'll insert that in the record. And I will now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. My colleague from Pennsylvania mentioned the term white nationalism, and I would remind everyone of the context of the 14th Amendment, that the original white nationalists, Southern Democrats, fought a civil war to deny blacks their constitutional rights, to deny their very humanity, and then in the wake of that civil war, sought to deny them of the rights of citizenship as well. And in that context, the 14th Amendment was enacted to make sure that white nationalist Southern Democrats not deny black slaves, former slaves, of their rights, and therefore made it clear they were citizens. But Mr. McCotter, one of the authors of the 14th Amendment, Senator John Bingham, said that the Citizenship Clause conferred citizenship to every human being born within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. Another author of the 14th Amendment, Senator Lyman Trumbull, stated that subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in the Citizenship Clause meant not owing allegiance to anybody else. Do aliens and particularly illegal aliens, owe allegiance exclusively to the United States, or do they still bear allegiance to their home country?
They would still bear at least partial allegiance to their home country.
And therefore, in part, foreign ambassadors, diplomats do not have, children of foreign ambassadors and diplomats do not have birthright citizenship.
That's correct. And this came up earlier in some prior questioning about how LPRs, lawful permanent residents, could somehow be included within the birthright citizenship clause. And I think the response to that is that Wong Kim Ark itself recognized that those individuals do have sufficient allegiance, but that's because they're here permanently with the consent of the United States.
Okay. And, an example of, sort of the absurdity of all-out birthright citizenship, El Chapo's wife, Emma Coronel, traveled to California to give birth and then immediately returned to Mexico. Under Biden's policy, the children of a drug lord were then American citizens who had every right to American bank accounts, and indeed they obtained American bank accounts. Did El Chapo's children, did they own full allegiance to the United States?
They would not, no. Their children would have been at least partially allegiant to their parents' home country.
And so it is that, and I think in your testimony it's very clear that this idea of full allegiance is pivotal here.
It was the widely understood understanding of the jurisdiction clause at the time it was ratified, yes.
Okay.
And if I may just briefly respond to the claim that some of the arguments in this area are inherently racist in some way, I'd point out in Wong Kim Ark, Justice John Harlan, the sole dissenter from Plessy v. Ferguson, the patron of interpreting the Constitution as colorblind, he dissented in Wong Kim Ark and said that Wong had never become a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, and likewise, if I recall, it was what Filer v. Doe, in which Justice Brennan, in dictum, in a footnote, opined that that anyone born physically in the United States be a birthright citizen. Does dictum have the same force of law as a holding in a case?
It doesn't, and also in that footnote, Justice Brennan said that jurisdiction, the phrase jurisdiction, is bounded only, if at all, by principles of sovereignty and allegiance. The exact same things we've already talked about.
Which is what you're arguing today. Okay, thank you.
The gentleman yields. All right, I appreciate that. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And I would just ask, Professor Frost, we talked a little bit earlier about the extent to which we've got the record is replete with examples of tourism, birth tourism, in which there are, malactors who are profiting by moving people into, or transporting people into the United States to then deliver babies. So we have Georgetown Law report talking about women from foreign countries, China and Russia, paying tens of thousands of dollars to temporarily relocate to the United States, give birth, and then often return. We have that happening at the southern border with some regularity. In McAllen, we have it in Laredo, we have it in El Paso, throughout Texas. I certainly can attest personally. You believe that all of those children, regardless of why they end up on American soil, that those children are, in fact, U.S. citizens under the law?
I'm so glad you asked that, because there's actually a federal regulation, 22 CFR 41.31, which bars people from coming to the United States to give birth and gives consular officials the authority to bar anyone visibly pregnant from giving birth.
Individual, but that's not the question. The question is these babies are born on American soil. These babies are born on American soil. They are brought here. They're brought here for profit. Are they citizens, yes or no?
Yes, they're citizens, and if you have a problem, enforce the regulation.
So the question is that they are, in fact, citizens under your interpretation of the law. Mr. McCotter, you noted just a minute ago that, in fact, Justice Harlan was the lone dissent in Plessy, correct?
That's correct, yes.
But was also a dissenter in Wong.
Right, he joined the Chief Justice.
So a threshold question here is, with respect to Wong, which is often cited as the basis now 130 years hence, for these individuals being viewed as citizens by now in this instance, the most pernicious models where people are profiting for bringing people into the United States to have babies, exploit our laws, go back to their countries or exploit our laws for citizenship, that they are deemed citizens based on an interpretation of an opinion 130 years ago. Yes or no, Mr. McCotter, do you believe that Wong stands for that premise?
I do not, and I cite support for that in the brief.
You believe that it is limited to, at most, an LPR type status under today's law.
Right, here's a quote. Wong, by its facts and some of its language, is limited to children born of parents who at the time of birth were in the United States lawfully and indeed were permanent residents. That's from a professor at NYU.
Mr. Cooper, do you share that view?
I do share that view, and I would point out again that Wong itself conditioned its irresistible conclusion from the 14th Amendment. It affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory in the allegiance and under the protection of the country, which was premised in that case on the parents of Wong being lawful permanent residents, allegiant to this country.
So to be clear, Mr. Cooper, you do not believe that that Wong's opinion extends, certainly at a minimum, beyond, again, what we would characterize under today's law as an LPR status individual?
No, it clearly just didn't have anything to do, as Mr. O'Brien has said, with illegal aliens or aliens here who may be here lawfully, but only temporarily.
And are you aware of any opinion by the United States Supreme Court that has extended beyond that interpretation since Wong?
No.
Mr. McCotter, do you agree with that?
I agree, yes.
Mr. O'Brien, do you agree with that?
I do.
And so now, having, I think, established that that is, in fact, the state of the law with respect to Wong and everything since Wong, now my question is Wong itself correct? We have an opinion by Mr. Justice Harlan. Justice Harlan, who was the dissent in Plessy, was Plessy later overturned? Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. McCotter?
Yes.
Overturned. Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Professor Frost? Plessy was overturned.
Yes.
Now we've got Wong. Is Wong itself correct on the law with respect to even LPRs under the interpretation of the 14th Amendment? I would ask Mr. Cooper your opinion on that.
Well, I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, that I think there's significant support for the conclusion, the holding in Wong, in the debates under the Citizenship Clause. But one doesn't have to conclude that it is correct in order to uphold this executive order, because the executive order is entirely consistent with Wong.
Mr. McCotter, do you have anything to add to that? Mr. O'Brien, and then I will be done with my time.
No, sir.
Mr. O'Brien, anything to add?
I do not believe it was correct, and I would go so far as to say that the holding itself should be considered limited to the terms that were before the court, which had to do with a treaty with China, which is no longer in existence.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. We now have another member of the committee, and I will recognize my colleague and my friend from Texas, Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 160 years ago, Democrats were asking us, if it weren't for slavery, who would pick our cotton? And today they're asking a similar question, which is, if it weren't for mass migration, who would pick our avocados? It's a similar pattern that they've established. You can say that the United States is not, in fact, better off by importing a massive class of what is virtually serf labor, which undermines our cultural fabric and our government as well. I'd also like to point out that the admission that we need more and more unvetted illegal aliens pouring into our country is also an admission that the goal, or one of the goals, of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle is explicitly to reduce American wages, because that's exactly what they're doing and what they're saying they're doing whenever they talk about bringing in cheap labor. We're talking here about birthright citizenship, and which has provided an enormous loophole in our immigration system and has facilitated the mass importation of illegal aliens. Through this current loophole, upwards of 300,000 people a year are granted automatic citizenship in the United States despite being born to parents who have no ties to our country and who are here illegally. And also due to failures in our legal immigration system, these individuals then use their citizenship to sponsor their illegal alien parents and other family members for a green card, which creates a never-ending cycle of people coming into the country who have no business being here at all. We've now gotten to the point where the percentage of America's foreign-born population is quickly approaching 15%, which is the highest it's been since at least 1910. Mr. O'Brien, I'd like to start with you with a couple questions, if you don't mind. Under the 14th Amendment, Native Americans, due to tribal allegiances, were not granted citizenship. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Got it. And the children of foreign diplomats were also expressly excluded from birthright citizenship.
That's correct.
Got it. From the available evidence, is it safe to say that the authors of the 14th Amendment understood a difference between total allegiance to the United States compared to simply being subject to the legal jurisdiction by nature of presence in our country?
Yes, I think they made that very clear in the debates.
Got it. And in your opinion, based off this difference, would the authors of the 14th Amendment conclude that an individual whose parents did not owe total allegiance to the United States be granted birthright citizenship?
No, I think the import of the holding in Wong Kim Ark was that only individuals who were lawfully present in the United States could transmit citizenship to their children born, or I should say, only the children born of people who were lawfully present in the United States could acquire citizenship at birth.
Mm-hmm. And despite all this, some of my colleagues here still contend that essentially any person born here, regardless of their legal status or the legal status of their parents, have a constitutional right to become a United States citizen. Have you seen any evidence to suggest that the authors of the 14th Amendment would support that view?
No, and I don't think the authors of the opinion in Wong Kim Ark would have supported it either.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time back to you.
Well, I thank my colleague from Texas. I would now recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for a unanimous consent request.
Yes, I seek unanimous consent to introduce Barbara Jordan's obituary in the New York Times from January 18th, 1996, in which it notes that she spoke out against a proposal to deny automatic citizenship to the children of illegal immigrants, saying, I quote, "To deny birthright citizenship would derail this engine of American liberty."
Without objection. And I would ask consent to insert into the record the amicus brief that was submitted by a number of House colleagues. It was drafted by Mr. McCotter. I would also like to introduce into the record a note that was written by Amy Swear from the Heritage Foundation, who has written extensively on this issue, and also a op-ed that was written by Mr. Cooper, along with Pete Patterson, on this subject as well. Without objection, I'll insert that in the record. That concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. All right. We're going to listen to the OG, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, have an executive order meeting yesterday at the White House.
And the EU in particular has been very violent in its lawsuits against our companies, and frankly, very violent and very bad to our airlines. I've gotten calls from the heads of airlines saying they stop in Europe and they're getting charged all sorts of taxes that they never even heard of. They stop and they're getting fined and charged, and they do it only with American companies. They're not doing it to other countries, so we're stopping it. And we have another thing, we have another step to go, and if they don't shape up, as an example, Apple has had to pay like $17 billion in a lawsuit that nobody thought was worth anything. And I won't get into the judge,
or the decision or how the decision was arrived, but I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I think it's disgraceful. And Google's being sued, Facebook's being sued, and many others are being sued by their so-called government, if you call it a government, EU, and they don't treat us right. They don't treat us right as a country. So we're going to protect our companies. We have to protect our companies. So we're not going to have any companies left anymore. I also want to thank Apple, though, for announcing they're going to invest $500 billion in our country. That's the biggest investment anybody's probably made to this date. And they're going to do it very quickly, and that's because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and they feel very strongly about the country. Now, they wouldn't have done it without us. Without the Trump administration, they wouldn't have done it. But they feel very strongly about the direction of the country. The polls have shown that, too. The polls are coming out showing direction of the company is of the country is the best they've ever seen, actually. Best they've ever seen. So I just want to thank Tim Cook and Apple for the confidence. $500 billion. That's the biggest investment anyone has made in a short period of time.
Mr. President, have you spoken today with the House Republican holdouts who said they would not be supporting the budget resolution?
Well, I'm not involved in that. They know what I want, and the Senate knows what I want, too. And the Senate's got a bill that's very strong, having to do with the taxes, because the taxes is what's bringing all these companies in. So, and without it, by the way, you'd have to double your own taxes. Everybody would be doubled up, and you'd have the biggest tax increase ever. So the House has a bill and the Senate has a bill, and I'm looking at them both, and I'll make decisions. But I don't know where they are in the vote. I know the Senate's doing very well, and the House is doing very well, but each one of them has things that I like. So we'll see if we can come together.
Mr. President, can you clarify, hopefully once and for all, what your expectations are with this email to federal employees? What are you going to use that information for? And do you see it as voluntary, like OPM has said, or mandatory?
Yeah, well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also, if you don't answer, I guess you get fired. What it really is, what it is do people exist? We have this massive government with millions of people, and nobody knows who's working for the government, who's not. So what they're doing is they're sending out a letter to everybody, and they're saying, what were the things you did last week? I guess they ask for 5. And if people are working, it's easy. I could tell you 5 things I did last week. I could tell you 5 things I did 6 weeks ago, right? If they're there and they're working, they're able to say they did 5 things during work. And that means they're working and they're with us and they have no further obligation. If they're not, it could be there's no such person. It could be that the person's no longer working. They're no longer living at that address. They may be moved. Maybe they moved to a different country, or maybe the person doesn't exist. And we then take that person off the payroll, and we save a lot of money by doing that. But that's one of the only ways. I think it's a very smart thing. And it says, if you don't answer, essentially, there's a penalty to pay. Like, that's the end of the job.
Well, Musk has said that. The order itself doesn't say that. I think that's part of the confusion. Is he speaking for you when he says?
Yeah, everybody speaks for me. I'm the one. I'll take responsibility. The old statement, the buck stops here, right? Famous statement. Well, I can say the same thing. The buck stops here. No, we have to find out if people are getting paid and they're not working, and they have a problem. Let's say they have another job, and then they write in false statements. It's a big problem if they write in false statements. They may be working for somebody else, but getting paid by the U.S. government, and that would mean that they're not allowed to be doing that. They're not allowed to be working for us and be working for somebody else. We're paying them a lot of money. We're paying them. So we'll see. That solves that problem. Most people aren't willing to say that, we're doing this, and this, and this for the U.S. government, and yet they're at another job, because that's a big problem for them if they do that. So in some cases, they're not writing back. And if they don't write back, they end up eventually losing their job. We give them extensions, but that was something we thought about a long time ago. We give them extensions, but we'll see. We have to make sure, number one, that we have people, number two, that they're working, and number two, they're working for us, not for another company.
Is it true that President Zelensky's coming on Friday to meet with you, and is the mineral deal sorted out?
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly, it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal, very big deal. And I think the American people, even if you look at polling, they're very happy because, Biden was throwing money around like it's cotton candy, and it's a very big deal. Look, it could be $1 trillion deal, it could be whatever, but it's rare earths and other things. And look, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine and Russia fighting a war that should have never, ever happened. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen for 4 years. People say, how do we know that it didn't happen for 4 years? Would have never happened. And nevertheless, this guy went into this situation and he spent money like nobody's ever seen, $350 billion. The other thing that we don't like is that Europe has spent $100 billion. We've spent $350 billion. Europe gets their money back because they spent it in the form of a loan, and we just gave them, whether it's 300 or 350 billion, nobody really knows. They can't even tell me the answer to that, but it means probably more than that. So what we're doing is now we're saying, look, we want to be secured. We want to get that money back. We're helping a country through a very, very big problem, a problem like very few people have had. Shouldn't have had this problem because it shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. So we have to straighten it out. But the American taxpayer now is going to get their money back plus.
Mr. President, yesterday with Emmanuel Macron, you said you had spoken to Putin about the idea of peacekeepers in Ukraine, that Putin was fine with it. The Kremlin, I guess, has said that that's actually unacceptable to them.
That's not what I was told. But you're going to need some form of peacekeeping, so something will be done that's going to be satisfactory to everybody. We need peacekeeping too.
Any situation
it's actually something I did discuss, but a form of peacekeeping that's acceptable to everybody. Ultimately, we'll be able to agree on something, I'm sure.
With Ukraine and this mineral deal, what does Ukraine get in return, Mr. President?
$350 billion and lots of equipment, and military equipment, and the right to fight on, and originally the right to fight. Look, Ukraine, I will say they're very brave and they're good soldiers, but without the United States and its money and its military equipment, this war would have been over in a very short period of time. In fact, I was the one that gave the javelins. You remember the famous javelins? That was me. That wasn't Obama. It wasn't Biden. It wasn't anybody else. It was me. And they wiped out a lot of tanks with those javelins. And the expression was that Obama gave sheets and I gave the javelins. That was a big deal at the time. It wiped out. That was the beginning when people said, wow, that's something. Well, that was American equipment. Without American equipment, this war would have been over very quickly. And American money, too. I mean, a lot of money.
So that war-fighting equipment and the ammunition, that's sustained going forward for Ukraine, and how long is it sustained?
Well, it could go forward for a while, and maybe until we have a deal with Russia. Look, we need to have a deal with Russia, otherwise it's going to continue. But now when Americans put up their money, the taxpayer money, and the president approves it, we're getting our money back in some form. But it could go on for a while, or it could be settled quickly. I think it's going to be settled quickly. I spoke with President Putin. I think he wants to settle it, and wants to get on with life. It's horrible. What's happening horrible. Thousands of soldiers a week are being killed, and others too, but especially on the battlefield. Thousands a week are being killed, and we want that to end. Yeah, Brian?
Yes. Okay. Real quickly. Carolyn Levitt, your press secretary, sent an earthquake through that briefing room earlier today announcing that the WHCA would not have any control over placing media in the seats of the briefing room. Just want to get your thoughts on that. And also on Air Force One. It's trending on X. People are talking about it. Get your thoughts.
Well, we're going to be now calling those shots. As you know, we won that lawsuit right there. See the Gulf of America, which is a beautiful name. Most people agree. I don't know. It's, AP has been terrible. Look, I think they're radical left. I think they're third-rate reporters. I know the specific young lady that works on the account is terrible. She's a radical left lunatic, as far as I'm concerned. They don't treat us fairly. That's number one. And number two, they had no right to do that. This is the Gulf of America. And if you look at that shoreline, look at that shoreline. Look, from Florida, well, most of it is, it's called America. And vast majority, like big numbers. So I'm just admiring it as I look at it. I'm getting teary-eyed, but I don't want you to say Trump broke down and started crying. No, how beautiful is that? Look at the shoreline. Look at that.
Well,
That's America.
Can I shift our attention to Canada real quick?
Yes, please.
Last week, I spent some time with 2 government officials for Canada. And I was asking them how realistic is it that Canada would be the 51st state?
Yeah.
And they told me there is a path. Alberta is first, and if they sign on, Saskatchewan would follow, and then you go west to British Columbia. There is a movement in Canada to join us. I want to get your thoughts on that and how that's proceeding.
So it's true. Thank you, Brian. It's true. A lot of people in Canada are liking becoming our beautiful, cherished 51st state. They'll have to pay much lower taxes. They'll have the ultimate security. You know, they don't pay very much for security right now because they rely on us, which is really unfair to us. They make cars that we could make, and they send them back into the United States. They make a lot of things, including the sending of oil and everything. We don't need their oil. We don't need their lumber. In fact, we're going to be freeing up, and I've asked Howard Lutnick to get that done with Lee and everybody, Lee Zeldin, environmental. We're freeing up our forests. We're going to be able to take down trees. Right now, you know, we're so restricted environmentally. We're going to be freeing it up with an emergency order. We have an emergency order, and we're going to be freeing up our forests. We have more forests than almost anybody, and great lumber, great trees. We don't need anybody's trees. We don't need trees from Canada or anybody else. In fact, we have to put the slits, as they call them, the area, you know, 50, 60-yard area in between areas of trees. It stops the fires. And frankly, California should have been doing that for years. It's almost getting late. They're going to run out of forests the way they're going. What a shame. And by the way, the water is flowing in California. I hope you people have seen it. But the water is flowing. Do you have a picture of that? I'd hold it up. Do you have a picture of that? Get a picture of it, please. You know, we had a little skirmish in California. I can't believe we had to do that. But we opened up the water in California. The water was flowing into a place called the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific Ocean is only a drop. But for us, it's more water than we can use in California. So I'll get you some photographs, but it's a beautiful sight. The water is flowing in California, beautiful water from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. And it flows down, and instead of being routed out to the Pacific Ocean, and this has been going on for 20 years more in order to take care of a certain species of fish, which wasn't doing very well without water, I can tell you. So that's a big deal. It's like not reported. It's incredible. But California has a lot of water. That's going to take care of farmers. It's going to wetten up the land. And it's going to go all the way down to Los Angeles, where they have curfews on water, where they have all sorts of blocks on water. You can only use so much. We're going to put until just recently, they were going to put a number of gallons per person living in a house in Beverly Hills on water. You're not going to have that problem anymore. Do you have a picture? Let me just see what that looks like. How beautiful is that? Look at that beautiful water flowing. Look at that. That's coming in the dikes and other means of transportation. Isn't that beautiful? Who would believe that? That's all water they could have had. I went to the governor during my first term and I said, why don't you do this? And they said they have an environmental problem with clean water. If this water were there, you wouldn't have had those fires. You had sprinklers. They make people put sprinklers in the ceiling of a home, and they had no water in them. With this, they would have had a lot of water in them. They would have all been full. That would have had you would have had a whole different deal down there. You probably wouldn't have had a fire, but if it was, it would have been small, would have been put out. You had the fire hydrants not working in California. So it's a beautiful site. These are canals that were built. These were all built. And you saw them for years. They were empty, concrete. They call them the V-shapes or the half pipes. And they're shaped different forms, but they're shaped, and they rush down through the farm areas where the farmers can take it and down to Los Angeles. And they were sitting empty for years. and now look at that way it looked. It wasn't easy. We had to be very unfriendly to get into those areas. We opened it up.
Mr. President.
I essentially attacked California. Can you believe it? I attacked California. Let's go.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who'd participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government and who supported it accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to clog up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
So that Covington and Burlington?
Covington and Burlington.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about Europe? So long term, do you plan to maintain the number of U.S. troops?
Wait, I just want to savor this one, please. Who would like this pen? Hey, why don't you send it to Jack Smith? A deranged person.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who worry that targeting an individual firm or individuals who aren't Jack Smith?
Excuse me,
actions?
I've been targeted for 4 years, longer than that. Thank you, sir. So you don't tell me about targeting. I was the target of corrupt politicians for 4 years, and then 4 years after that. So don't talk to me about targeting. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there are approximately 2 million federal employees right now. By the end of your term, what do you expect that number to be? What would you like that number to be?
Well, it'll be lower, but I can't tell you. Everybody knows I ran on downsizing government, but making government better. I ran on tariffs and making our country rich, and that's what's going to do. We're going to be doing something else that's going to be very, very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. Never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks, Howard? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Sure.
Mr. President, are there
Wait a
any
minute.
requirements for that
Hang on
gold
a second.
card? Do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Go
the
ahead.
EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe, and fraud, and it was a way to get a green card that was low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold Card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America. The president can give them a green card, and they can invest in America, and we can use that money to reduce our deficit. Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The President of the United States understands that the right answer is, why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America instead?
The gold card, well, millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs, very high-level people. I think companies will pay to get people in. For instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or Stanford or any college, and nobody knows if you can even go to work for a company. So Apple and all these companies that want to get people to be working for them will be able to buy a card. And for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs. And they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens. But they'll have to pay, if they create jobs in the United States, they'll pay full taxes like everybody else. So you're getting big taxpayers, big job producers, and we'll be able to sell maybe 1 million of these cards, maybe more than that. And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example, 1 million cards would be worth $5 trillion. $5 trillion.
Wow.
And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away. And I think it's something very exciting. I think it's potentially just something that we're all very excited about. So it's a gold card. It's somewhat like a green card, but at a higher level of sophistication. It's a road to citizenship for people. And essentially people of wealth or people of great talent, where people of wealth pay for those people of talent to get in, meaning companies will pay for people to get in and to have long-term status in the country. And I think it's something we're very, very happy about. Would you have anything to say about that?
Well, many other countries, by the way, do this, including, of course, your 51st state does that.
And the money's earmarked for deficit reduction?
It may be earmarked for deficit, but it actually could be more money than that. I mean, if you did 10 million, you'd have $15 trillion left over. But generally, it's going to be paid down debt, yes.
Do you need Congress for this? Do you think you need
No, we don't need Congress, no, because we're not doing citizenship, we're doing the card. It's a path to citizenship, a very strong path to citizenship, but we're not doing the citizenship. For that, I'd have to get Congress.
And would all countries be eligible for this gold card?
Depends. The countries largely, the people will be vetted very carefully.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future under a peace agreement?
Say it again louder.
Would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future as part
You mean
of
like
the peace
security?
agreement? Yeah.
Well, people are going to do it. I think Europe will largely be responsible for that.
But
European countries will be responsible.
But Macron asked for a U.S. backup.
Well, we'll see. I mean, right now we're just in the process of negotiating. We've pretty much negotiated our deal on raw earth and various other things. We'll be looking at that security. You're talking about general security for Ukraine later on. I don't think that's going to be a problem. There are a lot of people that want to do it. And I spoke with Russia about it. They didn't seem to have a problem with it. So I think they understand. They're not going back in. Once we do this, they're not going back in.
So on that
gold card,
aircraft, would the U.S. provide, for instance, air defense?
Well, I just told you, right now we're not providing anything. You know, it's about Europe, too. Europe put in $100 billion, and we put in $350 billion. It's not a fair thing. You know, we would normally say, and I say it now anyway, but we want equalization. They should put up actually more money than us because they're right there. We have an ocean in between. But we've had very good talks with Russia. We've had very good talks with Ukraine, and we think it maybe will come to an end and we'll stop killing young people all over the battlefield and elsewhere.
On Europe, so do you plan to maintain having military presence in Europe in the long term, like tens of thousands of troops?
We'll be involved. Yeah, we'll be involved in Europe. We're involved in Europe now. Europe is our friend. They took advantage of us on trade. We don't like that. What the EU does, we don't like that. But we'll solve that the old-fashioned way. We'll give them the same reciprocal numbers. You know, we're talking about a reciprocal tax. You know that. And if they charge us, we charge them. Right now, they charge us much, much more than we charge them. And they have non-monetary taxes also and tariffs. And we're going to change that. It's all changing. It's all changing. We're not going to be the the people that we were. We had people in this office sitting right at this desk or another model of this desk, because as you know, the other desk is right now being refurbished.
Is Steve Witkoff delaying his trip to the Middle East?
No, not that I know of. No, Steve. And the Middle East has been great. Saudi Arabia has treated us really well. They really have. And I think Qatar has treated us very well too. They want to get that whole mess ended in the Middle East. You know, we don't even talk about that anymore. You guys haven't asked one question about the Middle East, but the Middle East seems to be doing relatively well.
May I ask about the Middle East, sir, about the Middle East? For months, even before you were elected in November, you've spoken about your desire to free all of those hostages that have been held by Hamas since October the 7th, a year and a half ago. And just a few weeks ago, you gave an ultimatum. You said if they're not all released by noon on February the 15th, there would be hell to pay. Is Hamas thumbing their nose at you, Mr. President?
No, I think the opposite. So, as you know, they weren't going to release any more hostages. And I said there's going to be hell to pay. And then they agreed that they were going to release the hostages that they had agreed to release, plus an extra one. And so that you could say that was a big difference. But I said it from that point, it's up to Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. I may have taken a different stance. But they did release, they went back to releasing the hostages. But if you remember, they said we weren't going to release any. They've totally ended it. And I said, well, they're not going to release any. They'll be held to pay. And but the rest is really up to him. What I may have done it differently than him. It's not my decision, it's his decision. But they did release all of those hostages. So.
Mr. President, when you spoke to Vladimir Putin, did he raise or did you discuss at all the possibility of a minerals deal on the Ukrainian land that Russia now controls?
I didn't discuss it, no. I'd like to buy minerals on Russian land too, if we can. The rare earth. They have very good rare earth also. They both do, I would say that. And oil and gas. Look, it's a great thing if we sell this. It's great for Russia too, because we can do deals there. They have very valuable land that isn't utilized. So something like that could take place, yeah.
Have you put raising or lifting sanctions against Russia on the table as your
No, we haven't lifted any sanctions on anybody.
on the table as part of any negotiation?
I guess it will be at some point, but right now we haven't agreed to lift sanctions on anybody.
On that gold card, getting back to that, I'm fascinated by this, Mr. President.
You should be fascinated by it. Your taxes will go down to nothing.
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible. They're not quite as wealthy as they used to be. They're not as wealthy as they used to be. I think they can afford. I think they can afford $5 million.
So they have
no, a lot of people are going to want
to.
A lot of people are going to want to be in this country, and they'll be able to work and provide jobs and build companies and pay taxes. All of those things. It's an incredible. It's an incredible thing. I mean, this is the group that is the first to hear it. Nobody's heard about it. Nobody ever thought about it. But we've been thinking about it very, very strongly over the last week. And I was going to announce it sometime next week, and I figured, why not? We have a lot of cameras blazing right now. We might as well do it now. We'll have Caroline announce it the next time. No, it's a great thing. The gold card. Remember the words, the gold card. Somebody said, can we call it the Trump gold card? I said, if it helps, use the name Trump. I'll give it to you for free.
I like it.
Mr. President, you probably just launched 10,000 stories. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on what Russian oligarchs you know?
I know. Isn't it interesting how many stories we do tell? And they all turn out to be true, and they all turn out to be ultimately correct. You know, Trump was right about everything. Do you have one of those Trump was right about everything hats? I'm going to give it to this gentleman. Get me one of them.
But they're all going to be vetted. Everybody who comes in gets vetted, okay? They get vetted, so you got to, you know. We're going to begin in 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. The sale will start in about 2 weeks.
Mr. President, do you see a more active role for Zelensky now, given the status?
I hope so. I mean, look, I think that we want to get that country back on its feet. And right now, it's been destroyed. And so, here, give me this here. Give me all of them. Look.
Yes.
See that? Trump was right about everything. It just came in. Somebody sent, I said, this was sent in by a fan. I said, I think we should make some of them, right? But we were, pretty much. You want one?
I'll pass.
Are you allowed to take one? Because he'll consider it. I know him well. He's sort of a stiff.
I said you were right.
Brian, you're not a stiff. He's sort of a stiff guy. You know? He'll take other things, but not a free hand.
Always say yes to the president. Always say yes to the
Would
president.
anybody like one?
Mr. President, an easy question perhaps for you. Maybe it's difficult. I'm going to ask you this question about the
Who do you work for?
I work for two news organizations.
Who?
I work for two news organizations.
Yeah, who are they?
I work for Gray Television, America's second largest broadcaster, and I work for iHeartRadio. So there you go. But let me ask you the easier, tough question, Mr. President. The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Are they being extended an invitation?
They will be. We haven't yet, but we will be. I thought it was a great performance by them, and absolutely they'll be extended that invitation. Would you do that right away, by the way?
Sir.
We'll do it right away. We're going to do it sometime today, and they deserve to be down here, and we hope to see them. We have a lot of teams. We just had the great hockey team, as you know, Florida come here. We have many of the great athletes come that win things.
What's the main obstacle holding up this PGA Tour Live Golf?
Well, they have to get together. You know, they've had a lot of discussion back and forth. They both are meaning well, and a deal will ultimately happen. I think it'll happen pretty quickly. It'd be nice to see the golfers, the best golfers, be able to play against each other.
What's your role been in this whole process?
Just to help expedite it. Tiger was here. Adam Scott was here. Jay Monahan was here the other day. Just to really help expedite it. We had Yasser here from Saudi Arabia, great guy. These are all great people, and they want to work it out. So if I can help them work it out, I don't get anything out of it. If I can help them work it out. I just think golf, it's very much of an individual sport, and you want to see the best players playing against each other, not playing in two different locations, right?
What's going to be more challenging, a PGA Live deal or a Russia-Ukraine deal?
I think the PGA deal is much more complicated.
Sir, may I ask you the Middle East question, if I may? What's your take on what's happening in the West Bank and what Israel
Well,
is doing
it's some movement up there that a lot of people are concerned about. And there's been a lot of Israeli movement. They're up there for a reason. All of a sudden, maybe they're not feeling so good about that. So that would be terrible. I hope that doesn't happen. But there is movement up there that nobody knew about. Right? You know that, right?
Yeah, and when you say, are you concerned about it as well?
I'm concerned about everything. I want the world to be peaceful. You know, when I left here, we had no war. We had defeated ISIS in less than 4 weeks. In fact, I took the general that defeated ISIS and I put him in charge of the whole ball game, because that's what we want. We want winners. Raisin Cane, you know, Raisin. And when I heard that name, I said, I like that name. That's the kind of general I like. So we'll see. But he was great. He's a great soldier. Not a politician, a soldier, a real soldier. You know that, Brian. This guy was the real. This guy's the
story a million times.
Yeah, this guy's the real deal.
He is.
And I think he's going to do a great job. But think of it. We had no wars. We had no problems. We had no inflation. We had no problems. And then all of a sudden you have October 7th in Israel, which was horrible. And then you see what happened with Ukraine. Russia would have never gone in if the election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. The 2020 election was rigged, and we got out of it. And you see what happened. You see what happened to our country. Inflation, Afghanistan, that horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think when Russia saw what happened in Afghanistan, they said, wow, it's a paper tiger. We're not a paper tiger. We are the strongest military force in the world. And by the way, Pete Hegseth is doing a great job. But we didn't have wars. We didn't have inflation. We had a strong border. We had everything going good. And then Biden got in, and he's, my opinion, the worst president in the history of our country. I think Jimmy Carter was a very happy man when he passed away 2 weeks ago.
What are you expecting at the cabinet meeting tomorrow?
It's going to be a cabinet meeting, and I'll preside. Unlike Biden, I'll preside over my own cabinet meeting.
Mr. President, how would you compare your cabinet in your second term to your cabinet that you had in your first term?
Well, I had some great people my second term. I think this is deeper. I think it's better. because it's deeper. I had some people that I didn't really like too much in my cabinet, but I didn't know Washington that much. I was a New York person. I knew New York intimately, but I had to rely on people. I had great people. Look, we got the biggest tax cuts in history. I rebuilt the military. But we did so much. We did unbelievable. Even right to try. Somebody was saying today they were saved by right to try. We did right to try medically. We did transparency medically. That was a big thing, but Biden canceled that one. He didn't cancel right to try, which is interesting. He didn't cancel Space Force. He was going to cancel Space Force. Space Force is turning out to be invaluable. Amazing. We created Space Force. But think of it. We rebuilt our entire military, and now we're going to have to patch it up a little bit again because of what's happened. No, this was a grossly incompetent administration. The only thing they were good at was cheating in elections and the weaponization of government. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Shout out to the legendary 47th President of the United States, man. The OG. The master deal maker. All right. Talking about making deals, the president of Ukraine has accepted to sign the mineral deal that Trump proposed. So now, peace is coming to Ukraine. Peace is coming to Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, in just 1 month. In 30 days, peace is coming to Ukraine. All right? Peace deal is on the way. All right? So stay strapped in. Golden era is upon us, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, this is news. Ukrainian President Zelensky is expected to meet with our president, President Donald Trump, on Friday after he reportedly has agreed to terms of a major mineral deal with the United States.
Meanwhile, I had the chance to sit down for an exclusive sit down with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Yes, we did walk. And here's what he told me about all this. Mr. Secretary, first off, congratulations. 99 votes. I guess everyone is behind you. How does it feel 30 plus days in?
Busy. We've been busy. We've been a lot of work. We're doing the work of diplomacy in the State Department. A lot of, this President Trump is not a patient man. He moves very quickly. He's been given a mandate. And he hit the ground running from day one.
One thing he said he wanted to do is address the Ukraine-Russia war quickly. It looks like the mineral deal has been done. Can you confirm that?
Well, I can't confirm it. Obviously, our Secretary of Treasury, Bessent, is working on that, has done a great job of putting that together. So my last indication was that it was very close to the finish line. We were on not even the 1 yard line. We were like at the half-yard line, almost like when the Eagles push the quarterback across, that tush-push thing. So it's close and it's good. Look, it's a good deal. It's an important deal. We still want to end this war. I mean, that's the important thing the president's made very clear. He campaigned on that.
President Zelensky and the president clashed last week. There's no doubt about it. This week is going to be different. It looks like that President Zelensky is going to be here in Washington this week. How much friction is between President Zelensky and President Trump?
I don't, there's a lot of stuff in the media about it, but in the end of the day, the president's objective is clear. He wants the war to stop. And to do that, you have to have both sides agree to it, right? Now, we talked to Zelensky. I think what the president was irritated by, and rightfully so, was this argument that somehow we haven't talked to Ukraine. After President Trump spoke to Putin, which he hadn't spoken to in 4 years, he picked up the phone. I was there for both calls. He immediately called Zelensky right away. And then Zelensky met with our Treasury Secretary. And then he met with me and the Vice President. And then he met with Kellogg. And then, so he has had engagements, constant engagements. I've talked to the Foreign Minister of Ukraine twice in the last 6 days. So to say that we're not engaged with them is just not accurate.
What makes you believe that the Russians sincerely want to have this war to end?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
What do you think?
Well, I think we're going to test it. We told them, do you guys want to end the war or do you want to continue? If you want to end the war, we can talk about what it would take to end it from their perspective. If you want to continue on the war, just tell us now. And they agreed to a follow-up where we're going to send, teams of diplomats to meet with theirs to sort of talk about what it would take to end the war. If what they insist on is unrealistic, then we know they're not real about it. But we have to test that proposition. We need to know, and the president wants to know early in his presidency, are the Russians interested in ending this war or are they not?
Germany had a big election. President Trump congratulated the new presumed leader, although it's going to take months for them to form a government. His name is Friedrich Merz. And he said this: I would never have thought I would be saying this on TV, But after Donald Trump's remark last week, it is clear that the government does not care much about the fate of Europe. My absolute priority will be to strengthen Europe as quickly as possible so that step by step we can really achieve independence from the U.S. He says NATO in its current form is in jeopardy, and it's time for the European nations may have to establish an independent European defense capability. Your reaction?
My reaction is NATO is not in jeopardy. The only thing that puts NATO in jeopardy is the fact that we have NATO allies who barely have militaries or whose militaries are not very capable because they've spent 40 years not spending any money on it. We've been NATO. And all President Trump has argued is what every president, every American president has argued for the last 30 years, and that is these are rich countries, especially in Western Europe. They have plenty of money. They should be investing that in their national security, and they're not. You have countries spending 1.5%, 1% of their economy, and we just can't keep subsidizing that. It's not fair, and it's not sustainable.
He thinks that the U.S. wants out of Europe, do your own thing. Is he misreading Donald Trump?
No, we're not saying do your own thing. We're saying do more. It's their continent, right? Why should we not be? Why is it unreasonable for the United States to ask rich European countries to invest more money in their own national security?
What a start you've had. 30-plus days. You've been to Panama, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Germany, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. In the beginning, you got 6 nations there, Central and South America. There's a message, and it seems to have been our border matters. Let's establish some relationship because we got to get control of our southern border, and you got to control of yours. What did you walk away with? What was your message?
Well, we walked away from the following. All those countries you mentioned in Central America are all migratory routes. That is the route that people take to get to the southern border. So our border, in many cases, when it comes to mass migration, begins there. So we want countries to cooperate in stopping it. In addition, a number of these countries, I add Honduras now to the list, a number of these countries have now agreed not just to take back repatriation flights of their own nationals, but to take third country, meaning people from other countries who basically enter the United States illegally. We can send them to those countries, and they have a choice. They can go back to their home country or they can go to these countries. These are powerful tools, and that's why you're now seeing historically low numbers under President Trump.
Do you think
historically
it had a lot
low
to do
numbers
with
at the border?
your visits?
Well, I think it has a lot to do with President Trump. It has to do with the fact that people that were coming here realized that this isn't Joe Biden. Under President Trump, you're not just going to be able to come in, claim asylum, and stay forever. And so we are literally, in some of these countries, I had a call yesterday, one of these countries, they now have people doing U-turns, right? They were on their way here, they realized, okay, they're not playing around anymore. President Trump is serious, and they've done a U-turn. They're trying to go back to their country. Right. We're seeing that happen. And that is as a result of President Trump's very clear leadership on migration.
Have we allowed, over decades, China to make their way into Central and South America? And is Panama an example of that?
Yes.
We've just not put enough attention in our own backyard.
Well,
is that what you heard when you went there?
It is. I mean, a couple things. They're corruption, right? The previous president, 2 presidents ago, those people are all wrapped up in a web of corruption. In fact, he's standing trial in Panama now for that. So they bought their way like they've done in many parts. And you wake up one day and realize they control both of the ports of entry to the Panama Canal. They control the cranes. They have a huge presence there. And I'm very happy that after our visit, I think the same day I was there, Panama became the first country in Latin America, in the Western Hemisphere, to get out of the Belt and Road Initiative. And I think there'll be more news coming up soon with regards to Panama, all positive for America.
You've called China the most dangerous near-peer adversary the U.S. has faced.
Ever.
So we need concrete steps to face off with them, who clearly are building up their military to face off with us, as sophisticated as possible. What is your plan? And they have told us by 2027, they're taking Taiwan. Well, there's daily incursions. What could you do about it? How committed is you and the President of the United States to defending Taiwan?
There's 3 things we have to do when it comes to, look, China's going to be a rich and powerful country. No matter what we do, that's what we're going to have to deal with that. But we have to deal with the reality. What we cannot have is a world where China is so powerful we depend on them. And that's right now where we're headed, unfortunately. That's going to change. It's going to change under President Trump. Number 1 is we have to have our own domestic capability. If you don't want to depend on China, you better be able to make it for yourself. And we've allowed way too many industries to fall into the hands of the Chinese. Everything from rare earth minerals to pharmaceuticals. We have to have a domestic capacity, and it's one of the ideas behind the tariffs that the president is pursuing writ large. That's why people say, well, only put tariffs on China. Well, that's not enough, because China has factories in other countries all over the world, and they flood us with those products. So we have to have our own domestic capacity. Number 2 is we have to be present. In the Indo-Pacific, they're trying to drive us out. We have a strong relationship. We are a Pacific nation. We are. And so we have relationships in the Pacific, and we're not going to abandon those. Japan, South Korea. You mentioned Taiwan. We have a long-standing position on Taiwan that we're not going to abandon. And that is we are against any forced, compelled, coercive change in the status of Taiwan. That's been our position since the late 1970s, and that continues to be our position, and that's not going to change. And then the third is, and it's outside the purview of this Department of State, but we have to have military capabilities that allow us to respond to the threat that China is posing, and we need to be concerned. We have our aircraft manufacturing, our ship manufacturers. They are not keeping pace. China can build 10 ships before we can build one. That's a very serious vulnerability that cannot continue, and obviously I know Pete has a plan for that, and the president has a plan for that, and they're working on it.
Excellent interview, Brian. Marco
job,
Rubio
Brian.
was born for that job. He's fantastic.
Yeah, he was.
Brian, you covered Russia, Ukraine, countries not spending enough on their own national security and relying on us. You talked about the border, the Panama Canal, China and Taiwan. Very wide-ranging, and I learned a lot from it.
Thanks. I mean, Steve, you're absolutely right. That's just what he loves. This is what he loves. And when Donald Trump had his first term, Lawrence, you remember, he told Marco Rubio, you got Central and South America, you handle Cuba. And he totally trusted him with the Venezuela, the regime change that never quite worked out, but never acknowledged Maduro. Now, I do talk to about him. I don't know if it's going to make the cut about Maduro. Are you acknowledging that Maduro is a legitimate leader, even though it's a scam election, and by getting our hostages out and letting them take their people back? And he said, no, it's a complicated situation. Put it this way. He knows he works for President Trump, but also President Trump likes that he's in charge.
Let me tell you, Brian, great job with the interview. I love the pairing of Secretary Rubio and Donald Trump. I've always said that Marco Rubio may be the best communicator from a communication standpoint, reaching people, knowing the message of the party in the Republican Party. But to pair the communication style of Marco Rubio with the policy agenda of Donald Trump, I think we're going to be able to achieve a lot of peace around the world, and I can't wait to see what's next.
And even though he has a hand in what's happening in all these countries, allowing us now to send illegals back to their countries, you asked him, you said, is this because of you? And he said it's because of Donald Trump and his policies.
One other thing, who looks really bad in all this? The Biden team. Essentially,
they do.
After 3 years of war, Donald Trump and company really are wrapping it up in about 3 weeks.
So quickly.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So hats off to Marco Rubio and company over at Foggy
one thing
Bottom.
is for sure, Marco Rubio is a very skilled communicator, for sure, 1,000%. He got 99% of the vote. He's going to be a star in the Republican Party. He's already a star, but I'm talking about huge, massive star in the future. And he's likely going to be a major problem in 2032. He may be the presidential candidate for 2032.
Steve, you make an interesting point, because remember, the president said that he was going to get it done on day one. Of course, all the media outlets ran with that headline. But 1 day versus 3 weeks in the grand scheme of a war that's been over 3 years, I think the American people got the message.
It'll be incredible if this war ends in the next few weeks.
A lot of moving parts. Don't get involved in the play-by-play. Let's look at the result.
I mean, just think about it. That's the word. Look at the results. Look at what we've achieved in 30 days? 30 days, ladies and gentlemen. Your southern border has been secured. You're already seeing the fat being trimmed from the government spending, excessive spending, unnecessary spending. Now we are talking about the potential of getting $5,000 from the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge. I'm just happy I voted for Trump, man. I'm so glad I voted for Trump.
Prepare for large-scale firings. That is the order tonight from President Trump and Elon Musk. We are learning that the White House is now preparing a memo directing agencies to prepare for mass layoffs. And this memo also orders agencies to submit their, quote, reorganization plans within 2 weeks. This as the White House confirms that Musk will be attending Trump's first cabinet meeting. Just to state the obvious, of course, cabinet members, who have been, picked and selected and then vetted by Congress and approved by Congress and confirmed, that's who goes to cabinet meetings, but not in this case. Obviously, Musk was not elected, not confirmed by the Senate, and does not have a job description. He did, though. Obviously, he is running Doge. He spent about $250 million on the election, and now he will be in that room with Trump's entire cabinet. His agency, Doge, is charged with dismantling and transforming the federal government, shuttering agencies, laying off tens of thousands of workers. And despite the administration's claim that they are being completely transparent here, for the last 36 days, the reality is that Americans have not had any clear idea.
You can't even explain it. Like, she's trying to get it out, but it's not coming out. Americans can't really. No, we voted for this. Okay, we voted for a secured border. We voted for a country that has almost zero inflation. Okay, mortgage rate, interest rate, crime is high. We're sending billions to Ukraine. I mean, Jesus. Americans voted for this, okay? They voted for peace worldwide and spending Americans' taxpayers on America.
Of the full scope of what's happening, but also even who's technically been administrating it, the administrator of the agency in charge of the day-to-day. This is how the White House press secretary answered those questions at first today.
Who is the DOGE administrator?
So the president tasked Elon Musk to oversee the DOGE effort. There are career officials and there are political appointees who are helping run DOGE on a day-to-day basis.
Can you tell us who the administrator of DOGE is?
Again, I've been asked and answered this question. Elon Musk is overseeing DOGE. There are No, Elon Musk is a special government employee. There are career officials at DOGE. There are political appointees at DOGE. I'm not going to reveal the name of that individual from this podium.
Well, 2 hours later, the White House did reveal the name of that individual. Her name is Amy Gleason. Now, she is a career government employee. That's basically all we know about her. I mean, whatever her role is as day-to-day administrator, you heard what the press secretary just said about who's in charge, because it is very clear who is really in charge here.
We will create the new Department of Government Efficiency, headed by a gentleman named Elon Musk. I signed an order creating the Department of Government Efficiency and put a man named Elon Musk in charge.
All right, so it is what it is when it comes to Musk. That's why he's going to be attending a cabinet meeting tomorrow. Confusion has been consuming DOGE, though, since its inception. Just today, CNN uncovered that the group's website suddenly removed certain claims that it had saved billions of dollars by canceling a handful of federal contracts. Some of those numbers, remember, they had put a B for billion after one instead of an M for million, which completely transformed the number, obviously. And there are a lot of questions about Musk's email, asking federal employees to respond to an email by tonight, asking what they accomplished last week.
Can you clarify, hopefully once and for all, what your expectations are with this email to federal employees? What are you going to use that information for? And do you see it as voluntary, like OPM has said, or mandatory?
Yeah, well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also, if you don't answer, I guess you get fired.
No, that would be mandatory. Instead of getting fired or going along with DOGE, though, 21 career government employees tasked with assisting DOGE resigned today. They were basically, engineers, designers, data scientists, and they worked for, what has now become DOGE. They abruptly quit in part, they say, because we will not use our skills as technologists to compromise core government systems, jeopardize American sensitive data, or dismantle critical public services. Now, while they walked out the door sounding the alarm, there are plenty on the far right who are celebrating every single detail.
Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind that these are the same people that told you that the economy was doing great, that the gas prices were doing okay, that Kamala Harris was the best choice to be the 47th president of the United States. These were the same people that told you that the border was indeed secured. These were the same people that told you that inflation isn't as bad as you think. The same folks that told you on election day that it's looking really bad for Trump to be the 47th. But here we are. It's over. It's basically over for these guys. Like, I'm just here just smiling. Like, it's over, y'all. The left is panicking and they're crying, and there's nothing to do because you keep lying and you keep telling the American people what they don't want to hear. They're telling you they only worry about their bills, their family, their kids. You're here saying, you know what? Let's open the border. You know what? let's let women in men's sport, men in women's sport. What? What are we doing? The golden age is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Of what Musk is doing to federal workers. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene today.
Those are not real jobs producing federal revenue. Federal employees do not deserve their jobs. Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks.
I mean, of course, without federal employees getting paychecks, you wouldn't have Social Security in any form, or Medicaid, or whatever. You get the point. You heard what she said. They don't deserve a paycheck. Trump and his allies, though, if for no other reason than one basic one, should care about the federal workforce. And that is because it is comprised of a large number of veterans. 1 in 3 federal workers is a veteran. 1 in 3, a group who overwhelmingly supported Trump in the last election. In the context of all of this, I want to play again what Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene said today. You know, even in an environment where, you know, you want efficiencies and you want reform and all the things that many people believe in and want to come out of this, okay? What she said with such derision about federal workers being fired. Let me play it again.
Those are not real jobs producing federal revenue. By the way, they're consuming taxpayer dollars. Those jobs are paid for by the American tax people who work real jobs, earn real income, pay federal taxes, and then pay these federal employees. Federal employees do not deserve their jobs. Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks.
Eric, is that how Republicans should be talking?
Nobody cares.
No, it's not how they should be talking. I do think they're raising valid concerns, though. I mean, Joann Fabrics laying off people in 900 stores this week in the private sector. When Barack Obama was president, he laid off 40,000 active duty combat soldiers, and no one in the media did a profile of any of them. But the media wants to highlight federal employees who are losing their jobs. They're not more dispensable than people in the private sector, but they're not less dispensable either. And I think we should treat them all the same way. But also, I would again just point out, where are the profiles of the people in the 900 Joann's fabric stores that lost their jobs today? If we're going to do it to federal employees, do it to the private sector.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's a good point, Eric. I'm glad you raise it. And it actually is perhaps part of the reason why we're seeing some of the softening, Jamal, in some of the numbers about people's confidence in the economy, right? Because this is all, you do have economic weakness. That's Joann stores. Fair that Eric raised that. You have these layoffs as well. You know, the context here, though, is this perception that there has been this metastasizing growth of federal government employees being hired and leeching off the system, right? Bank of America actually did a report all the way back to 1945 showing that federal government workers as a percentage of workers in America, it's 1.5%. Peaked at 6.5% back in 1945. It's 1.5%. So in a sense, Eric, I'm making your point. It's not a large group of people, but they have been turned into a boogeyman.
They have been. Look, here's the thing. I worked side by side with federal employees every day for a lot of my career in different jobs. And I'll tell you, a lot of these people are working really hard. They're trying to make the government work. Right now, we just watched video. You can do a story later about airplanes that are missing each other on the runway. Those are FAA employees. Those are air traffic controllers. They work for the federal government. I want them on the job. I want them incentivized to do a good job. So when we think about what's happening in the government, these aren't just...
I want more of them. I don't want them working 10-hour,
Exactly.
6-day weeks like we found out they're working in the Washington, you know, that horrific plane crash.
Exactly. And we want them, you know, we want them at the national parks this summer when we go take our kids to the vacation. We want them in all the places they're supposed to be. And in many of these communities, these are friends and family members. Here's the thing I think that's happening right now. They are boiling this frog too fast. It is clear to me that what is happening is all over the country, people who were not paying attention are now starting to pay attention. I had a plumber come to my house yesterday. He was walking, he's been in my house several times. He knows I do politics. We've never discussed politics. He was walking out of the house. He looked and saw Donald Trump on television, looked at me and said, "This guy," and then walked out. Why is it that now he's paying attention and wants to engage me about politics? I think there's something about what's happening that's penetrating beyond just the Washington and New York elite circles.
Eric?
You know, yeah, I do think that they might need to slow down in cases. They might be moving too fast. But also, I actually think a lot of Americans look at the federal bureaucracy. You're right, they are a boogeyman, but it's internalized by Americans who think, you know, the private sector can be laid off. You've got Jamie Dimon, the head of Chase, also saying we've got to look at the efficiencies in the federal government. We don't necessarily need as many people as we do, even with the layoffs. So I think the actions are good, but I mean, the move fast, break things ethos of the private sector probably doesn't translate as well in the public.
Aaron, I'm just going to say, there's a way to do this super quickly. There's a way to do this. You have these people report to their managers. What did you do this week? You tell your manager. Your manager tells the cabinet secretary. The cabinet secretary writes up a report. It goes to the president. Maybe it goes to Elon Musk, and they make some changes. The governments, there are ways for organizations to do this orderly and to make sure they get the efficiency without taking out.
So you're not laying off people who oversee nuclear weapons by accident and then don't have their emails to get them back. I mean, Katie, the 21 staffers who work for DOJ that resigned abruptly. Now, I just want to be clear so that there's no confusion to anyone watching. These aren't like the DOJ interns. These are people who work for the government already, who are wrapped into DOJ to help administrate. All right, and they are data scientists, right? And they're saying that mishandling sensitive data, breaking critical systems contradict their stated mission of modernizing federal technology. So you have been reporting on what's happening within, you know, what was DOJ, formerly the Digital Agency.
U.S. Digital Service. Yeah.
Okay. So is there going to be a lot more of this? I mean, do they have the heads they need to even do what they want to do?
Well, I think the reality is, you know, there aren't that many legacy workers left within that agency. I believe that today's exodus represents about a third of, you know, remaining workers within that group.
A third of remaining workers.
As far as we are aware as of now, yes. And, you know, it has been a miserable several weeks for these people. I mean, they've had their higher-ups be terminated or resign, often very publicly. They've had to justify their code to 20-year-old engineers who refuse to identify themselves by name. You know, they have had no clarity in terms of who is actually the administrator of their agency. So it is not particularly surprising to see them now raise their hands and say, we're out the door.
And then of course, even to execute what they want to do, it's who's going to do that. All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. All right. So the bill is most likely to pass today. So, of course, you remember no tax on tips was proposed by the 45th President of the United States, who happens to be the 47th. So no tax on tips will be on that bill. But let's take a look at what Fox Business has to say concerning the bill. Let's go. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel.
Passing its budget resolution last night in a narrow vote, 217 to 215. Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massey, the only Republican who voted no. Sources telling Fox that President Trump helped get the deal across the finish line, holding a phone call with Indiana Congresswoman Victoria Sparks before she flipped her support. This one big, beautiful bill, as the president calls it, contains all of the president's agenda items, including $4.5 trillion in tax extensions, trillions more in spending cuts, and a boost in defense and border spending. It also directs $4 trillion toward raising the debt limit. Here's the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and Congressman Massey after the vote last night.
This is the first important step in opening up the reconciliation process. We have a lot of hard work ahead of us, but we are going to deliver the America First agenda. We're going to deliver all of it, not just parts of it, and this was the first step in that process.
Here's the deal. We are cutting taxes and we're not going to cut spending to match it, so the deficit's going to go up. That's what this bill does. Over present law. We had a tax holiday for 5 years. The consequences of renewing that tax holiday are going to be to accelerate the increase in debt of our country. It's that simple.
Thomas Massey there making a point. Joining me now is Virginia Congressman Ben Cline, a member of the House Budget Committee. Congressman, your reaction?
Well, it's a great victory for the American people to move the Trump agenda forward. It's a great victory for Speaker Johnson. He's the man for the moment. And for Budget Chairman Arrington, this was a team effort, but it's only the first step. We've got a long way to go, a lot to do, and the Senate needs to look really carefully at whether or not they're going to make changes, because they really should just take up the House bill and pass it.
So what is the process? Because the Senate and the House have to have the identical budget, right, in order to open up the reconciliation process. And I know you've got, what, how much in spending cuts? Was it $1.5 trillion in spending cuts? And what are you expecting from the Senate?
Well, that's right. And the Senate passed a completely different bill. It's almost like we're on different planets. The Senate doesn't want to make any spending cuts, and they want to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. We would like to extend the Trump tax cuts as far as possible, make important spending cuts, but help to implement the Trump agenda on the border, on defense, implement the DOGE savings, make sure that the tariffs are taken into account, growth is taken into account. This is moving toward a balanced budget when you take all of that into account. So it's a great victory for the American people, putting our economy back on track.
But of course, time is of the essence. You've got, of course, next week negotiations, and you want to prevent a government shutdown come March 14th. How do you feel about all of this in the coming weeks?
I feel good. You know, the Speaker's got a strong hand to go into these negotiations and say, listen, the Senate has a bigger margin than the House. They can afford to lose 1 or 2 votes. The House can't lose a single vote. And so we really do need to just take up the House bill and pass it. The senators who are more concerned about protecting the bureaucracy instead of protecting the American people and making the changes that are important for our country, they need to rethink their priorities, and hopefully they will by taking up the House bill and moving it through.
Well, let me ask you about DOGE, because the White House says more than 1 million federal workers sent in their list of accomplishments from the previous week. 21 digital civil service employees, however, resigned in protest of that letter. They're refusing to help the Department of Government Efficiency. Some House Republicans also are reportedly airing out frustrations about Elon Musk as the boss here. He's at a closed-door meeting. They were complaining. Georgia Congressman Austin Scott says he's concerned. Lawmakers, the White House, and DOGE are just not on the same page, Congressman. Another lawmaker told Fox News Digital, quote, "We're getting fed to the wolves while Elon just keeps tweeting." One called the proposed DOGE stimulus check childish, Congressman. So how do you see all of this?
Well, this is the first month, and so we're getting up and running. But when you have success at all different levels of government, you've got the executive branch under Republican control, you've got all the new cabinet secretaries working, you've got the House, all of the chairmen of all the committees working, and all the Senate chairs. So we're all working in the same direction, but there needs to be more coordination so that we avoid these types of potential missteps, and instead we're advancing the president's agenda and working for the American people to make those changes, because that's what people voted for in November.
But I mean, what about these DOGE stimulus checks? I mean, isn't it a little ridiculous that you all are fighting every day to try to come up with spending cuts to try to actually have an impact on the debt and deficits, and you're finally actually having a real impact with the DOGE proceedings, you know, cutting out spending, cutting out waste and abuse, and now they've got this idea of sending that money to citizens. Why? I mean, why not just put it toward the debt and deficits?
Well, you were talking about interest rates earlier, and the American people are going to feel these positive changes, but they're going to feel them in indirect ways, lower rates, lower costs, more affordable housing, more affordable products. This is coming, but for those Americans who want to feel a more direct impact of what's happening in DOGE, what's happening in the federal government, you know, those impact checks are an interesting idea. But we got to make sure that we tackle the deficit, because ultimately the markets are going to respond favorably to a sincere effort to rein in wasteful government spending. And that's what we need to do, is to keep our focus on delivering for the American people by helping the economy to improve.
Yeah, no, that's my point, Congressman. So just walk us through the next couple of weeks and what happens now that it's passed the House.
Yeah, so there'll be negotiations next week. The Speaker is going to be in a strong position to push for the House bill. The Senate wants to proceed to help Trump implement his agenda. They'd be smart just to take the House bill. It would move that much faster. But we want to secure the border. That money is in both bills. So, you know, either way, we're going to be moving quickly to advance the Trump agenda. And then the same bill will come back to the House and Senate, the identical bill for both to pass. And then the committees will begin the process of actually providing the savings, reporting those out. And so we'll get into the weeds of how you find $800 billion for the Energy and Commerce Committee and things like that. So it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks, but it's going to be a great process.
Yeah, sure. Congressman, we'll be walking.
Too much winning, and it's like, you know what? We're going to attack him, okay? We're going to keep attacking Trump like we've been attacking him since 2016. And here, of course, people are saying that Trump is an authoritarian, okay? He is being a commander in chief. I mean, Jesus, what are you supposed to do? You are the commander in chief of the armed forces of the United States. You're supposed to save the people, protect the homeland. What are they talking about?
In our politics lead, Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois delivered a stark warning to the citizens of Illinois about the perils of authoritarianism in America.
All right, here we go.
We don't have kings in America, and I don't intend to bend the knee to one. If you think I'm overreacting and sounding the alarm too soon, consider this. It took the Nazis 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic. And all I'm saying is that when the 5-alarm fire starts to burn, every good person better be ready to man a post with a bucket of water if you want to stop it from raging out of control. The seed that grew into a dictatorship in Europe a lifetime didn't arrive overnight. It started with everyday Germans mad about inflation and looking for someone to blame. I'm watching with a foreboding dread what is happening in our country right now. A president who watches a plane go down in the Potomac and suggests without facts or findings that a diversity hire is responsible for the crash.
And Governor J.B. Pritzker is with me for his first interview since delivering that address. Governor, a very stark warning that you're delivering there. Obviously invoking the Holocaust, obviously invoking, a horrible, horrible thing that took the lives of ancestors of yours,
All right, here we
and
go.
ancestors of mine, is evocative. I would also think it might be controversial. People might think, how can you possibly compare what happened in Germany in World War II to what's going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, this is Illinois' governor, okay? This guy is the governor of Illinois, where Chicago is what? A sanctuary city, where they're literally trying to refuse Tom Homan from doing his job. And here he is warning us about Trump's situation. Okay.
Here in the United States.
Well, we're talking about the death of a constitutional republic. That's what happened in Germany in 1933, 1934. And we're seeing today that you've got an administration in Washington that's ignoring court orders, literally ignoring when a judge says you can't do this. They're going ahead and doing it anyway. The question is, where does that stop? The courts don't have the ability to enforce their orders, and the president is supposed to obey them, but is not. So this is just one piece of a very long story that's developed over the last 6 weeks of the ignorance of constitutional norms and indeed disobeying the Constitution, announcing that we're going to do away with birthright citizenship. That's been established. Well, it's in the Constitution, for goodness sakes. So I really think people need to wake up to what's happening in Washington. And I felt like, based on my own experience, I led the building of a Holocaust museum. I worked with Holocaust survivors for a decade to open that museum. I know what happened day by day almost.
Those types of rhetoric about Trump being a Nazi or saying all of this stuff, Holocaust. How would you even compare a person who is trying to create peace, advocate for peace? He's only been president for 30 days plus, and yet there's been a ceasefire between Israel and the Palestinian people. There has been hostage release. How many people has been released? And this man has only been there for like 30 days. He's advocating for peace. He wants the border to be secured. He doesn't want drugs killing the kids, causing mass depression. trying to save you money, cutting down your taxes. What more do you want? I don't think Hitler did any of this stuff.
Most that led to the Holocaust. And I'm not suggesting that's exactly where we're going, but I know what happened in the early 30s with the death of the German democracy, and that could happen in the United States.
And what do you think would result? I mean, obviously, it is important for us to be upholding norms, and obviously, if the president is told by a court, you can't do that or whatever, he has the right to appeal it, but he doesn't have the right to ignore it. Where do you think this ends?
Well, that is the question. The question is, will people wake up? Will people show up to protest, to make sure that their representatives understand that they can't go along with this? This is literally the end of the republic as we know it. If we don't stand up to Donald Trump in.
And that right there is why the 47th president of the United States is Donald J. Trump. Like, the sky is falling every single time Trump is in the conversation. It's like, oh, he's going to end it. It's going to end democracy. It's going to end the country as we know it. It's going to end our way of life. It's going to end the way we do things. Like, this guy has only been the president for 30 days. And guess what? He was the president for 4 years from 2016 to 2020. And we had a great economy. We had a great secured border. We didn't have to send billions of munitions to Ukraine. We didn't even have to talk about Ukraine and Russia. Like, Americans didn't even think. Like, they did not even think about Russia and Ukraine. Now, we're trying to get out of sending billions to Ukraine. Yeah, Zelensky, I'm sure happy he signed the mineral deals or whatever they had to do to stop the war, because this is just unnecessary. For 3 years, people are dying. And here comes this man talking about Trump is a authoritarian. No, he's not.
His decision to essentially break down the government according to what he wants and according to what he believes is in the best interests of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the country. We need people to get out there and have their views known. And that's really what I was talking about when I spoke up at my State of the State speech.
So today you're pressing the Office of Management and Budget for answers on frozen funds that were allocated to Illinois that you say you're no longer able to access them. What exactly is frozen here, and how is it impacting Illinois?
Well, it goes across a whole bunch of agencies. This is what's happened ever since that one day, as you recall, that Tuesday, when everything got frozen.
And when they froze the grants, right? Yeah.
But I mean, it's across the board in agencies that people don't even think of sometimes. And what's happened is, some of them haven't been unfrozen, even though they announced that, oh no, they're rescinding that order. We had a situation in Illinois where the meat processing and poultry processing industry couldn't get inspectors because they're not getting paid. And so that's a huge industry in my state.
Sure.
So people lose their jobs. The supply chain for that food gets broken, and we all have experienced that. Prices go up as a result of that. And then, there's the danger of contamination in the food if you don't have those inspectors. These are the kinds of things that, people like Elon Musk don't understand. And frankly, it doesn't seem to affect them. I'm sure he's probably got a taster for his food. The fact is that he doesn't care about any of these things that affect average Americans every single day. We've got to speak out about this. The biggest thing that we're seeing is that in agency after agency, there's some piece of it that it's either because they're incompetent or cruel. They're just turning things off, and we have no control over it at the state level. And so we're making sure that the author of the Project 2025 plan, who is now the head of the OMB, knows what we have lost. $1.8 billion has not been paid to organizations in Illinois that people rely upon sometimes for everyday things. And this is happening in all 50 states, I guarantee you. We just happen to have added it all up.
So what do you say? The answer from Elon Musk would be, like, there's a lot of fraud, there's a lot of waste, there's a lot of abuse, there are people being paid who aren't even showing up to work. We're getting rid of the fat, we're getting rid of low performance employees. What's your problem with that?
Look, we're all in favor of getting waste, fraud, and abuse out of the budget, right? And not paying for waste, fraud, and abuse. But this isn't how you do it. Shutting down.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, double tap your screen to give this video that you're currently watching a like. Double tap your screen to give this video a like. I just want to educate you guys on something when it comes to federal debt, okay? It says $7.2 trillion. That was the deficit over the full term when Trump was in power, from 2016 to 2020, or you can say from 2017 to 2021. All right? Now, from 2021 to 2024 July, which was 2024 summertime, Biden had racked up $7.1 trillion in deficit. The debt grew under Biden $7.1 trillion as of summertime 2024. So, and you know, this man was steady sending billions of munitions to Ukraine, aids to so many places across Africa, across every continent. All right. So you should be sure that he had more deficit than Trump, because I just told you Trump had $7.2 trillion over his full term, his first term, $7.2 trillion. Okay, so literally, Biden had more deficit than Trump. But because you're not going to look it up, you're not going to check it out, you're not going to read on it, you're going to argue.
Programs entirely is not how you do it. In fact, it's very hard to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. You got to work on it every single day, and it's in the details. It's not in programs where you just shut them down and, hey, I got rid of a bunch of waste. The greatest example of this is, of course, that they want to shut down Medicaid, the expansion of Medicaid. 700,000 people in my state depend upon that, right? Something they've been depending upon for many years. All of a sudden, 700,000 people may lose their health care. Now, they're saying, oh, well, there's waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. Well, that's not how you get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. You don't take away people's health care. You work on it every day, and it's in the details. It's in the the kinds of things that get spent in the agencies, in the departments, within the offices, within a department. It isn't like shut the whole thing down and, hey, we've done away with. There's no line in a budget, by the way, that says waste, fraud, and abuse. Let's cross that out.
Right. All right. Governor J.B. Pritzker, Democrat.
With that being said, today there would be a vote. And Trump is saying he hopes the House and the Senate are able to agree on making the tax cut permanent today. So we have been streaming for, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have been streaming for 10 hours, 35 minutes. Yes, it is wild. We have been. I'm going to do this one more time, and let me know if you want us to keep going. We can technically only do 12 hours, okay? On YouTube, we can technically only do 12 hours, okay? So I have to end the live and start again. But I know you guys are enjoying this show, and I appreciate you guys for being here. God bless you guys. We're here to learn, to share ideas, have conversations in the chat. Be nice, be kind, and you know what? God bless you.
So Ed Martin is the Trump-appointed interim U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. The Justice Department described his job this way, quote, United States attorneys serve as the nation's principal litigators under the direction of the Attorney General of the United States of America. They work for the country, in other words, not the country's president. Yet Mr. Martin is now describing himself as the president's lawyer, and that certainly seems to have endeared him to the president, who now wants him to be the U.S. Attorney for Washington, not just the interim one. So who is Ed Martin? Well, he was an organizer with the so-called Stop the Steal movement who spoke at a rally in Washington the day before the Capitol attack.
Thank you for standing with all of the patriots next to you. And thank you for standing for our president, But remember, what they're stealing is not just an election. It's our future.
Martin also represented some of the January 6 rioters. He became the first U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C. in at least 50 years to be appointed without experience as a judge or a federal prosecutor, according to the Washington Post. And he makes no bones about where his loyalty lies. This is what he said online yesterday. Quote, as President Trump's lawyers, we are proud to fight to protect his leadership as our president, and we are vigilant in standing against entities like the AP that refuse to put America first. The AP is the Associated Press. Along those lines, Mr. Martin recently offered to file charges against anyone who threatens members of Elon Musk's team. And last week, in an internal email obtained by CNN, he said he was launching what he called Operation Whirlwind, saying, quote, we must protect our cops, our prosecutors, our DOJ workers, the president, and all of the government employees from threats against our nation. We're now to talk about his former federal prosecutor, CNN senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig. Is he qualified to be the U.S. attorney?
No. But if only he was just unqualified, we'd be in a better position where we are here. You know, I've taken a deep dive on Ed Martin over the last several weeks since he took office, and I'm sounding I'm sounding the alarm bells here, and I don't do that often. Ed Martin brings a toxic blend of traits to the job. One, he's never done the job before. Now, that's not automatically disqualifying, but he doesn't know what he's doing, and he doesn't understand the big principles, as reflected in what you just showed. Calling yourself the president's lawyers goes against everything the Justice Department is about. Two, he brings this startling arrogance to the job. If you look at his public statements, everything is chest beating. Everything is, I'm going to tear you down. It is not becoming of a prosecutor, and it suggests to me an amateur who's trying to act like a tough guy. And then finally, and I think most problematically, he is explicitly political. He is bringing a political agenda to seek out and seek vengeance on those who've wronged Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
What is that job supposed to be? What do you do?
You get the privilege, it sounds corny, but you get to stand up in court and say, representing the United States of America. So there's really two components of it. One is the criminal prosecution angle, where you're supposed to bring cases without regard to politics. This guy is doing or threatening to do the exact opposite. And then there's a civil component where you defend the U.S. government in suits. But the whole notion of without fear or favor, that's another cliche we like. I mean, his public statements have been almost entirely geared towards, I will avenge Donald Trump, I will avenge Elon Musk, I will avenge Doge.
It's interesting because even Pam Bondi said during her confirmation hearing that her client is the people of America.
Yeah, well, she's right. She's right. And look, she's been a prosecutor. I have plenty of criticisms of her so far. Number one being, she's sort of checked out. All that she didn't even know what was happening with Eric Adams. She needs to reel in this guy, Ed Martin, because Pam Bondi's been a prosecutor for a long time. He has not, and I think that's a very telling difference right there.
And just in a traditional presidency, the Justice Department, they're not supposed to even have a whiff of White House politics. I mean, they're not supposed to have connections at all.
You're supposed to be separate. There's actually policies in place that both at the White House traditionally and DOJ that limit the contact and basically say, we're supposed to be separate. And, you know, one of the things that this guy has posted that I think is really outrageous is he's basically threatening people. He's threatening Jack Smith. He's threatening anyone.
He's threatening the lawyers who represented Jack Smith.
Right. So it's sort of like anyone who touched anything to do with any Trump prosecution or with any January 6th prosecution. The first thing he did when he took office was fire a whole bunch of January 6th prosecutors. By the way, he had defended January 6 cases. That's okay, but it's obviously there's a conflict of interest. And then it's not enough for him to just fire these people. He then said, and we're going to investigate you all criminally, you prosecutors.
He will have to pass through confirmation if he's going to be the permanent U.S. attorney.
He will. He will need a majority vote in the Senate. I believe he has no qualifications to do this job. I believe regardless of which party the senators are coming from, they should vote no, especially given the way he's handled it thus far. But basically every nominee above the Matt Gaetz line so far has gotten through. So.
He also clearly attracted the attention of President Trump because originally this was just an interim position. Trump had somebody else in mind.
And this is one of the most sensitive and important federal prosecutors' offices in the country. This is D.C. So all the political stuff passes through there in some respect. All the January 6 cases, every member of Congress, a lot of statements that get made. And one of the things that he's really doing is he seems to be aggressively policing speech, right? One of the things he's threatened to do is, he said, I'm opening a criminal investigation of Chuck Schumer and Representative Garcia, both of whom made, inflammatory political comments. But that's not criminal. He is trying to take speech he does not like and threaten to make it criminal using his badge. He sees himself as almost this private police force for Trump and for Elon Musk, I see very bad things and very dangerous things ahead, especially if he gets.
Of course, you see very bad and dangerous things ahead. Of course. I mean, what are you supposed to see? You would see bad and dangerous things. However, we see bright and golden era in front of us, okay? Positive energy, optimism, okay? We're very optimistic over here. No bad vibes, okay? We don't see danger and bad situation in future, okay? We prepare for it by working our butt off, but
moments ago, Ukrainian President
that's
Zelensky
it.
says security guarantees from the U.S. as a result of a new mineral deal could be the first step towards peace.
Let's go, OG.
If we understand that the US will be one of the countries or one of the leading countries who give security guarantees, then this could be a success or the first step towards the sustainable fair peace growth of the Ukrainian economy. Or if it's just some sort of beginning without a vision for the end, we will make conclusions after my conversation with President Trump.
All right, CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is joining us now live from Kyiv. What else are you hearing from Zelensky? This sounds very transactional, but he sounds also hopeful?
Yeah, I think, look, it's clear that this is moving forwards. What we did not hear, though, is perhaps also important. We did not hear Zelensky say that final terms have been agreed with the United States. Indeed, he said he was going to have to read the document at some point, and he did not specifically say, I know the date and time of my meeting with President Donald Trump, but he certainly wants one, and he even talked about going to London after having one. So nothing to suggest that is being derailed, just not finalized. Interesting about how he talked about the document itself. Now, he talked about, how he was grateful there were lawyers out there to deal with all the complex technical elements here, but there are some very clear things he had in his mind. That the figure of $500 billion initially floated by the Trump administration that Ukraine would have to repay the United States, that wasn't in there. He said $100 billion wasn't in there either. And he also said there was a key point of principle for him, that the document could not suggest that even 10 cents of the money already given by the United States to Ukraine as grants, not loans, would be repaid. He also talked about the need for security guarantees. Now, where are we with that in the document? He suggested there was a point 10 which made reference to security guarantees for Ukraine. Now, I should point out that is not the same as giving security guarantees to Ukraine, and he didn't even suggest that there were necessarily security guarantees within this document. This has been something we understand from Ukrainian officials has been a point of resistance from the American side for some time. And so there may be, as we suggested yesterday in our reporting, that this final draft it contains references that spell out more clearly security guarantees for Ukraine, but don't actually give them. They're clearly still negotiating parts of this text. It's clear he wants that meeting. Whether those two men get along well and have something meaningful to sign, probable at this point, not guaranteed. Nothing has been for the last week. Sarah?
Well, yeah, it has been very contentious with some of the things that Donald Trump has said about Zelensky. We will see what happens and if a deal indeed is made. Thank you so much, Nick Payton-Walsh, there live for us. Thank you to your crew as well in Kyiv. Kate?
So with President Zelensky headed to Washington and to the White House, I want to play for you President Trump's take on it all yesterday.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal, very big deal. And I think the American people, even if you look at polling, they're very happy because, Biden was throwing money around like it's cotton candy. And it's a very big deal. Look, it could be $1 trillion deal. It could be whatever.
Joining us right now is retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, a former director of European Affairs on the National Security Council, also the author of a new book out now that could not be more relevant, The Folly of Realism, How the West Deceived Itself About Russia and Betrayed Ukraine. It's really good to see you. Thank you so much. Congrats on the book. Let's jump off what we heard from President Zelensky there, what we know, and really what we don't know, which is all of the important detail of what this rare earth minerals deal could mean. Zelensky seems hopeful or just unclear. You talk about realism in your book so much. Why are security guarantees so important? Why has the Trump administration, do you think, been resistant to put that out there to this point? What do you think comes of this very important aspect of getting any negotiation done?
Sure. So first of all, it's interesting that these are two media figures. One of them is a career actor. The other one is hosted on the Apprentice, TV personality. And how much of this is playing out in the public eye? Usually these negotiations take place behind closed doors. The nuts and bolts are worked out, not kind of the smoke and mirrors that we see right now. How much is it is real? How much of it is substance? What historically the U.S. has been resistant to is it doesn't want to be on the hook to secure Ukraine against Russian attack. Why? Because that puts the U.S. in a position where U.S. troops are on the ground. There's a chance for an escalation of war. Now, the theory is that this is the way that war starts, that U.S. provides security guarantees. The counterfactual, the more relevant data point that my research tells me in the book is that this is the one thing that forestalls Russian attack. Why? Because the Russians are not the least bit interested in a confrontation with the U.S. or with NATO. The U.S. is a much more powerful military, a much more powerful alliance. Nukes are irrelevant. Trump and Putin are, neither of them are suicidal. Neither of them want to get to this point. So providing Ukraine security guarantees is a way to forestall or end this war and prevent future wars. But we've not gone there in the past 30 plus years. I find it hard to believe that the U.S. is going to offer anything substantive yet under the Trump administration. Eventually, we need to get there. Eventually, we need to realize this promise of Ukraine in NATO, as we declared back in 2008. Just so much has to happen before we get there. The folly is that we haven't learned the lessons of the past. We keep repeating them.
That's what it is. And again, this is extremely relevant because you talk in the book about how the United States has made mistakes in its approach. And you're talking the last 6 administrations, but maybe you make the case, maybe no one making worse mistakes than Donald Trump right now. The United States has just sided with Russia by voting against the UN resolution, condemning Russian aggression in Ukraine. There's a range of opinions how relevant the United Nations is on any given day. Sure. But how big of a turn or reversal do you think that move is?
In terms of the U.S. Moral leadership in the world, it's disastrous. It's frankly one of the most public-facing changes in U.S. course that we've seen. You have a continuity in foreign policy across administrations. You might have some adjustments, but there's generally continuity. We haven't had a reverse course where we went from declaring somebody an enemy, an adversary, a dictatorship, to now embracing them.
Yeah, like sky is blue, sky is green, is essentially what it kind of feels like.
It is a disastrous about face from that standpoint. Now, whether all this chaos could actually claw back some sort of gains, Zelensky's going to be in town in 2 days. There might be some element of substance to this deal. It's always a good thing for the U.S. to be on sides with an ally for both values. With democracies, we have share common values, but also interests. If there is a deal to be had, a fair deal where minerals are coming from Ukraine is getting the investment. It feeds our tech industry. Rare earths are extremely important for our economy. Yeah. If that could come. If that could be realized, that's a good thing. I've talked to my senior contacts in Ukraine, one of the most senior former leaders there. He said it's a good deal, in that it brings the U.S. in, puts the U.S. kind of hooks the U.S. to be involved. But the numbers have to make sense. It can't be this extortion that Zelensky's rejecting for aid granted under Biden, and it has to have some sort of promise of continued support going forward. I think security assurances are a bridge too far, but continued U.S. support could be important. The question is, how do you reconcile that with what Trump has been saying and with his embrace to,
and how do you reconcile those personalities? As you said, the leaders might not get along in private and since the beginning of time, but how this animosity has been showing up in public seems like it's going to be, I don't know, tough to overcome or not. I don't know.
I think the book is frankly pretty clear in that it points to the mistakes of both Republicans and Democrats engaging with Russia and most notably with Putin for the past 25 years. And that there are lessons to be learned from these mistakes. That, thinking that you could do more with Russia or succumbing to fears actually puts you in greater risk long term. And the Trump administration has cast all of that to the side and is starting from a blank slate. Even though he had 4 years working with Putin, didn't manage to accomplish that much. I don't know how you could discount all that history The prescription is actually to learn the lessons of the past. Some of the things I suggest in the book, figure out that our most important relationships are with our allies. They are the ones that drive our economic prosperity. They give us the strength to withstand attacks from our enemies, like they did in 9/11, after the 9/11 attacks. That's where we should be putting our efforts. That's why I advocate for this idea of neo-idealism and think that realism has been a huge folly for us for the past 6 administrations.
So interesting. It's great to see you. And
Thank
congrats on the book. And thanks for the perspective. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
He has the right to say what he feels, his opinions, his freedom of speech, But I don't think so. All right, first 100 days, OGDJT.
So President Trump's first cabinet meeting will take place today, and Elon Musk is expected to be there. Joining us right now, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
You've been making a lot of news at these briefings. This is the first cabinet meeting. Elon Musk is going to be there. I know there's been a lot of talk about the emails asking about the productivity. Is he going to be asking the cabinet members for an update today?
Well, first of all, we're so excited that President Trump is hosting his first cabinet meeting here at the White House with the phenomenal team that he has put together. Every single one of his cabinet heads will be here today, both confirmed and soon to be confirmed. And Elon Musk will be in attendance at the cabinet meeting as well, because Doge is working alongside every single one of these cabinet secretaries to identify waste, fraud, and abuse at their respective agencies. So they will be providing updates on some of the waste and fraud that they found, and they'll also be talking about their initiatives and the policies that they are enacting across the federal government to deliver on the promises President Trump made to the American people.
From my view, it looks like the cabinet secretaries are already working with Elon Musk.
I'm sorry, but I don't like this the way this was filmed, this interview. Because, he should be facing the camera. Or while they talk, they should be facing the camera a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, just facing each other, doesn't really fly. As a videographer, they should be facing the camera, not looking at each other.
When it comes to cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, some of the reporting was coming out saying that the cabinet members did not want to comply.
Okay, I need my coffee, okay? Because when I don't have my coffee, I start seeing stuff that I don't like. Because come on, why you just look at the camera, look at us, talk to us, okay? Talk to the American people, y'all.
With the latest email that he sent out, but we're hearing it was because of national security reasons?
Well, first of all of the reporting that says there's chaos or there isn't team unity is based on anonymous sources.
Exactly.
If you talk to these cabinet secretaries, which you and many other reporters in that room today will have the opportunity to do, you will see that this is a unified effort and everybody is on board with President Trump's promise to identify this waste and fraud. You look at what Lee Zeldin has found at the EPA, $20 billion that the Democrats pushed out the door in the final weeks of Joe Biden's presidency. $2 billion of that went to an NGO that was run by Stacey Abrams. So there is real fraud taking place in our federal government. Or look at what Kelly Loeffler has done at SBA. She demanded that the workforce return to the office. 80% of SBA employees are back in the office because of her leadership and her efforts, and she put out a phenomenal video to talk about it. You look across the board, all of these cabinet secretaries are working alongside Elon and, of course, the president at his directive to make our federal government more efficient.
So, Caroline, let's talk about some of the other breaking news. I know the president, as well as the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, were going back and forth. The president wants a deal to be done. We're hearing news that Zelensky could be at the White House to sign some deal. What can you share with us?
Well, what I can share is what the president has said, which is the critical minerals rare earths deal is absolutely necessary and pivotal. It will recoup American tax dollars. We've funded more than $300 billion to Ukraine's national defense. It will provide these very critical minerals and rare earth minerals to the United States of America for our own national security. It will also create an incredible economic partnership between the American people and the Ukrainian people who are going to need to rebuild their country after this brutal war once it ends. So this is a significant step towards peace. We expect the deal to be signed this week. And as President Trump said yesterday, if Zelensky wants to come to this White House to sign that deal, he is open to that.
Do you think he's going to come to show up to sign some sort of deal?
We hope that he will, as President Trump said.
Tell me the latest about the meeting with Putin. Is that a go just yet?
There's nothing on the books just yet. The president will continue to keep everybody informed on that. But I know that Steve Witkoff and Secretary Rubio and our National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and the president's entire delegation, who he's tasked with ending this conflict, continue to be engaged with the Russians as well as the Ukrainians. You have to talk to both sides to bring the war to an end. The president had direct dialogue with Putin, and he has said that he believes both sides of this war want to see it end. It's in the interest of both of these countries to stop the killing and to ensure that we can have a peaceful world and economic prosperity for all.
So, Caroline, you made some headlines yesterday. I know the president, he talks to all type of media, even some of the people that don't even like him. He's willing to give them interviews, gives them the first scoop sometimes. That's right. Yesterday, you announced that the White House press office would be, and the president would be selecting the pool reporters going forward. What is that process going to look like going forward?
So for your audience who may not understand what has happened at this White House for decades, you have a group of journalists based here in Washington, D.C., who dictate which reporters go into the most intimate spaces of the American presidency, the Oval Office, who gets to ride on Air Force One. And that system hasn't changed since the early 1900s. Obviously, the media today in 2025 looks a heck of a lot different than it did when the White House Correspondents Association was formed. So this is a long overdue change. A lot of press secretaries and White Houses have talked about making this change. We are just the first to do it. We're shaking up Washington in more ways than one. And so moving forward, we're going to expand the pool's access to the president, to non-traditional journalists. Legacy media will still have a seat, just like they still have a seat in our briefing room, but we're going to bring new voices into the fold. The only people who are upset about this are those who feel like it's a knock on their power that they've had over the system. The power belongs to the people, not elitist journalists in Washington, D.C.
Is the president doing this because of all the podcasts that were so instrumental in the YouTube shows that were instrumental during his last election win?
Well, I'm going to the White House, y'all. Yeah, I'm going to D.C. for sure.
A lot of changes to the press operation here because of that successful effort. The president owned the non-traditional media lane. Those podcasts were some of the most successful ratings bonanza that those podcast hosts have ever seen when Donald Trump joined their shows. And so we want to continue that effort because that's how you reach a bulk of America today. They're not tuning in to the legacy media outlets. They are listening to their podcasts when they drive to work. They are reading non-traditional outlets and digital sites. And so those voices deserve a seat at the table, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Caroline Levitt here at the White House. I look forward to seeing.
Shout out to Caroline Levitt, man. She's changing the game in the White House. This is the thing about President Donald Trump. He makes sure he gets the best. And then those people make sure that they create the best environment for people to work in. This is greatness. I mean, geez, just sit back, enjoy the greatness, okay? Sit back, enjoy the greatness, and grab your DoorDash McDonald's at the door, okay? Sit back, relax, enjoy the greatness, and eat your McDonald's fries.
In the cabinet room,
we'll see you there.
In the Oval to interview the president as well as the rest of the cabinet.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Caroline.
Thanks for being
we
here,
appreciate
Lawrence.
Congratulations
Thank
once
you.
again.
All right. Thank you for being here, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are the best. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. It is your boy, Genesis. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in Almighty God, okay? God is the greatest. No matter what you're going through in life, you will prevail, okay? Life is hard. Stay strong. I love you guys. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active military members. You guys are awesome. You protect the homeland. God bless you guys. And I will be back here, okay? But I have to end the stream, okay? Because we've been streaming for 11 hours, okay? We have been streaming for 11 hours, all right? I'm going to come back here and we're going to do another marathon. But support the channel, okay? Join the memberships. It is $4.99 to join the channel membership. So God bless you. Support the channel. You guys are awesome. And grab breakfast. This 10:52. Grab breakfast and have a productive day, okay? God bless you. God bless America. Love you guys.